today. We will have 3 remaining. Look towards the bottom of your screen. We're going to be all up out the lower bracket today. Our first matchup of the day, as you can see right there, HAN versus HYD. Whoever wins that matchup, we will have 3 match number 11. The loser will go home, like we mentioned. We're going to be all the match we will be playing today, TXD versus FX. Another do-or-die situation. Whoever wins that one will move on to match number 11, and whoever loses will go home. And then later on today, we will also play match number 11. Send somebody else home, and also further somebody else along into the loser bracket finals.
Yeah, great shout, folks. If you have been tuning in the last couple days, you know that we've been doing 4 matches a day. Today it is 3, and they are all elimination rounds. Like Vivid said, it's going to be the winners of these 2 matchups in our lower bracket that we'll be seeing for our 3rd match of the day. But LT, RRQ, undefeated at this point. They are up there in the winners finals, the upper bracket finals, and they will not be playing today at all. We will see them tomorrow for what would be the 2 matches that we cast over tomorrow, which will be upper bracket finals and then lower bracket finals. And then finally on Sunday here in China, we're going to have our grand finals on the 21st. 1 match that day. That is all we're watching is the grand finals, but it is going to be a best of 5. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday and who kind of stood out amongst the rest. Got some highlights from several teams, many of which won. Even RBN, though, lost their matches. They're out of this competition, and the player known as One, don't get that too confused, player known as One on RBN picked up 113 revives or rescues in their match, which put them above the rest. Really was putting the team on their back and keeping them in their fight, even though they did unfortunately get swept.
Because we have honestly watched so much Warfare over the past couple of days, I even forgot what happened yesterday. So I'm very, very happy to kind of be reminded by some of our highlight performances. Obviously, the biggest one that stands out to anybody that had the time to watch yesterday, Sarah's in there with 78 kills, absolute domination out of the helicopter on Ascension. That being said, we're going to be seeing Sarajin back into the server here today. It's actually going to be our first matchup of the day, HAN, who Sarajin is, of course, a part of, taking on HYD on Cyclone.
Yeah, back to Cyclone, folks. Here are the matches for the day. Yeah, saw a ton of HAN on that overall day 2 kind of top player list for good reason. They dominated the competition. They're here to make a statement. They lost to LT in our bracket, and they are here to battle their way through all of the lower bracket to get to grand finals. To do that, though, they have to take down HYD, which, of course, also lost their matchup yesterday. Everything yesterday was a sweep. It was all 2-0s all day, very quick day. These matches may be a little bit more difficult. So we'll be going back to Cyclone again, and then we have TXD versus FX playing on Craft, which was an interesting poll. We did all these picks and bans yesterday. You can see the bans from each of the teams on either side, and so it'll be Cyclone, then Craft. Yeah, we're not seeing any new maps yet, but we could if some of these go to Game 3. Quick reminder, by the way, the winner of both of these matchups will be our final match of the day. So that's match 9 winner, match 10 winner. Those are the 2 matches right above it. Pretty easy to follow. I will also just remind people, because I saw some folks in chat asking about it, the losers of both of those 2 teams, they will end up tying for 5th, essentially. So there's no 5th place game. But let's talk about HAN. Why are they so good? What makes them so different? That yes, they've been playing through the lower bracket. Yes, they lost their first round matchup, but the first round matchup a couple days ago was against LT, who's arguably the strongest team. Couple highlights. Obviously, we've got Artyom. We've been hyping him up a ton. Wansa, the commander, fantastic job across the board. We're talking about some other
I mean, it's going to be the full squad there of Stacks, Ghost, Sarajin, and Hewon. It's just an incredible squad that's always going to be finding value. Obviously, we have the highlight player of Sarajin, who is constantly going to be able to find value in some of the vehicles, whether it be up in the helicopter, whether it be down on the ground, typically in one of the tank destroyers. But on the other side of things, talk me through it goes HYD. What kind of stands out for this squadron today? And can anybody here on the list make the difference going up against Titans like HAN?
It's weird to say this because we're in their 3rd best of 3 that we've seen from them thus far. I still feel like we don't have a great handle on this entire roster front to back. The main reason for that is in the first matchup, they obliterated AHR on Aftershock. It was not even close. We really didn't get to even watch half the game, it felt like, because nobody moved a muscle and they just won. Then when they played yesterday, they then got obliterated. So it's been a weird goes back and forth with this roster. They do have a couple heavy hitters. I think in particular, when they were able to push back against their competition yesterday in the bracket, Lance was a difference maker for the team. Lance plays in the commander squad under RCCK, maybe the commander, and Lance is their main tank operator. We saw that yesterday on Cracked. And because of that, I'll be looking out to Lance to try to make a difference for this team moving forward. Of course, Widow and some others, also Turtle.
2KA.
Yeah, 2KA is the top player for sure, oftentimes at the very least. And so definitely going to be looking for some of their heroes to make big plays to hopefully stand up to the task and play HAN. But we both had predictions. And listen, as much as I love being against Vivid, I say that every single time. I can't deny the inevitable. HAN looked like the final form. I said this yesterday, the Sarajin stacks combo in the helicopter and Ascension was one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen in Warfare history, which is kind of insane to say out loud, but it's true. Sarajin was going absolutely bonkers, was like double the kills of anybody else in their team, had more kills I think than the entire other team of 20 combined. It was something insane. You all watch it if you didn't, you should check it out. So I'm going with HAN, even though we're not going to be in a helicopter on Cyclone. There will be a jet, and Sarajin, even without vehicles, can be on the boots on the ground, bow in hand, obliterating the enemies. I'm going HAN with 2.
Yeah, absolutely agree there. Honestly, you kind of asked me yesterday what team that I think is going to go ahead and win the whole thing. I said RRQ. I think probably our championship matchup, in my opinion, might end up being RRQ and HAN. I just think HAN just look way too good right now, and hopefully we get that rematch. That was kind of like that initial head-to-head that we saw on day number 1.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. But hey, folks, we got to see what's going on with these players. They're going to be walking into the stage. Let's get excited.
梅さんが戦闘機に乗るのかな。
いや、梅さんじゃないの乗るの。
もしかしたらランスが乗るかもしれない。まだわかんないですけどね。
Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare.
ヘリだったら梅さんだろうね。
有请 HAN 战队。Please welcome Team HAN. 一对一星，剑指巅峰 ，One team, one goal。
もしかしてパイロット？もしかして本気のパイロット？
あ、そっちか。
英語できてますよね。パイロット。HBD。
ホドゥアイドル。
誕生日なんよ。
なるほど、ホドゥ。
おめでとうございます。
なんかケーキの絵を掲げてた。
ね、わかりやすい。なんかライブでね、すごい表現するためのうちわみたいな。これも ACL の日韓戦をどうにか返してほしいな、ここで。戦いを。
雪辱はたっぷり試させてもらってますからね。
なんか俺のチャンネルのデルタフォースとかサムネがワールドカップミニが出てて
有请 HYD 战队。Please welcome Team HYD。凌越巅峰，问鼎冠军 ，Overstrike。
さあみんなどんなパフォーマンスにしてくれるんだ。
本当に。
今日のお顔は。今回腕折りに来たろうからね。
まずね、グータッチ。
笑ってるよ。
ランス飛ぶ。俺ジェット乗るぞな。
ランス飛んでたよ今。
ってことは戦闘乗るってことなのかな。ランス戦闘行ってるのか。
Unwavering, the showdown starts now.
重りみたいな感じになってる。
本気。
なるほど。
こっから本気。
あ、やばい、こっちが折れた。6球で折れた。
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a fantastic matchup. We've already talked a little bit about it, but I do want to give a quick shout out. Happy birthday to Hodu.
Happy birthday!
Listen, you can't pay me enough to start singing on broadcast. However, happy birthday is the one song maybe I would if things get a little crazy. So, Hodu's birthday, does that mean that there's a buff here for HAN? And frankly, do they even need it? Both you and I said it's going to be a 2-0 HAN. Do their walkouts change anything for you?
No, I mean, we did find out, of course, that it is Hodu's birthday. I think this will be a little bit of a cakewalk for them, if you will. But I think the birthday present comes later on. Of course, if they do win this one, they have one more match of the day. That would be the real surprise for this team.
Yeah.
They go ahead and take down a stronger team, which we're kind of predicting to be TXT. But we won't get into that right now.
Yeah. We'll talk about the predictions later. But HAN versus HYD, I want to see in chat who you're supporting. I'm seeing a lot of love for HYD. Well earned. This is a solid team. I'm just excited to see them to spend a little bit more time on that topic. HYD again, they stomped their competition, then got stomped.
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, when you talk about a roster like this, I don't know where their heads are at, I don't know where their momentum's at. HAN is an intimidating team. This is a team that a lot of folks know. We've seen a lot of returners from the former DNI roster that played last year at Vietnam, so a lot of folks know that HAN is a heavy hitting team, and to see HAN down in the lower bracket, unfortunately, this is going to be a really tough matchup for HYD. I will say, you know, with the maps and picks and bans, yes, we're playing Cyclone. For those that have been with us, we've seen a lot of Cyclone in this competition, and we're going to be going back. Aftershock was banned by HAN, and Pulse was banned by HYD. Kind of a running joke right now that we probably, in whatever, however many matches, 15, I think it is, we may never ban every single match that we played. So back to Cyclone, any team you think has a small advantage going into a map like Cyclone, obviously different than a lot of the other maps we've played.
I mean, we did get a chance to obviously highlight the HAN dominance in the airspace just yesterday. So, I mean, obviously it's not going to translate directly because we saw that domination with a helicopter. Are they going to be able to have like a skill for jet as well? Now, take a look at the roster for HAN. I don't know enough. Like, I haven't seen them play on a map with a jet, so I don't know directly who's going to be the pilot of that jet. But I'm sure Goes can make a pretty educated guess here, or maybe you know.
There's two different conversations around it. Oftentimes with teams, they'll have a dedicated jet pilot. I'm looking at their active roster for this match. I'm not seeing any major subs that we're not aware of, right? When we get new rosters for each team, we get to see their new roster each day. All of the subs that they usually have are still subbed out. So I think it's going to be the normal active 20 that we're used to seeing, which likely means it'll still be stacks. As the air control, air superiority type player against stacks as the helicopter operator on Ascension. Oftentimes, you have a pilot, essentially. It's either you have a jet pilot as a sub, or you have a pilot that is able to do both.
And of course, HAN are going to be starting on the attack side here. A quick reminder to anybody just joined us for these 5 days of competition. This is going to be a best of 3. The first 2 games are going to be played on Cyclone. Those maps are always randomly drawn. These teams will have the opportunity to play the side, defense, and attack on said map at least one time, right? Given the opportunity to go ahead and tie it up. If the tiebreaker is required, then priority picks come into play. One team will pick side, one team will go ahead and pick the map that we're going to be playing for round 3. But like me and Goes mentioned, we're kind of expecting this one to be 2-0. Talk about, HYD. Do you feel like they have a better chance up against HAN on the defense or on the attack?
I think it's a good question. I want to say HYD maybe has a better chance on the defense. Again,
I agree.
Cyclone is just a bigger map. Cyclone gives you a little bit more room for error or margin. I would say HAN, traditionally speaking, a very clean team. They're very strategically sound. They don't really cut up mistakes. But on a map like Cyclone, you've got a little bit more room for mistakes. And on the defensive side for HYD, maybe have some highlight level players, highlight level plays. They can make big plays that can change the game, but not quite as consistent. You need a big map for that to be the case. The opposite is true of a map like Crack, for instance, which we've seen a couple times, and we will see in our next best of 3. You have basically 0 room for error. You take a 3-sector map with only, two zone capture sectors. I mean, it goes so dang quick, and if you make one mistake, even in the first sector, it's kind of GG's. It's really hard to call back from. But Cyclone is not that way, so watch out for some back and forth momentum shifting plays. And it's going to rely on some of these individuals. I've been saying with HYD, they need some heroes, and I think that hero, a couple of different heroes come to mind. I would say probably Lance is going to have to be a hero. Kahlua needs to be a hero on the commander squad. We saw Tank BRK pick up their secondary vehicle operator slot. There's a lot of vehicles on Cyclone. likely a player that needs to step up, and of course 2K.
Obviously, we do want to go ahead and mention 2K, but the only thing that kind of worries me about relying on somebody like 2KA is that the bigger the map, the more the vehicle gameplay seems to matter. Because obviously 2K is not going to be able to get up close and personal a lot of the times because it is such a big map. I think we'll see 2K probably get active maybe when we get over to like Sector D, right? Like D1.
Yeah.
Obviously, sometimes that's one of the biggest pushes that these teams have to make. So on the event there, we could see him pick up a lot of kills.
Okay, I was re-reviewing my notes, and I actually missed this earlier that I just caught right now while we're live. Here's a look at it, by the way. What Vivid was talking about, HAN is going to start on the attack. HAM did make a sub from yesterday. Cranberry is out from their Delta squad, and Ghost is in. Ghost is going to be that jet operator. I can almost assuredly tell you that. And I do remember Ghost being in the air not too long ago. So watch out for Ghost in the air, in the jet. We'll see if my predictions are correct. We are jumping straight into the game, which means straight into jet operator showcasing what he's made of. Welcome to the battlefield, Ghost. Unbelievable start. Our pilot is going insane.
Yeah, joined in a little bit late here, but take a look at it. Ghost has 4 kills already. And the thing that is worrying me right now for the side of HYD, 0 vehicles are alive. If you guys at home know anything about Cyclone, the event does start with access to 2 vehicles. One of them is going to be a boat, and the other one's going to be the Lob. The Lob is, of course, destroyed as we just watched that on main. Take a look at the HAN attack. They are already swarming Sector A, and that's going to be the back foot of course, Ghost. Take a look at the efforts of the individual boots on the ground. The AAV is also getting to mix early on Cyclone, and that addition, that change to Warfare in general, the addition of the AAV, just changed the way that this map in general plays so much.
HAN did a very good job on the back of Ghost. Full safety point. We had to take a quick look at that map. All the red players were already jumping the point. Now, there's enough green, enough windows there that they weren't able to immediately capture it. But now Ghost can do whatever they want in the sky. What do? They start shelling down the point, at least forcing these defenders to think twice about the positions that they're in. Ghost up in the skies means Stacks can be on the ground. Stacks is in an assault vehicle, obliterating people. I mean, he picked up a triple on an assault vehicle. HAN is crushing the competition right now, and unfortunately for HYD, another mistake that, again, they may have a little bit of room for, but this is a brutal start for HYD with their boat beached and now dead, not a vehicle to their name, and ASEC default.
And we've seen this before already here, Wuhan, China. When that mob does get destroyed, it was actually FX yesterday, who also failed at maintaining their vehicles early on against that jet and got absolutely stomped as a result. So obviously, HYD kind of makes it happen. They do get a little bit return fire onto the assault vehicle, but we do not necessarily put a lot of value on said vehicle, so not going to be a big loss there. And take a look at this. Wanza, you saw that pop up into your screen. He's actually going to be taking out another one of those lobs for the side of HYD. So they tried to get something to happen right there, but unfortunately fell a little short. Now switching over to the B sector, we know how this works in Warfare a lot of times when we do switch from sector to sector. Vehicles do get allotted to each one of the sides. HYD now has access to the tank, but I'd be worried where we have a pilot like Ghost in the skies who is stomping the lobby all the way at the top. 6,000 score, 12 kills already.
Yeah, make it 13. Insane stuff. Obviously, a lot of our players here on the HYD side barely cracking above 5 kills because ASEC just started. It's all Ghost all day. And that's why these teams have a dedicated fighter pilot. That's why these teams have a dedicated jet operator. It's why I went back and looked at the notes. I was like, HAN's got to have somebody in the skies. I'm glad we caught that Ghost. Just going absolutely nuclear on the map right now. And with 0 resistance, this is going to be very difficult for HY to do anything on B. Again, B sector seems long occasionally, but it's usually on the back of an even playing field when it comes to vehicles. When it's an uneven balance, B sector falls nearly immediately. C will fall fairly quickly as well, most likely because the attackers are going to dive underneath the B or C sector. The defenders will try to be on top, but Ghost is just going to keep doing these insane strafing runs and picking up value. Really, the only chance for HYD is they're going to have to hold the line in the D sector, D1, D2, win back some advantages, and stall out this game.
By the way, one thing that does kind of change the dynamic of some of these squads work is where that pilot is actually positioned specific to the squad. You can see Ghost is actually a part of the Delta squad. Who else is on Delta squad? We have Sax, Sarajin, and Ewan. Now these guys usually like to get into the mix. Some of them also like to operate some of the other vehicles, but we saw Stax was actually put up a little bit of a flank. But because he had people on his squad, out of a respawn beacon that's placed down for him, right? So he's kind of on a solo mission right now, and he's actually still alive. He's playing a little bit of a distraction role off to the side, so that's kind of great to see. But now one of the other squads from the side of HAN that we know is going to get into the mix throughout the entirety of this competition. It's going to be the Bravo squad. That's going to be Artyom, Yuhan, Ru1B, and Chang Ji. And they're always going to be making something happen.
Yeah, a lot of bodies on point right now, and again, not a lot of room for the defenders to jump onto it. With Wanza up close and personal, Wanza, the commander, has been an insane tank operator through the course of today and yesterday already. Huge competitive difference making while also being the commander. Not always the case for a lot of these teams. Wanza was a part of the commander's squad last year under a different commander, Dead Dog. He's not here in today's competition, whereas this weekend's competition, Wanza is taking charge. Put up fantastic score lines. Doing a really good job for this team. Taking a look at Johan in a forward advanced position. I think it's a really smart move from Johan to make this move early. Be able to make sure this AA gun is not utilized by the defense. It's one of the only things that could maybe shoot the jet out of the sky fast enough before they can respond. HYD have their tank and their boat. This boat that Tank BRK is currently operating is a very important. We always talk about this on Cyclone. The D sector is nearly entirely dictated by who has the canal control and the water control between D1 and D2. That's what they're saving. They know they're kind of upgrade without a paddle. If you can use that English idiom for what's about to happen on the C sector. This one's going to go pretty dang quick.
He goes trying to make this explosion happen. He does find it to be successful. I think he actually was able to pick up a couple of kills, but that's not going to get direct credit for it. But of course, the environment right here, the environment, the C sector, like Gooj was kind of talking about, you have that upper level that's going to be outside. You have the tunnel that is just going to be underneath of it. The side of HYD effectively cannot defend from up top because the jet is alive. And actually, take a look at the camera down here, Hoda, with the crown that she was wearing on the way out. Is in the camera as well to remind everybody consistently throughout this competition. She is the birthday girl. So if you guys haven't wished her a happy birthday in the chat yet, make sure you go ahead and do that. But yeah, HYD are going to try to defend this from underneath. You can necessarily do this if you have more bodies on the point, but early on right here into Sector C, you can see that progress bar in the middle of your screen. It's leaning slightly in the favor of HAN.
Yeah, this is a smart play by HYD. It's one of the first plays that we've seen from them that it's actually working for the most part. They're able to stall this out. They knew they couldn't hold from on top. That's kind of what I was just highlighting. The C sector was going to fall because of it. So what do? They send everybody underground and say, you're going to have to come to us if you want to win the war. Unfortunately, because they're giving up everything on the high ground, all the attackers can do the exact same, and then it's just a numbers game. Yes, we have a jet in the sky, but Tank BRK is in the boat. Trying to flank so they don't get ripped. It's a tough thing to ask all of the defensive units to get underground and just body stack this flank. Slowly but surely taking away and taking this C sector. Unfortunately, it's the right play. It's just not enough to actually hold it. You can even see Alpan and Z-Box going, okay, well, if we get over here, we can stall this point out and force the attacker to play against us. The way the C sector goes, it's like kind of a weird one, and it is great to play numbers.
Numbers game was being won by HAN pretty dominantly right there. Looks like HYD were able to pick up a couple of the remaining members through that onto the sector as well. So now they are capturing, and technically speaking, let's talk about the numbers game. You were kind of mentioning it. They do have a pilot in the sky, so they can only technically have 19 members on the ground right now from the side of HAN. So technically HYD could just edged out by one singular infantry on the ground, so technically they will have the advantage. This is kind of cool to see. It's going to be a little bit of a stalemate, but it's going to be up to HAN to kind of make something happen, and yeah, they're starting to feel the pressure. They have actually conceded the up top. Now they want to go ahead and make a push. They want to go ahead and make this up close and personal. They're no longer content with sitting back. They're going to get to the action.
Seeing a ton of engineers on that quick shot of all the players to pillar. I think a couple of these vehicles can maybe just hop in here and make a big play. Speaking of a big play, while we're all focused on the C sector, another huge mistake or even just a great play from Stax. We knew Stax was going to be a difference maker for this team, and this is exactly what I was expecting. Stax finds the boat to prepare for D sector, and then Wanza just rolls up with Hodu, and they just blow everybody to smithereens under. I mean, it's just a kill box down here.
Oh my gosh, Artyom.
You can do whatever you want down here now. Unfortunately for the defense, that is all she wrote for the C sector, and D sector even will look extremely dire. What a huge win for HAN.
You would expect when these tanks start to roll in that they're the one finding all the kills. Wanza is able to pick up a 3-piece of his own as the respawn beacons try to flood some of the members of HYD into the mix. But yeah, you would imagine that these vehicles in these close corridors in this tight space will be the ones finding all of the kills. But I saw Artyom, I think it was like 4 or 5 kills in a row with the shotgun. That individual prowess on a big map like Cyclone is still being a part of the highlight, so that's great to see. But now all the members of HYD being flushed out of the tunnel that they were kind of seeking as a safe haven now Ghost has free reign over them once again, but a little bit of a breath from the side of HYD as we move over to the D sector. We take a breath up here as well. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard.
Wanza has double the score of the top player on HYD. I'm not calling the game now, but this is unreal what Wanza's been able to accomplish from a score category. And then also you see Ghost on 25 kills with the Jet. You see 21 from Artyom. Insane.
What about a comparison of commander to commander for HAN?
2日さんが弓で2人倒して
HYD 5,000.
Yeah,
it is a 4x.
Yeah, I mean they don't have hardly anything to show for the last couple sectors, and they don't even have a boat to work with for the D sector. And this is, listen, I said there was a little bit of room for some mistakes, and then the heroes could turn the tides. We need that miracle now on the D sector. We get to the E sector, it's GG's. If we go to the E sector immediately and HYD doesn't have any vehicles, it's literally over.
Take a look at this. A giant flank. This is actually going to be Stax and Johan trying to find some value on the backside. And what's really, really good about this from Stax and Johan is that they're part of 2 different squads. So they might be able to find some sort of flank where 8 members can actually join in. This would be detrimental to the defense of HYD. And take a look at this. Yeah, a flood is coming in on the backside, and they have no idea yet.
2 full squads, one goes high, one goes low. This is just writing up a playbook and following it to a T. Brain off, follow orders, and it's working. 2KA, a difference maker for HYD. Can't win a 1v4 with a bow in close quarters combat. Just gonna be insanely difficult. Great job here from Stax with the boat. Great play to drop off the infantry and then move back to the canal to gain complete control of the D sector. They might be able to capture both of these at the exact same time.
まあデルタ2はねもうリテイクもしやすいし。
Yeah, I would like to mention it.
どっちかっていうとデルタ1が1回落ちるともう苦しいからっていう判断でしょう。
An absolute jab at the neck of HYD all the way from the start of the game. I mean, we couldn't even join fast enough to see the carnage that was already going on. The likes of Ghost and, like we mentioned, the bigger the map, the more the vehicles become important. HYD right now have an absolute donut. They have 0 vehicles to help them defend here. HAN are just taking over. You mentioned that they might be able to take both of these zones simultaneously. That being said, HYD are pushing back a little bit. They do still have control of D1, but with D2 falling very, very shortly here, HAN will be able to turn their attention to D1 entirely. One of the members of HAN right now, I would not want them attacking any part of my zones because I don't know how you could hold these guys back.
2KA, amidst the chaos, does find himself 15 kills, which is likely top fragger for his team, as expected. Sarajin, though, 23-12. Told you, Sarajin can do it all. Run up in the vehicle, fantastic. One on the ground with a bow.
Oh, nice shot, nice shot.
Bad
よく
news.
通したそのとこ
24-12, literally double positive.
And
here's a great play. We get the first boat. Bashi, unfortunately, classic conversation. When you've got vehicle advantage, you can afford to send two at the same time. And there's just little to no way that you can keep that boat alive if you are HYD. Unfortunately, Bashi going down means any moment of a breather where you can maybe try to push back the opponent on the B sector. He's all but gone. We do see the boat of HAN actually go down. I think that was on the back of a few Zulu rockets.
That was
With maybe a couple strike team moments. That was a worthwhile play. Whoever made it, I think we missed kind of who got the kill, but that was actually a pretty big moment. And again, does have the ADV, wonderful boat. I mean, it's a nice little win. We'll take those.
That was a big overextension by Stacks there in the boat, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You saw where it kind of went down. Maybe not necessarily an overextension, but a
ただ狙いにいないか
falling off the ledge. This does not look like a position that you could go ahead and recover from Wanza. Honestly, probably one of the best plays for Wanza right now would just be to abandon that tank, blow it up, so that way you can go ahead and go back to spawn and call it a healthy vehicle, because that one is all but gone. And yeah, exactly, does just that. Unfortunate to go ahead and lose that tank, but we already mentioned how well Wanza is doing in the score category. We're gonna have to take a moment here for HAN to go ahead and recuperate. They just lost their tank, they just lost their boat. Pretty much simultaneously, so a little bit of a fresh
I mean, listen,
breath of air for HYD.
This is best case scenario for HYD. You needed a miracle, and the miracle is a professional player like Stacks. Unfortunately, making a mistake. You need somebody to make a mistake. Getting overconfident, boat goes down, and then you need Wanza, their commander, to also make a mistake. They go down. So if you, that's pretty much your being given the gift you need to actually still keep playing the game. If that doesn't happen, we're already on the E sector and it's GG's. This is the gift. Let's see what they can do with it. They've got to capitalize on getting a gift like that. If they can't win under these circumstances, I'm not sure how they're going to get a win when we swap sides.
いいぞ2ブラック
And we did actually call on the individual efforts by HYD, specifically on the D sector, because this is close quarters combat. We have seen members like 2KA do very, very well in situations like this, so we're going to have to call on him to make something happen, but it might be a little bit too late as HYD start to feel the pressure. They call in the urgent deployment. I think this one right now is in full control of the side of HAN. This urgent redeployment is of course going to help the members of HYD get back to the mix, get back onto the defense. Might be a little too late.
Urgent redeployment is nice, you're right. Maybe a little bit too late. Let's see. Gonna be a big bang out here on D1 if they decide to full send it, which I assume they have to right now. They know E is going to be chalked without any vehicles to their name. I am seeing a decent amount of kills on the right-hand side of our field in green. They're finding some kills along the way. The question is, are they able to secure there? Are they able to get these medics down? If you let the attackers get by, they're just going to get outnumbered on point. Alpan going to try to make a sneaky play to get over here to D2 and at least put it into some semblance of a neutral zone in case they lose D1 and this isn't an immediate cap. So far, pretty good job, given the resources that HYD has, be able to hold the line a bit on the D sector. Nice play from Alpan.
Yeah, now the full squad is actually going to spawn on him, and on the back foot of the full squad, so what about the full team from HYD? When you do go ahead and put those strategic beacons down, you have to use some of your score, but the whole entire team of 20 can go ahead and pretty much spawn behind enemies. Even though they had access and the ability to spawn on the point, they lost it.
Yeah, I saw Wanza pick up like a triple with the boat running through the canal. I wonder if just a well-played shot took them off the point, and then the attackers just swarmed it. We kind of missed it on main, but regardless, we're moving to the E sector. What does that mean? It means that the jet back into the game. Good luck, everybody out there. Julius does have 55 revives, by the way, at the top of the leaderboard for the defense, but otherwise, stat line is not too impressive for the HYD side. They've been getting rolled. Let's see what they can do on the last sector.
We actually have a kill leader tie amongst two players in the server right now. Sarajin and 2KA are actually tied at 31. Both of them kind of playing boots on the ground. I would imagine that Ghost probably ends this game with the most, though, as we do enter the E sector. Now, the tanks and the vehicles are going to be a big part of this E sector. That being said, usually when you have such a big advantage on the side of the attack, when you're going into the E sector, when you call the vehicles in, they always get blown up by the jet. But take a look at this. 2 vehicles have actually landed on the side of HYD. One of them's going to be the tank destroyer. The other one's going to be the boat. I don't want to see it get stuck like Wanza did. That would be a big blow to the
Look at this strike team down at the bottom of your screen, though. Artyom, Johan, RU1B looking to take down the commander, RCCK maybe, looking to take down the tank destroyer, but Kalua, pocket engineer, keeping this thing alive. Well spotted, well played from the HYD team to keep that tank destroyer alive. HYD have a glimmer of hope. Now the big question is, what do you do against this jet? Is this going to be GG's because you don't have air superiority? Or can you make another hero play to try to even the tides and hold the line? Max lives last sector. See what HYD can pull out.
Ghost trying to make something happen there. Does find one of those kills. By the way, when we entered the E sector, Ghost was on 25 kills, and that was actually going to be the tank destroyer going down for the side of HYD. So yeah, that's going to be a big blow. Now the vehicles are starting to swarm. I see the boat in the river right there joining the fray. The AAV is also making its approach over towards the E2 point. And this is actually the point that's usually taken second on this E sector. But HAN are interested in making a statement. And like we already mentioned multiple times, every single time that we take a look at the map of Cyclone, when the jet is alive, the vehicles are not for the side of the defense.
Yeah, call it what you may. Some people say jet broken. I just think we've got fantastic jet operators, and they won the early engagement. Once you win that early engagement, it's hard to break this jet out of the sky. You have to either get very lucky with some shots over the top. We saw a boat wire guided hit a jet. That was against FX and Wormy. You got to take those shots where you can and see what you can do with your engineers, but it's just a very difficult very difficult vehicle to take out of the sky without a true lob AA, without an anti-aircraft gun on the ground that you can actually protect, without really anything that you can shoot at this jet. This is nearly impossible for the defense to do anything about E sector, just a matter of time.
Grasping at straws here from the side of HYD. They do call in the artillery barrage, but somehow Wanza is actually going to be calling in a guided missile. He's going to be looking to end things right now. E2 is in full control of the side of HAN. They're going to be calling in the strategic beacon because when this guided missile does land on the backside of E1, they want to make a full-on fledged flood. Let's take a look at the value of the guided missile. It's not going to be finding any kills. It's just going to be acting as a giant eviction notice from the side of HYD. They're all forced off the point. They're actually going to be able to flood back in. The urgent redeployment is called in. They're starting to feel the pressure. 157 tickets available from the side of HAN, but with so many vehicles able to go ahead and take down so many troops from the side of HYD, you would imagine that they should be able to capture this, but they're not.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a great play, and honestly, the guided missile just a hair further to the beach and picks up, you know, maybe the biggest guided missile we've seen. Saw the exact same play yesterday from LT. E1 recapped defense, a full setup on E1, but they're also just in a kill box. You've got Wanza on the right with a tank. You've got Nyang at the top on the ridge with a tank shelling down onto the point. And then you've got infantry that'll just slowly work their way in to clean up the remaining pieces. As long as you don't scam on the backside of E2, it's just going to be a matter of time because Ghost is going to pick people off from the skies as well. They just don't have enough firepower to compete with what HAN has to offer. A nice play, it's not enough, at least not yet. They got to do that another 5 times at least.
Yeah, and the score is going to be a big problem for the side of HYD. Obviously, HAN have access to so much. The Ghost pilot still doing Ghost things. He's trying to go ahead and take out this boat. One run of damage like that, and that will be all she wrote for that boat. Now another flood comes in towards the side of E1. Last time this was defended by HYD. They had an emergency deployment. This time it's not going to be available. HAN, they're starting to feel the pressure. They know exactly what they can do here. They can close out Cyclone. They can make this 1-0 very, very quickly.
Umbashi doing what they can. That thing overheats a little bit too fast to take it out by yourself. Need every single shot connecting, and in the meantime, while Umbashi is trying to deal with the jet, or at least make it think about something else as the boat does fall. E1 looking like it will fall here shortly as well. A great effort from HYD given what they had. Unfortunately, once they lose the early engagement, they really couldn't get back on their feet. Even with a couple mistakes from HAN on the D sector, they just didn't have enough firepower. I know it's simple, but that's the way the math works sometimes. More vehicles oftentimes equals a win, unless you have some heroes making big plays. And unfortunately, these vehicles have not died. We've had these tanks since for a while now. This is it. They're giving everything they've got on the E1 sector. A lot of green and a lot of green about to fall. Ghost having a heyday over the top. 1, 2, 3. Triple kill with the jet. Everybody weak. Medics trying to smoke, keep bodies on the point. The attackers, though, that feed on the left is moving a lot faster than the feed on the right.
One thing that HAN is very good at is not overcommitting. You can see those tanks off the distance. Still maintaining, like Wanza, still over towards E2. He knows his role. He knows he just has to defend E2 and trust his team. Also, still Miang sitting up on the hills. Yeah, he knows that his team is finding all the kills, getting into the action, but he knows his role. Just sit back, relax, and watch your team take care of the rest. HAN with an absolutely dominant performance, and that's pretty much been the story ever since they entered the lower bracket. A 2-0 yesterday. Things are not finished here today yet, as they're only up 1-0. But you would imagine after how well that went for them, it'll probably be the same exact story when they do go ahead and flip sides over to the defense. HYD with a great effort, but it's not going to be enough.
Listen, the one silver lining is this. I thought HYD had a couple nice plays. They showed little moments of being able to battle through. They had the resilience to be able to battle through and try to turn the tides. They had a nice retake in E. They had a couple nice retakes in D. Unfortunately, the jet was too much to handle, and especially when they couldn't get their feet underneath it in the vehicle category, that jet was going bonkers. Now, as we swap sides, we know that HAN won't have that jet. Ghost probably goes back to the bench. We'll probably see Cranberry rejoin the battlefield, and that's where the big test will be for HYD. Who's their jet operator and what can they do? Here's a quick look at our stats, though, and in general, big shout out to Julius picking up 63 revives, only second actually on the entire server to, it looks like, Car on the side of HAN. So a solid job for defense to have that many revives when they don't necessarily need it.
Yeah, what we expect from 2K as well. 43 kills.
Yeah, that's wild.
Very well done from him. Taking a look at some of our vehicle operator leaders over there. Wanza, of course, all the way up to the top, 36,000. So 36 kills. Ghost also ended with 35. But boots on the ground was the name of the story for HAN. Sarajin and Artyom both picking up at least 40 kills down the list there. Sarajin just coming out on top. Everybody in the server with 45 of his own. That's pretty much what we expect.
Yeah, listen, again, I say silver lining because that's really what it feels like, right? That's a dominant HAN victory. It really wasn't all that close. But you still have somebody top, or nearly top revive, second in revives overall on the defensive side for HYD, and you also have the top fragger in the server with 2KA on your team. You do have the heroes to try to make the play. I think the only question now is who's your jet operator and can you find value early in this next matchup? We could see this go to game 3 even though it was super dominant if that happens, but of course it all started here. Everything went upside down for the first 3 sectors for HYD.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a big question mark that I would love to actually do a deep dive in, maybe a direct interview question on some of these teams. Like we saw FX yesterday use their lobs, but it was just out in the open, right? And that was pretty much the same story for HYD here. Off the rip, the lob was kind of out in the open. We have seen some of our dominant teams, what they do with their lob is kind of peeking in and out of some of these tunnels that they have access to on the defensive side of things. Like, why not keep that lob just a little bit more safe for the jet?
Yeah, I think it was a pace and play issue at the very beginning. We jumped in right as everything died, so it'd be interesting to see it from off rip right at origination. Start when people spawn in. But I mean, Ghost came out flying in, literally at max speed to make that play. But anyways, we moved indoors. In the D sector, there was a couple moments where we're like, okay, HYD has a chance. One of these moments was, well, not here, unfortunately, Ubashi. This is the beginning of where it felt like there was no chance. But then a couple mistakes. Look at this, a couple of Luru rockets. That's Lance. I told you, there's some heroes. Lance making a big play there, taking down one of the boats. And then we also saw Wanza make a mistake with the tank kind of getting flipped, and it can't get out, so both of those vehicles go down. But once he was fully captured, we knew this was going to be GG's. Our jet comes flying in, starts taking down vehicles that try to land, and it's just so out in the open out here on Cyclone that, you know, again, the word broken has a lot of negative connotations in many ways, but this is where the Jet does truly feel broken, right? There is nothing you can do when you're down in vehicle, play, you're down in vehicle advantages, you can't get anything going, you have nothing that can shoot the Jet. Ghost can do whatever they want on the map. It's the same story that we saw from LT in their match when they played on Cyclone. The better Jet operator, or a good Jet operator, can win you the game on Cyclone. It's what makes Cyclone so divisive, and it's what makes Cyclone so difficult to play if you can't figure out how to battle against the Jet.
I mentioned this yesterday when we took a look at the domination that HAN presented on Ascension. Before I talk about that, take a look at the domination that they had in that game. Sarajin, Ghost, Stacks, and he won. We kind of called this squad out. We expected them to be at the top in terms of the score, and that's exactly where they will be. Again, this is actually an incredible performance because obviously we have Ghost, who's going to be the pilot right here, and we saw Stacks making some solo plays as well. I kind of felt like everybody here on the list was making solo plays, but they still found so much value.
Yeah, we see this squad, or at least 3/4 of the squad usually because of Sarajin and Stacks, but Hewon and Ghost obviously in the Jet, but Hewon as well putting up some solid stat lines. That's 41 rescues, playing with Sarajin most likely, making sure Sarajin stays on their feet, picking them back up, said, keep frying, my friend. 41 rescues and 24 assists. Great stat line from all 4 of these gentlemen, and that's why they're the best squad. Solid scores, fantastic actual score line at the top of well over 20,000 for all of them. That is a big difference maker in this squad alone. So, great role players across the board. Just because you got a lot of score doesn't mean you're the most important player. But I would say the most important player, MVP, is probably going to be Ghost. I can't imagine it's anybody else. You don't think it's, who do you think it's going to be?
Well, it's obviously going to be a coin flip, in my opinion, between Ghost and Watson. Watson had 36,000 score. He was like 10,000 above a second.
I don't know if this is controversial or not. I'm going Ghost every single time. Here's the reason why: if you don't have Ghost, if you don't have a good Jet operator, or even if Ghost makes a mistake in the early game, they're not the MVP. They make little to no impact, and their only role, the only reason Ghost is subbed in is because this is what he does. He has one role. This is what he does. He's going back to the bench. We're bringing Cranberry back out to finish the job here on the defensive side. So Ghost, he had the riskiest position. He has one singular role, but if he does it right, he's going to be the MVP every single time in my book. Jet wins games on Cyclone.
Absolutely, and yeah, I was kind of mentioning before this where we saw HAN kind of dominate on Ascension yesterday, and I mentioned then, and I want to mention again here today, that those types of games where we see the helicopter find absolute, air superiority and absolutely dominate the server, just like kind of where we see the Jet dominate the server, those type of games, they hurt the other team right now. It kind of hurts us, like, oh man, like HYD, they got stomped, but those games are important because it reminds us of the importance of playing around those things and playing against those things. If you can't play against the Jet, if you can't play against the helicopter on the map, you're just going to lose.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we know what we need to emphasize on a map like Cyclone. And so let's flip the script. Let's talk about HYD. They moved to the attack, playing Cyclone again. HYD have to do the exact same thing that HAN did, which is 1, maintain vehicle superiority, and 2, win very early with the Jet so that the Jet can do whatever they would like on the map. Not often do you get to see a Jet take down every single way that they can get shot out of the sky off rip. Oftentimes you'll see them maybe pick up one lob, or maybe pick up the AA gun off rip, and then they have to dance around a little bit before they straight and run and finally free themselves up. If you're able to at least slow the Jet down off rip, maybe you have a chance to bleed some of these tickets dry and these lives dry at the very beginning of the game before we head indoors on the D sector. So anyway, some fun conversations. I'll be curious to see if HYD has a dedicated Jet operator from their sub list. They only have 2 subs listed, at least on my roster, which would be Love or Tao. Those are the 2 players who may get subbed in if they have a dedicated Jet operator. If they don't have a dedicated Jet operator, it's likely going to be somebody like Umbashi or maybe Tank BRK, who have been primarily playing around vehicles, which is from their Echo squad. So those are the kind of the guesses right now, since we haven't seen them on their map until today.
Absolutely, man. HYD, again, as a quick reminder, this is an elimination match. Down 0-1. It is now an elimination game, an elimination round on the map of Cyclone. Like you mentioned, we have not seen them on a map like this. They got to prove the world to us, the competition, that they can do it on a map like Cyclone. Attacking Cyclone is also just not easy, man. I can almost guarantee you, HAN, they know how to defend this map.
Yeah, 100%. Again, we already talked about the Jets, so I'm not going to keep harping on it. I think in general, the biggest move for the defensive side before we head indoors, before we head to the D sector, is the B sector. We saw some big stallouts on the B sector, especially if vehicles are even for the most part. If the defense is able to hold their boat for B sector, that's where you can make a huge impact. That boat has a ton of damage that can be dealt, especially on the low ground of you trying to take the B sector in the ruins. So watch out for that. They're going to prioritize HAN will of keeping their boat alive. The only way to keep the boat alive is to take the jet down, but I won't keep going on that. Now, let's talk about individuals. 2KA Hero, crazy stat lines, crazy kill totals on a map where they're getting frankly crushed. That's a nice boon for this team. Got to do the same as they swap sides. For HAN, who do you expect to jump off the page to you while they're on defense now that Jet's not going to be in play for them?
The names aren't going to change, man. And they really never have changed on the side of HAN. Just Sarah Jin, Artyom. Every single time, man. They're always towards the top, no matter what they can do. Obviously, Artyom has that very, like, he's locked into a role. He's always going to be on a gun.
That's what I was going to say. Like,
Sarah Jin is just so flexible that you really never know where you're going to put him. Like, sometimes we've seen him absolutely dominate in the vehicles. But he jumps over to the gun, he jumps over to the boots on the ground, and he still performs equally, sometimes even better.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think, you know, when we think of the attack, you think Sarah Jin oftentimes was on the best squad, the whole squad was one of the best. I think now that we're going to the defense, it'll probably flip a little bit. Artyom's going to get more value being in an infantry role, a fragger role, when we're not having to rely so heavily on to get the job done. So watch out for Artyom on the map. The difference maker for this team has been for the last year or so, both 2025, now 2026. DFIW. So, and that's going to be the Bravo squad, which is Artyom, that's Johan, who's been on that strike team, and then Changji1 had some pop-off moments yesterday as well. So, definitely that squad is the one I'm going to be paying attention to. Their fourth is RU1B, that's right. So, definitely paying attention to the Bravo squad. But again, should see the substitute come in here very shortly for Cranberry to rejoin that Stacks squad, their Delta squad. And listen, other than that, kind of a waiting game at this point. Yeah, we know the win conditions. We know what HY needs to do. It's a matter of execution. They're resilient. We saw that in their matchup yesterday against RRQ. We saw what they were able to do with trying to swing back to the competition on Cracked, and back was against the wall. They were getting swept there too, and they made some nice plays to retake points. But on the attacking side, I say there's a little bit more room for error, but and I agree with that still. But I think the one place where there's no room for error is the very, very beginning of the game with this jet. Maybe they pull FX and slow roll the jet into the game rather than immediately spamming it. Worried about maybe getting outplayed by HAN's defensive playbook off rip. Never know what the playbook will like. All of these teams have been practicing for this. Fun little note here while the game's about to get started that we pulled these picks and bans and the map pool. Again, it's random. We pulled these yesterday at the end of the show. This is the longest amount of time they've had to prepare for a map because we ended so early yesterday. After this, though, it'll be the one time, this map and then the next one, who have already been predetermined. The third map, we don't even know who the players are yet. We don't know who the teams are yet because it's the winners in the lower bracket. They'll have no preparation, like 20 minutes, whatever our break is, 15, before they're back on stage. So they're going to be flying a little bit by the seat of their pants moving into match 3. We'll talk more about that later. Just a fun little point.
I don't think it'll make a difference, though.
You don't think it'll make a difference?
Nah, I mean, it'll be
36 hours of prep versus 20 minutes?
Even playing field, right? And there it is. Ghost kind of talked about it. Ghost definitely going to be coming off the stage. Only really joining the team whenever there is a jet. Pilot required. Cranberry is going to be rejoining, so we're going to go ahead and give him a couple of extra minutes here, make sure all the settings are good, make sure the desk is feeling good, the mouse pad, the mouse, keyboard, all of it. Nah, man, I don't think it's going to make a difference. I mean, I don't think it's going to make a difference in the outcome.
Oh, sure. I mean, both teams have 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I do think there are some teams, actually, definitely think there are some teams that are much better at long-term bot prep. I think some of these teams that have been around for a while, that have played together a ton, they know how to prep, they have designated roles. They've got a commander and squad leaders that are walking people through plays. When you've got 20 minutes, a lot more improv. You might have some scheduled plays you've worked on throughout the season. But it's definitely a different game, so maybe some small advantages for some parts. It's not a huge game to talk about, though. And we're jumping in finally, folks. Cyclone swinging it back the other way. It is time for HYD to make a big play, and they need to make it right here, right now. Here's a look at Lance up in the sky for HYD. No subs, and I should have called Lance out. That makes a lot of sense for this HYD roster. Lance, a difference maker and also a vehicle operator. He takes to the skies. Let's see what he can do.
A big difference in how that jet is positioned between these two teams, right? Taking a little bit more of a passive approach, constantly feeling the pressure. And this is that exact position that I was talking about, right? This lob can peek in and out of the tunnel. If it starts to take some fire, if it starts to take some damage, it can just kind of dip back in and take a little bit more of a defensive approach. But keeping it alive is what is important, because you can constantly peek out and start to pressure that jet. Take a look at the approach here from the side of HYD and how the infantry is doing at the forefront of Sector A. We're kind of just bunched up right now, which could be a little scary if Wanza does find the appropriate angle, and he does just that. I would be not surprised if he starts to light up the kill feed here. I don't think he's actually found one yet, but I'm sure the damage has been landed.
I really like this play of the boat playing way out far side on the wrap. A huge flank from our boat operator to find some value. Here's a look at Lance just trying to shell down onto the point. Not really even doing strafing runs, just throwing the brakes on, throwing some missiles down and backing up. But you're right, the attackers are making a quick move right now. So far, Jet still alive, Lob and Boat still alive for the defensive side. Namely because they played extremely defensive off rip. Hit inside, make sure the Jet didn't find its value immediately. And this will kind of nullify the Jet's ability to find real, meaningful value on these first couple points. Until somebody wins that war. 2KA, piecing 2KA, a 4-piece on main with the bow. There's a reason this guy has been a standout performer for this roster, even amongst a couple sweeps. Going huge on the point and starting to get some value on it as well. It's down to about 50%.
Trying to call the reinforcements down, right? Bodies on point. If they are actually able to go ahead and capture Sector A right now, to be completely on the back foot of the individual effort of 2K, trying to make something happen. You know, members of the side of HAN on the side of the hill, trying to flush them out. Before the side of HAN, because they lost so many members, they have gone so far away, they're trying to make the run back, and they do just that. But now before the point is about 50% capture, but look who's waiting for him. It's 2KA. This guy can't miss.
He missed it. I thought he was about to hit that. Wind prone. Hot and smoke there. Again, let me just re-emphasize it, because it's a very important point. Lance is 0-0-0. The Jet operator has done nothing.
Yeah, guys had 9 at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe even like more.
Again, that is the nature of the game. If you can keep these anti-aircraft guns alive, the Jet steps too much. Now, it does mean that your lob, your AA lob, is doing nothing in the backline either, besides just keeping the Jet away, but that is a worthwhile trade for the defense.
Trying to make something happen here. The direct approach to the sector did not necessarily work, so now they're actually trying to work the flanking angles. You can see they're kind of on the shoreline over here, trying to flush out some of the members of HAN. Simultaneously, they are capturing Sector A. And they're doing great work in terms of boots on the ground and individual prowess. Right, the bows are just flying across the side of HYD. And take a look at how far this whole strike squad is actually made it for the side of HYD. They're starting to push back the defense quite far, find some of those respawn beacons, which again is going to push the respawn points to the side of HAN way far back. I'm looking towards the AAV for the side of HYD. Get on the point, start to get active, and secure Sector A right now.
Yeah, and Tank BRK is playing pretty aggressive with the AAV, but still using this ridge to hide four shots. They're jumping the point right now. Defense, feel the pressure. Both teams have marked this objective for the capture. It's going to be a nice little score swing either way it goes. And it's looking like it may go to the attackers. Defense running out of bodies. Defense, there's not enough there. A great capture from HYD. Nice push, well executed. So far, HYD looking like a much stronger attacking team with the way this thing kicked off.
Team Yang now is going to have to retreat. potentially to a different position because now that the Sector B has
そうですね
been
C セクターですね
that opens up so many sight lines for the side of HYD towards that initial position that he was playing. So
あれはね、タイミン
things
グ
are
も悪
going
か
to
った
switch
ん
up
よ、
a
ちょ
little
う
bit
ど。真
here
下にいたから。
between Love and the Jets.
それすらもう計算
Big
されて
point though I talked about on the B sector. This is where things could get stalled out for the defense in a good way for the D. They do still have their boat alive. You see actually Hodu down in the boat. Look at where the boat's positioned. This is a classic position for the boat. Down in the low side, this canal between the B sector island and where the C sector begins. This boat is just going to patrol this canal and make sure that any attackers that try to go low are going to get obliterated. They have to stay on the high ground, and on the high ground, you're a little bit
そ
more
うそうそう、
exposed.
あそこは多分ね、安
Good
全
shot.
ポイン
I
トで
actually
一
see
番
off
角
in
を
the
取れる。
distance. HYD have a boat available to them. It
ここ
looks
が
like.
顔だけ一瞬出して打って逃げてができる。
I'm not entirely sure why you would not want to go ahead and use that, but I'm sure.
そう
HYD
HYD 今攻撃しているチームが日
AAV
本
from
で
the
す
side of HYD is going to get blown up.
Yeah, and that was a marked objective for the defense. What a great play there. That is communication that we can't hear. You could see immediately it gets marked and immediately goes down. That was Tom from the squad leader saying, hey, we've got it in our sights. We've got the Allure rockets. You saw a couple of those connect to get the final kill. We've got the 18 force to finish this thing off. Make the call now, marks it, it's dead. That's a big score swing for the defense, let alone another vehicle down for the
こっ
attack.
ちも
With the AAB
HYD も
down
ボー
though,
トを出
Tank
せたの
BRK
で
is
こ
going to
こ
go
か
ahead
ら
and
です
jump
ね
into that boat like I was
そうだね、
talking
ビックル
about.
は
And yeah, they're not going to be able to make
同数では
anything
ね
happen
だって
here
こっちの
towards
方
the
が
push
若干
towards
上だね
Sector B unless that boat that you talked about does go down, right? Wanza,
ビックル
Hodu
は
in that little bit of a canal. So
OK
OK
右山
close
潰したの
eye
でか
on
いで
that.
すね
But as soon as Sector B does spawn from the
左
side
山
of the
から
defense,
今度
they do
AT
get
が飛んで
access
き
to
て
one of
た
those tanks, which always does find itself up on this hill. And actually, correction, Wanza jumps out of the boat
タンブレ
and
のボート
lets
か。タンブレのボートが今
Genman jump into that, and he's going to be taking over the tank role now.
Yeah, it's Jinman and Hodu in that boat, by the way. Happy birthday,
炙って
Hodu
ます
again,
ね
but
一人で
Tank BRK in a boat of their own, quite weak. And again, this is why the B sector is going to stall out probably for a while for the defense to make a huge play. Nice angle there from the Yang,
はい
but
来てます
because you've got these vehicles that can play the ridge on the C sector overlooking
おいいよ
B,
いいよ
there's
左
not
山
a
も
really
いい
safe
感
area
じに削って
on
る
the B
が
sector for the attackers. They have
た
to
だ
get
まあ
some
な
of
か
these
なか
vehicles
結果にはま
down.
だつながってないか
あ
アクティブ
To
に
do
出た
that, though,
ま
you
ずい
need
ね
the jet to be active. And for the jet to be
あ
active,
で
it's
も
more risky.
エ
You
リ
could
が
lose
前
it
なのかあ違うあれビーコンだ
to the AA.
あ来るぞ
So a back and forth,
いやでも
bit of a game of
ルル
chicken
飛んできて
between
ないな
Yang and
耐えた
Lance
なんか
up in the
別に打って
sky.
たのか
タイミング良かったかもしれないですね
Sometimes warfare is
離れ
just
島
about
になんか悪いことしてる反
efficiencies
応
that you can kind of find. The Lav,
どこにいる
we
の
know its sole role. It
サラ
doesn't
ジンか
have to do
あ結構後ろの
anything
方
more
なんでそん
than
あ
keep
あ
the
れ
jet
か
bay.
突
But you
撃者
can't
の
Oh,
視線
possibly
向きを
wait
パ
a
ク
press
ら
minute.
that jet.
Wait a
Ah,
minute.
no,
Boat
there.
down for the defense. Down goes
こ
HAN's
ね
boat.
自然
Jinman
割
and
の突
Hodu
撃
out
者
of
が
here.
そうなぜ
Little window of
か
opportunity
有
for
効
the
エリア
attackers.
に湧くのが
うんやっぱ自然脇って悪だよな
楽ですね
そうね。電話機は悪。あーやばい取られた
あー取られた
Another stolen vehicle on the main stage here. This is going to be
No,
Sarah
Mita.
Jen this time around. Is this going to be an assault vehicle? So
Yeah.
no big deal. And also going to be finding a kill on the way out. Great job there. So HYD are not going to be able to use that as sort of like a respawn beacon. But now that that boat has gone down,
いやこういうのを経て調整していくから
try
ね
to keep an eye out on whether or not they can
まああ
make
れ
the
はなん
flood
か
happen
2シーズ
that
ンぐ
they
らい
of
放置
course
されて
want
ます
to.
がまあまあ
Or Sarah Jen might actually go ahead and take that assault vehicle. They can potentially use that as a giant beacon from the side of the defense.
There's a nice steal. Sarah Jen, we saw proned out in the back to spawn for HYD.
気づ
So
けてなかった
really
だ
the
け
only
か
thing
も
they'll
しれない
probably be
か
able
ら
to steal, but
そう
still.
これで世
It
界
is a
大
nice
会
little
で
boom.
みん
We
なの
talked
目
about
に
it
触れてる
yesterday.
わけだから
LT did the exact same
スト
strat.
前は世界大会初めてで
Allows
す
you
か
to
らね
utilize it for
そうそうそうそう
respawns and prevent respawn beacons, vehicle respawn beacons from your opponent. There it is. That's a huge swing. It feels so insignificant. Maybe people that don't play
まあ
comp
で
or
も
Fearful Warfare, but it's
左の
gigantic
ね
for
建物
both of
取れ
these
てる
teams.
から
To be able to
結構
spawn
大き
so
そう
much
だよな
clearer,
ラ
sorry,
ンスが
quickly
乗り物に対して
to
当
the
たってる
closer
ただやばい
looking for and quickly to the point. That's a huge win.
Lance is doing a lot of damage right there. And if you do take a look at the vehicle list for the side of HAN, they have invested a lot of members of their team into this AA effect. They have the lava getting active, but they also have 2 turret setups that are trying to play that AA role as well. Lance is under heavy fire every single time that he's trying to make one of those runs. And as I'm kind of making this point, it looks like some of the members of HAN did actually jump out of some of those AA turrets. but keep a close eye on
あれ
that.
なんかまた別の突撃しよう
Widow trying to get either the beacon down or just some smokes. Yeah, went up, dropped the smoke, allowed the strike team to move forward. I like this play here.
うん
前
Widow
は
左山取れたから
support the team in a big
だ
way.
けど
Gains another piece of cover.
きっかけを狙う
Those
と
look
は
like HAN taking a bit of fire over the
ラ
top.
ンスもちゃん
Again,
と
let's emphasize that. Did you see the stat line for Lance?
いたい
0-0-2.
た
0-2. Yeah, definitely rough right there.
周辺見に行ったぞ
Widow. Out there, this
泳い
is
でるってる
actually
泳いでるってる
sniff
泳い
out.
でる
隠れ
What
て
are
るや
these
ついる
flank plays?
許
They
すな
know
隠
Jappy's
したや
around
つ
somewhere,
誰だ
but he might
許さ
actually
ないあいつら
make it out
取られた
alive.
あ
Oh my
取られた
gosh.
No way.
Make it out alive. He's
No
definitely going to
way.
make it out alive. He's going to be under
ー売れる売れる
the security of an AAV. Lance doesn't like that. He's trying to make something happen. I was like, what is Jappy doing? What's the play here? He knew the timing. How do you know the timing of when the vehicle's going to spawn?
That's my bad. I said the armored assault, the assault vehicle was the only thing that you could steal. I don't know how they were able to get an AAV. That's a big mistake from HYD, and now the vehicle advantage is continuing to be swung back towards HAN. That is a massive steal. With that AAV, you have a chance potentially to be even play Canal. You can get more aggressive towards this lob. You can get more aggressive towards the tanks. You can utilize it as even a bullet sponge for your attacking infantry to actually move up onto the point and take the focus fire of some of the Wansa up on the ridge at you instead. I mean, that is a huge blow, and it does look like Tank BRK, at least they're actually trying to tell us that Tank BRK, yes, he's in a decent position to kind of shell the point,
どんだけ
might be stuck there as well. So, a couple mistakes as well
変
with
な
the
ところに
boat,
岩あるからね見えない
and it looks like
これ
he
今体当たりでどうにかしよう
Umbachi's trying to knock him off the rock with a jet ski, maybe. I don't know, but
ぶつけても動かない
oh
よ
man, that's funny.
We're going to need a bigger boat.
Yeah, look at this.
勢いをつけて
Knocking this thing loose. Yeah, it did nothing, by the
同じ
way.
質量がないとね動かないんだよ
Oh man, this is funny. Warfare sometimes this is weird stuff that happens.
ライトタンク下ろ
We
す
do finally get a light tank down.
オッケーオッケーオッケーオッ
It
ケ
looked
ー
like maybe a Lua rocket that could have done enough damage to take it out. Actually hit the top of that ruined kind of like light tower or whatever that is,
でも
top
あ
of
の
an old
スタック
boat,
してるやつだから
and got blocked before it could land on the its old boat that got blocked before it could land on the light tank. So
そうですね
そうね
We'll take our small
もう上も
victories.
取り直されちゃった
さあ
か
もう
ら
一台呼んだら
Looking for some flag opportunities from the side of HYD, trying to make something happen. HAN, the goal has been the same. Try to go ahead and deny access to some of these vehicles. It does potentially get behind cover. They're going to be jumping in it. The engineers are going to have to make something happen. By the way, Sarah Jen does not need another attacking AAV. This was stolen. This was another
steal?
すげ
AAV
えマップ
stolen.
だなストーンアイって
No way.
泥棒
なんでもありだな
differences.
これ
They
マッ
can't keep,
プ
I feel like the meme, they can't keep getting
売
away
れ
with
る
it.
ないよな多分
And it looks like Stacks as well. I mean, I don't know if Stacks was kind of using this assault vehicle that was initially stolen from the side of HAN to kind of go ahead and help Sarajin with that steal, but he was also kind of behind enemy lines with that thing. So, I mean, they're just getting way too much value out of flanking on that shoreline over there. Obviously, it's easy to kind of spill
間に合
that
わないのか
story
な
when
乗れ
we're
ないの
seeing
かなあれっ
them
て
take the
日本
vehicles
画面か
away.
ら間
But
に合わないのかな
how
さすが
are
に間に合うと思い
no
ます
members of
ただ
HYD
リスポ
kind
ーン
of
待機してなかっ
changing
た
it
のか
up
な
to deny them
っていうこと
access to that
ね
カウ
beach?
ントどころじゃない可能性もあるかもね
Listen, it's like we've seen Cyclone enough to say,
本タイプでは間に合わないぐらいじゃないと
I
乗
told
ら
you
れ
it was going to be a
おかしく
stall
ない
out
か
on
って
the
いう
B
ぐらい
sector.
うん
I did say it was
で
namely
もね
going to
リ
be
サ
because
た
of the
ちは
boat,
取りに
and
行こう
it's
として
not
る
really
の
the
で
bad.
でも
It's
ね
been
そ
the
ろそ
fact
ろっ
that
ていうのは
this
分かってるんだけ
HAN
ど
roster has been able to steal so many
う
dang
まくその
vehicles away.
分担ができてない可能
But
性もある
いやあれよ
Huge stall out, a nice respawn beacon. This could actually be a
Oh,
momentum
tempi,
shift
tempi, tempi.
finally
頑張れ
to allow some of these players to hop in. This is one of the team respawn beacons. So three players can respawn on it, and a couple individual kills means finally we can get some bodies near the point. Finally we can make some big plays, especially on the back of that AAV being destroyed. We've got an opportunity here. We've lost over 100 lives on this sector alone, but we're finally ticking away on the capture point.
あ確かに
OK ビートル入ったビートル入った
車両ではアド取ってるからさあウルル合わせておそらく対空戦車破壊しに行ったら
currently under heavy fire. You can hear the Allure rockets trying to make its way all the way over to the tank. It's under heavy fire right now, 50% HP, but I think the Allure rocket just barely ran out of time before it was able to go ahead and connect. Now take a look at the flood here from the side of HYD. They have been faltered across the entirety of this emergence sector. They're finally trying to make something happen, so are HAN. They're trying to go ahead and return the favor. They're doing so much damage to both vehicles simultaneously because they were on top of each other. Umbashi under heavy fire in the tank. Cranberry is going to be credited with that kill, and they're making a push back to go ahead and defend Sector B.
That's 2 vehicles down for the attackers, and they're looking for the third. What was a solid push, completely thwarted by just barrel stuffing these tanks and throwing every piece of utility that they have at them. Not only a team respawn beacon, but also an artillery barrage, finding a ton of chip damage on these vehicles, allowed our infantry to get these kills. Big shout out to Cranberry, rejoining the ranks of his roster once Ghost was put back onto the bench after the fighter pilot did his job. Cranberry credited with it because he had the artillery barrage that finished off these vehicles and kept them at bay. That hold right there should have and probably did seal the deal on the B side.
Finally, our maybe is going to get access to one of the AAVs that they should have had access to 2 times prior to this. But I'm a little bit worried because that original window munition for the defense that we talked about, the boat that initially got destroyed, is actually back in action. But Gen Man's actually under heavy fire from some the swimmers from the side of HYD, but he's going to be fully aware of them. He's going to be backing up appropriately. And he'll probably reset and look to join the action in just a little bit.
まあちょっともったいない思考か、まあシンプルにカウントがめんどくさいかだと思ったんだ
いや絶対カウントしてるだろうし、
まあダウンした時とかね、残り時間表示されてるから逆算はできるんですよ。ちょっと場所が
part of the
タンクが2
landscape here in
ラ
order
イ
to
トタン
find
ク
a
2
little
両
bit
で
of
すか
cover. Could buy you a little bit more time. 52 lives remaining. Watson and Sarah Jen rejoining the battle from the high ground, continuing to show the point. Without hardly an advantage to their name, HYD, they're trying to just storm the point, and you're getting punished. We're going to go to the low ground here. Likely we'll see our boat roll up, take care of them from a distance. A couple of our infantry get mixy. Speaking of getting mixy, artillery barrage on top. Once they see the zone's getting captured, they're going to make sure everybody heads underground. Then they've got their team respawn beacon to be able to put pressure on HYD.
Across that canal with the tank, he is no longer thinking about playing passive. He's trying to get aggressive. He is immediately denied access to this bridge right there, but you want to talk about denied entry somewhere. HYD are continuously getting denied entry onto this sector B. They're trying to make something happen, but with these vehicles up and alive and healthy for the side of HAN, I don't know what they can do. And by the way, the WinCon Lance, he's been trying to make something happen. He has been unsuccessful, and now he has finally been destroyed as well.
I'm going to be honest, and I mean this with the utmost respect. Unfortunately, Lance had 0 value on the map besides making the LIV at least look his direction every once in a while. Lance on the ground may be better for this team, but it's probably too little too late. They have fully swarmed the point after losing a jet, and with that swarm though, a couple well-placed scores, and the boat that was holding the line on the B sector does go down. A nice little swing. Unfortunately, the defense there was infantry to just win the gunfights. A team respawn beacon is nice for the defense to make sure they can get to the point quickly, and this doesn't just kind of get sneaky capped. While the artillery barrage is standing on the point, there's not infantry there to back it up, so you won't get a ton of value from the attackers' artillery barrage.
いやでも中入り込んでるよな。どこ入り込んでるんだこれ。
They're actually able to go ahead and the point right now with a lot of damage onto the tank of Sarah Jin. He was forced to go ahead and play passive and cannot go ahead and help out his team. But now he's able to go ahead and rejoin the fight, retake that position up on top of the hill. It starts to rain down. It starts to pepper some of these attack members from the side of HYD. You can see they had a lot of control over Sector B, but HAN, they're rejoining the fight, they're hitting their shots, and they're reclaiming Sector B.
Veronica calling in another artillery barrage, by the way.
重
Sector B is going to be something to capture. Go low.
弓だから気づけないんだよ。
Unfortunately, they can't get there. They got to respawn beacon down on Cold Barrage on the side of the attackers as well. Both teams mimicking each other and a couple objectives marked for the attackers. They have to be successful here. Not only do they need to score, they need to point, they need to stay in this tournament. This is a must-win game for HYD. They did not capture Sector B here. They certainly won't without that vehicle. Kahlua, the only vehicle on the map now, alive, hopefully to help out their team. But this is looking like the GGs, and this is looking like HYD is eliminated from this tournament. We need a miracle, and I don't think you can pull a miracle out with only 2 vehicles and a dream.
Last-ditch effort is just going to be a full set of the 2 vehicles available to the side of HYD, but I don't even know if vehicles are going to be able to make it to the point. Those tickets do go ahead and dwindle down to 0. They are falling rapidly, but it looks like we have actually falls here around 5 tickets. Now HYD, they could potentially formulate some sort of a perfect attack, which I don't know if we have ever seen before, where they lose effectively 0 tickets. They're going up against the Titans of HAN in an elimination game when the pressure is on.
いや、アクティブ出しても
もうアクティブでも無理やり中入るしかない。
Is in the hands of yourself on that Cyclone. HAN successfully defend, but not before HYD jump onto the point at the last second and force overtime. They've got a minute and 20 seconds extra to go ahead and work with.
And that's the boon of having a 1 capture sector point. I mean, listen, you can be able to put it and give yourself 70 seconds to make some big push in a big play where lives don't matter. Now's the time. I need all the heroics. I need 2KA to pick up 6 kills with the bow in a matter of a millisecond. I need our Cold Barrage. We got smoke barrages. We need this tank to land. We need to get it onto the point right this dang second. And it will land, but it may land destroyed. See ya later. Nice shot up top from Sarah Jin. Look how aggressive Sarah Jin is positioned all the way up on the B sector. None of these vehicles will land. There is no chance. Sarah Jin is not going to let anyone move a muscle without a tank shell finding them. Taeseong finds that 84 shot over the top to pick up even an assault vehicle. The attackers, they might have created a window of opportunity, but that window has been slammed shut, barred, locked, 6 bodies holding it down. Nobody is getting in to this B sector, and nobody is going to continue for HYD in this competition.
Bonza feeling confident as well. Hasn't really not said much over the past minute or so. Watching his canvas, the commander feels confident here. As you can see Bonza and Sarah Jin, the 2 that are constantly in the vehicles. They're mowing them down. They are the big defensemen in the tank holding it down on Sector B side of HAN. Elimination on the line. And they go ahead and show the rest of the competition, hey, we are here to stay. We'll see you guys in a little bit back up on the stage. 2-0 up against HYD.
It went to script. We knew it would be the case. HAN, the better team today, and unfortunately the better team in this tournament. HYD, a great effort. They picked up a win early in this competition versus AHR. They had a couple moments where they had individuals make big plays, but as a team, they could not piece it together to take down these really consistent and frankly,
そうだね、成長はしたんだけど、やはり他のチームも伸び伸びと上がってきてたって感じよな。
There's a lot still to be learned here, and I think we heard it from some of the players as well. This HYD team has gotten so much better. They've been putting in the practice. They made it to this stage. They are a different team in their preparatory stages leading up to last year's competition. Many of them are new to this stage in particular. HAN said, back to the drawing board, keep getting better. But there are moments from greatness from HYD where I could expect to see them next year. I expect to see them next year doing even better. But I'm excited to see what HAN can do in this competition. They've earned it. Battling through the lower bracket, and they stay alive, waiting on their competition here in just an hour or so. HAN playing the winner of our next matchup, and we'll be seeing a lot more of Hodu, the birthday girl, and everybody else on this HAN roster very shortly. Vivid with the script, it's basically exactly what we thought would happen. I think the big thing when we take a look at the stats is we talked about the win cons. We talked about how valuable Jet is. Unfortunately, I don't even know if Lance got a kill in it, mostly because he was trying to stay alive. which is certainly what you should do, but brutal. Let's take a quick look, and yeah, there it is. Didn't pick up a single kill on the map. Right there can end the entire story. We don't really need to look at anything else for HYD. Your jet operator finds 0, and unfortunately, everybody else is still playing out. Listen, it's like we know a little bit of ball.
50?
Did we not say, watch out for Artyom on defense? He's about to go nuclear. 50 ball Jamal from Artyom. Nearly double, actually almost literally double the second top fragger on HAN of Blake at 26.
Oh, 31.
You're right.
Sergeant on 32.
You're right. Sergeant on 32.
Guys, I'll put some respect on your guys' name, man. Also, UK in the server as well picked up 34, which is exactly what we were used to seeing out of him. But listen, I used to do a pretty good job of taking a look at the kill feed and seeing Artyom, because I love that guy, man. He always pops off on the gunny. I didn't see him a single time in the kill feed. As my apology.
Yeah, you can take a look at our leaderboard and maybe catch some things I don't. But I was seeing Artyom in the kill feed pop off, man. I would love to know what his KDA was. I bet it was like triple positive with 50. I'm not sure that guy died a ton at all. But a couple big moments here as we look back on the highlights. Again, it was only a two-sector map that we've got to. So we ended on B, and that's really where it felt like we started. A went down very quickly. A couple big moments from the defense to make sure any momentum that HYD were picking up was immediately staunched, which was stealing these vehicles on the backside of their spawn. Again, yeah, you find 3 vehicles that HYD desperately needed, and those are stolen. That's way worse than them being destroyed. That's your opposition picking up your vehicles and using them against you. Insane stuff. And then once we got a little desperate, we started getting more aggressive. Once we got aggressive, we started losing a lot more lives. And then things snowballed from there. 53 turned to 43, turned to 10 in a matter of just a couple minutes. And it felt like towards the end, HYD couldn't even hardly keep a vehicle alive longer than 30 seconds.
Complete and utter domination. Well deserved there for HAN. Like you mentioned earlier on, they're not done for the day, though, so they do have to hurry up, get backstage, take a little bit of a rest. I mean, they just played so well. Like, you know, obviously they dominated, they stopped them on Sector B, and we know exactly what it takes for them to go ahead and do that. You have to continuously destroy the vehicles of the opposing side, and they did just that, but it's always just so flawless, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes we kind of talked about yesterday where we took a look at some of the matchups and the vehicles were getting blown up so high up in the sky. It was very rare that we even considered it a thought that some of these vehicles were going to make it to the ground. Like, they were just locked in the whole time. They knew exactly what they needed to do. And I also mentioned it, Wanza, throughout a lot of that match, didn't really look like he was talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He felt completely confident in where all of his teammates were placed. He didn't really feel like he needed to move around the pawns much. He's like, dude, you guys are doing great, man. Just keep doing what you're doing. Take a look at our best squad, though.
Told you. Johan, Artyom, RU1B, and Chang G1. I told you when we swung to defense, the infantry was going to go what I call Buku bonkers. That's exactly what happened. Artyom went Buku with 50 kills on the map, 26 assists, and then RU1B finding 23, 32, 25. Those are crazy stats from this whole squad. Chang G1 even picking up 31 assists for this team. So fantastic scorelines from everybody on this roster, and as expected, they went berserk. When you're able to drop 50 kills in a game that ends on Sector B, you know you were flying. So I think there's some individual highlight reels that need to be put on social from Artyom. That is a fantastic way to kick off Day 3 at DFIW 2026.
This one will not be so obvious, Goosh. Who's going to be the MVP on the side of HAN? You think Artyom, just based on the 50 kills?
Sure.
Maybe we'll give it to Wanza this time. I mean, listen, back-to-back incredible performances from the commanding role, highest score.
No, I'm going Artyom. I'd either go Artyom, or I would maybe give like big creds to people that were stealing vehicles on the back, because those were like the MVP players.
Sarajin did it one time.
Yeah, Sarajin. Yeah, maybe. But I think stat line wise, you can't ignore what Artyom was able to do. And oh, you were right. My bad. My bad.
Ignore what Artyom
My bad. Listen, I respect the Wanza play. Top scorer, like you said, a fantastic commander. It really did feel like this is an extremely valuable player, and the commander role is the most important role. I think no debate. And so it makes sense that he's MVP. I will say, though, like you mentioned, Wanza didn't really say anything for the last like 5 to 10 minutes of the game. That's probably because all the other squad leaders were communicating info, and everything was just going right. So it's not really a fault of their own. It was the right thing to do. Just shut up and ball out. I mean, that's what they did, and it worked out great for them. So fun conjectures, but big shout out to Wansa being MVP of Game 2 and in general probably the MVP of the match as well. Great commander job, and you know, a couple moments that stand out to me for Wansa is the ability to work together with their team, find objectives that they can mark and immediately capture. That is realized score instantly. Rather than waiting for you to hold an objective for 2 full minutes, why not talk to your squad leaders that are making these strike team pushes, blow up vehicles right when you mark them. Nice scoreline to be able to utilize immediately.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff. He may not be the MVP of the tournament so far, but I feel like Wansa is without a doubt the most valuable commander that we have seen throughout the tournament. I think even in their initial loss that sent them down to the lower bracket, I think he still had the most score in that match because of how well he played on the commander role. He's just been doing insanely well.
Yeah, and they obviously have a lot going on. We'll hear from maybe Wansa down on the stage. Let's hear from HAN with an interview.
欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是贝佳。首先恭喜 HN 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到了指挥官翁萨来到赛后采访席。축하합니다. 먼저 자기소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
Hello, this is Wansa from Team High.
欢迎啊！首先第一个问题想问一下，在风暴眼他们的进攻方，他们是比较喜欢用一个绕后切割的战术，这是对对面的一些行为做了一些判断吗？
So once we noticed that in the map of Storm Eye, you would like to do a flank and cut strategy to your enemies. Did you research your opponents in advance to do that?
In Cyclone, there's a huge ocean, so we practice swimming in our hotel lobby.
翁萨选手很风趣，他刚刚表示啊，是因为风暴眼这张地图里面有一个很大的海，也就是他的游泳池，他们只是在那里练习游泳罢了。
那同样的也追问一下吧，在这样的战术底下，其实是依靠后面在点内的一个防守的嘛？这样的话，他们是怎么进行战术上面的调整的呢
？So Wonsa, in such a map, you rely heavily on infantry to hold your points. So how do you manage to handle this?
We try to keep our infantry strong, vehicle strong, and we keep the line. We try to block enemies from capturing the sector.
是的，翁萨选手表示，这张图里面确实非常依靠步兵的把守点位以及防守，所以步兵是他们的一个非常巨大的重点。
没错，步兵确实非常非常的厉害。那下个问题，其实今天队内的话也是有一些有趣的画面出现吧，不管是扎拉金还是 JP 的偷车的一个行为啊，包括在 A 点的这个推进的节奏，其实都和龙腾还蛮像的。想问一下，他们是之前有研究过他们的 demo 吗？
So Wonsa, we noticed that your players, such as Japper and Salajin, they steal the vehicles of enemies a lot, and also they pushed the A points very similarly as LT did yesterday. Did you study their strategy?
I mean, for Cyclone, it's a well-known strategy to steal the spawn vehicles. So I think at the very first day we lost like our consistency, but then today. We concentrated at the full condition, so I think that's why we succeed on this match.
翁萨表示，其实偷车的战略和策略，他们队伍里面本来也已经有，而且他们从首日的一些失败当中学习到了一些经验。那么今天他们也更好的发挥出了更好的表现。
没错，今天的表现真的是越来越好了。那当然，今天还有一场背靠背的比赛，这也是对精力包括体力的一个比较大的考验嘛。想问一下之后的比赛，也就是第3场的比赛，他们怎么样会进行一个备战呢？
翁萨。 You will participate in the 3rd match today, and it's a quite back-to-back competition, right? It's a test of both your energy and stamina. So how do you manage to face it?
I think just me and our team are so excited to play the 3rd match. We're so excited and can't wait.
翁萨表示，他本人和他所有的队友都非常迫不及待要参加这场比赛，他们也很激动。
好的，非常期待他们在第3场比赛当中的精彩表现了。再次恭喜 HN 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。以上就是赛后采访的全部内容了。接下来让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Great interview there from Wansa HAN. They won in a dominant fashion, and they were practicing their swimming in the hotel lobby. I like it, Vivid. You got to do it, man. You got to practice the swimming on Cyclone. When they knew they had the map, made a ton of sense to me.
Viewers are looking for some of these teams are so good at VOD viewing, some are better at swimming.
Folks, we're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, we've got our 2nd match of the day, another elimination match. FX back on the table. Let's see what they can do against TXT.
なるほど。
そうですね。この人ずっと 多分英語も堪能で、
そうでしたよね。
多分できるからっていう感じなんだと思いますよ。
なんか相手によっては英語でインタビュー普通にしてましたもんね。
ああ。
そう。
が、タイの。
対アメリカですね。
14です。
です。インターバルです。
一旦休憩するか。
そうっすね。
はい。
ふーって感じ。
燃え尽きちゃったから、一回ちょっと燃料を補充していきましょう。
はい。
ということで、ちょっと僕も休憩いただきます。
はい。
はい、同じく。
はい、
僕も一旦
失礼します。
します。
ということで、ちょっとインターバルいただきます。いや、HYD、頑張ったんだけどな。ちょっと、ストーマイやばかったですね。野良のビクエナでもやりたくないもんな。ね。ということで、一旦離席します。映像だけで失礼します。
hop into another best of 3, another elimination round, folks. We're moving on from the last one. Unfortunately, we lost HYD in the process. HAN will move on to the next round. We will see them actually after this match. But the other elimination match that we have is TXD, the former champions of DFIW, versus FX. Vivid, talk to me about where they came from, how they got here.
Absolutely. TXD were the team that lost to RRQ initially. That one went 2-1. It was a crazy matchup. After that, they faced AHR in the lower bracket, 2-0 them, and now they find themselves here up against FX. Speaking about FX, their first matchup of the tournament was up against RBN. They won that one out 2-1, and then they went up against the Titans of LT. They got stomped, quite frankly, 2-0 over there, so they dropped down to the lower bracket. TXD versus FX. We already kind of talked about this during our last matchup, but just so you guys at home are aware, HAN awaits the winner of this specific matchup, and that will be played right after this one. So not as big of a break for whoever wins between the teams of TXD and FX. How do you think this one's going to go?
Well, it's a good point, by the way. It's the first time we're seeing a team go back-to-back because you drew the second draw here. You play, and then you stay on stage and play again, which is kind of insane. How do I think this is going to go? Well, we'll talk about our predictions here in a second. As a reminder, everything we just talked about with today's matches, here's a more clean breakdown for you. TXD versus FX is now. Then we'll see HAN versus the winner of this matchup. But Vivid, look, I am excited to see FX back on stage with us today. This is a fun team to talk about because you and I casted over their regional finals. What they were able to do in the Americas region was extremely impressive. But they're fighting against TXD, which, again, on paper, probably the 3 strongest teams. On paper, doesn't mean necessarily that they are, but on paper, stat-wise, TXD, HAN, and LT. Those are on paper the top 3 teams, and therefore we'll see if it goes to script. We'll see if it goes to paper. TXD is our winner of DFIW 2025. Talk to me about this roster, which is mostly the same from that 6 months ago tournament, all back on LAN, able and ready to prove themselves.
Yeah, what makes these reigning champions so good? Ramina, of course, being the commander right there. Nail2G is always involved in vehicle side of things. KKN and NTPP, XA and Poco. That's going to be kind of your infantry squad that runs around and finds all of the kills for them. But on the other side of things, FX.
FX, Commander Wormy, a fun team to talk about for many reasons. We'll break a lot down from them. This is a bilingual team. Each of the squad leaders are bilingual. They lead the squad. They communicate to each other, transfer comms back and forth. Big shout out to Wag Rasta Meg. That squad is going to be your strike team. Take a look at the bottom of that squad, though. We have a sub. Snarf has taken a seat on the bench, and Zin Sear, the man, the myth, the legend, is going to be playing on LAN. I know chat's going to be happy about that one. Let's see if Zin can pop off as a sub and prove that he is here to compete and here to compete in a big, big way. Let's talk predictions, though. We're going against each other because I've got Hopium. I believe in FX. I think it'll be a 3-game series. I think FX can win it, mainly because we're playing cracked and we're starting on the attack for FX. This is best case scenario. I think they're going to get some momentum and they're going to swing for the fences and take down the former champions of DFIW. You say no, sirree, Bob.
No, I don't think so. I'm not going to have any of that Hopium. I think 2-0 for the side of TXD. I'm going chalk on this one. Listen, we are on cracked, and I think this is literally the best case scenario for the side of FX. Again, they are super, super good on cracked. They have proved it during this tournament. They are super, super good on attack as well. So yeah, everything's kind of falling into place for them to go ahead and beat a team like TXD. Yep. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Wow, you broke down all of my points, but just said it's still not enough. Fair enough, man. Hey, listen. Vivid really likes to be right in predictions, and so far he is nearly perfect.
By the way, no, not nearly perfect. I am perfect in terms of who the winner is going to be.
Sure. He hasn't missed one yet. He's about to, though, because I believe in FX. I agree. Again, to further emphasize that point, when we were doing map draws yesterday, we talked about what we needed if we're an FX fan in order to get a win against a really good team like TXD. This is exactly what they needed. We said it before it was drawn. We said it after it was drawn. They need a cracked game. We saw how dominant they were in Game 3 against RBN on crack. They cakewalked through a pretty solid team in RBN, and we're able to say, hey, this is really the way we play the game. Extremely aggressive, full tilt, full send, and it's going to work really well on Cracked, a map that is extremely momentum heavy. If you get the early lead, it is hard to stop a team like FX. So I think this will be a good start for them in that momentum. They will probably trade wins on Cracked, the attackers winning both, and then we go to Game 3, and I'm just thinking that FX can pull it out in Game 3. We'll talk more about Game 3, how it's selected, who gets to choose the map, and what map, if we get there. We're going to get through Cracked first, ladies and gentlemen. If you're an FX fan, let us know in the chat. And if you're a TXD fan, I'm sure there's plenty of you out there as well. This is a great team. Let us know in the chat. We'll see who gets the better of each other in what I do believe will be our first pretty competitive matchup that we've seen in a very long time. The last, what, 5 have been 2-0 just dominant sweeps and stomps.
Kind of crazy. We kind of kicked things off here day number 1, and we went through a marathon, right? We were like, oh my gosh, the tournament is going to be full of close matchups. Then we jumped over to day 2, like you mentioned, straight sweeps. Started today off, straight sweeps. So we are flying through the rest of the competition. A quick reminder, elimination game here today.
That's right. Let's see the players walk onto the stage, though. Let's get hyped for your favorite team.
26三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛 Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. 有请 TXD 战队 Please welcome Team TXD. 我们就是 Tuxedo. We are Tuxedo.
We are Tuxedo かっこいいな。
有请 FX 战队 Please welcome Team FX. 雷霆万军主宰战场 Varoom.
よいしょ、戻りました。
All right, the clash begins. We got a chance to see both teams walk in. They both look ready. Anybody look nervous to you?
No, not really. I feel like we've reached day number 3 of the competition. We were talking about nerves on day number 1, but both of these teams have been up on that stage 2 times already equally, so they're feeling comfortable, man.
I think so too. Listen, again, I think this is best case scenario for FX. I think they know this is best case scenario. They're feeling confident, and they've got to swing for the fences here. We talk about this all the time with Warfare. They've got to be extremely confident going into this. If they are hesitating on some of their moves, if they're relying on Commander, Wormy, or their squad leaders to make calls that aren't being made efficiently or immediately, things are a little bit delayed, I don't see them winning this first round. And you and I were talking about it while they were walking out. If they don't win this first round, I think there's a very, very high likelihood they don't win this match, and they do unfortunately go home here. So a lot on the line in game 1 of this match.
Yeah, I kind of coined it to Goj as a best of 1. It's either, for FX, it's either you win this one or you go home. That's kind of what it feels like. So the attacking side is the important side for FX. We're going to have to see what can happen. That being said, remember, Wormy is very, very good as the commander on the side of the attack. On Crack, he's able to make those instant adjustments. Even so much so, kind of evaluate what the other team is using operator-wise. Remember, we had an interview with them when they had that dominant attack on Crack before. He was like, well, they just had no engineers, so I took the assault vehicle and started running everybody over because they had nothing to blow it up. So a very, very observant commander on the side of FX when it comes down to a map like Crack. I highly doubt a maneuver like that will work against TXD. Also, just based on the fact that Wormy has pretty much publicized the fact that he went ahead and recognized that as a stretch. threat,
Sure.
but hopefully he's
意見が
cooked something else
中で
up.
上
Well,
がって
I
くれ
think
る
there's
といい
a
ですが
couple other things we want to talk about with this FX roster.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be
もうね、
a huge reliant on a guy like Randy Savage, a guy like Chicka Chicka Boom Boom Baby Boom, all on the same squad that can they can make
by the
huge
way.
plays.
あー、空
Can
中
make
で
huge
ね。
plays, but they got shut down yesterday.
So
They got to
that's-
bounce back.
Yeah, 100%. And also joining them is Luna on as their fourth in that
空中分
squad,
解
which
さ
is
せ
the
るぞ
Commander
っていうの
squad.
は
And again, I'll
本当
highlight Zin's here. If you don't know Zen, where have you been? Is definitely a difference maker in content creator tourneys, has a nice stream going, making this style of gameplay content, plays a lot of Warfare, and honestly, a great player. So I'm excited to see Zen step onto probably their very first LAN stage to step up to what could be the last match that FX has to play. So we'll see if this substitute can make a difference, or will this be another body on the map for Wormy and the rest of the crew to order around to see where they go. Quick look, of course, at Hangshan Sports Center. Really excited to be here for today and 2 more days after this as well to finish up this incredible tournament thus far. Here's a look at TXD, though. As much as we want to hype up FX, or at least I do, talk to me about TXD. Why are they so good? Yes, they're in the lower bracket, but these are former champions, and they've been acting like it ever since they've been down here.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just so dominant. Obviously, we talk a lot about the guns, right? And TPP, we're going to be seeing him probably pick up the most amount of kills for the side of TXD. One of those little weird strategies, probably the first time that we've kind of seen, you know, one of the guns used yesterday, SNNSP was kind of using that sniper rifle on the side of the recon to actually help take out some of the vehicles for the side of TXD. So kind of great to see some new strategies over here, which makes me feel like a team like TXD maybe hasn't shown everything that they are fully capable of, which kind of gets me excited for how well they can kind of do up against a team like FX. Also, some more names that are going to be worth mentioning. Whistly did very, very well yesterday, and that was kind of a big surprise because remember, we kind of mentioned the star-studded power of, you know, TXD in general, and Whistly was not one of those names that we kind of mentioned coming into the tournament as a whole.
Something worth mentioning with this TXD roster, by the way, Legacy is on the bench. Yeah, and this is a question that we had. Remember, they were stopping their opponents in the last round yesterday, and they put Legacy on the bench in round 2, and we're like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. There wasn't like a role shift. Still on the bench, so maybe there's something going on with Legacy. Yeah. By the way, for those that haven't been watching, Legacy is a star player for this team. One of their tank operators, a really strong player, always in the right place at the right time. So I'm wondering if maybe, you know, sick, injured, I mean, like a real substitution, not a role play sub. Legacy's still on the bench. I mean, it's good news if you're an FX fan. You know, that's a top player on the bench for this team. Now, the subs that did step in for Legacy did a great job. There was no like lack of effort anywhere. So I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, but another player from TXD that we talked a lot about was this Echo roster, that OSSN Oak. I mean, Oak was insane for this roster in terms of taking down vehicles. Oak constantly was destroying vehicles, and the sub, by the way, for Legacy was Sombra coming in for this team. So yeah, interesting stuff here from the TXD roster. Some things that we don't have all the info on, but a great team nonetheless. And Sombra, of course, is a great player. Actually competed in 2025 as well, part of this roster. So no like necessarily loss in quality, but Legacy does have some star power.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to keep a close eye on who is actually playing for both of these rosters. Some substitutions being made across the board for both of these teams. So it'll be interesting to see if those decisions were the right ones. An elimination game. We are now down to, what is it, 5 teams total after this matchup. We're going to only have 4 left in the competition. At the end of the day, we're only going to have 3 left in the competition in general. DFIW 2026 has delivered so far, and I'm sure TXD versus FX will continue that storyline.
Couldn't agree more, man. I really think this is going to be a good matchup. I know FX looked strong in their match against RBN, but... and they looked weak, frankly, against LT, but I think they've got everything together to ready and potentially win this first game. We're dropping in. We're loading in. It's crack time, baby, and FX are going to be on the attack to start things off. Get hyped, chat. I think this is going to be a fun one. Let's see what our attackers can do. Let's see what America's region can do for the very first time on global stage this whole weekend. and a chance to turn back the tide and get some momentum right here, right now on Crack, as they send a full fleet of attackers on the left side of Sector A.
This is a new approach that we have seen. Not often do we see a big swarm from the left side off the rip here from the attacking side. Let's see if they can kind of catch TXD off guard with this. And take a look at the feeds on the left and the right side. Looks like TXD were fully prepared for this one, as they do have some of the barricades kind of set up, but Winter's kind of getting in the mix. Leo's getting into the mix. Keep a close eye on Leo, by the way, for the side of FX, because even though they lost yesterday, he was doing great individually.
Yeah, top fragging for the team, even in a bad state, like well into the 20-kill margin, so definitely Leo, difference maker. Now, Randy just had a nice play there to maintain control with this respawn beacon, set up an area for the team to respawn on, or a squad to respawn on at the very least, on top of this hill. We'll see what they decide to do with these keepers. Now, TXD also recognized this, so we're going to be playing for it. NTPP gets cut down, though, with the help of Randy and Boom from a distance. They actually win these trades, and Wormy's going to be leading the charge with the bow on a 3 spree right now. Pushing with a full roster of, looks like 2 full squads, 8 players, or maybe even more, continuing to join them. Commander versus Commander, Romania on the other side, also on a 3 spree. But a big fight on high ground needs to go the way of the attackers so they can make a push with some smokes over to the point and begin a cap here shortly.
Big flank play on the side of NTPP. He's going to be picking up a 3-piece over there. The medics are going to be surrounding for the side of FX. They're going to be able to get all of these reses. The Nile is going to be trying to come in for the side of TXD, but there's only one remaining member that they have yet to find, and they're going to have full control over all of the rocks. Now, one little thing for everybody at home, remember, Crack starts off with 0 vehicles, which is very, very rare in a game mode like Warfare, which is why a lot of our teams do love it, but it does not stay this way for the entirety of Sector A. So as this goes further and further, the dynamics, the environment will change immensely.
Great. FX not doing their signature full send. Maybe they tried right as we spawned in and it didn't work. So having to readdress the situation maybe from a different angle. Really aggressive plays here. From the TXD side, you know, we're checking out Wormy, Randy, Boom, and Luna. They are able to continue to get those revives. Again, these are 10, 15 kills that are all being negated by the fact that the medics are playing with them. Support operators getting their revives. We're only down 20 lives. Nothing too scary yet.
And I'm taking a look at kind of the operator spread here in terms of classes, right? You don't really see many engineers. The fact that you're able to pretty much just invest totally into assault and medic characters, support characters to go ahead and continue through those revives makes it so hard to kind of cut down the attack for the side of TXD. But take a look at this. They actually find the position that they need. They find the push that they need. They have pretty much dumped a big portion of the push from FX over here on this rock side, and you're kind of seeing it make a big impact to the ticket economy from the side of FX. They were just at 162 on the back foot of all those revives that you were talking about. And they're taking an absolute dump, 20 tickets over the last minute.
Well, we took a quick look at that map feed, and I didn't see a lot of red on it. They all elected or were forced to give up and immediate spawn back in. Whenever the respawn time was down. So that's the nature of the game. Fortunately, if you lose your medics, you're going to have to just get back into the game via the old-fashioned way. Unfortunately, even more unfortunately, that any advantage they had on high ground has been completely cut away. So what did FX do? They abandoned it completely. Look at where Wormy's at. Gonna try to go low side. Immediately read by a couple members of TXD. I still like this play from FX, but they're still split. They're still trying to battle from spawn on the higher ground to work their way through NTPP and the like. While the second half of their team is trying to go low side. The problem is, with the way the defense is set up, down in the middle, they can shoot both ways. So this is overall a net loss for the attackers. I don't love the split push on A. I'd rather see a full send through the trenches in the middle, just right onto the point and play for some CQB. And because of this split push, unfortunately, we've got a couple bodies on the point. We just lost another 15 or so tickets. FX, unfortunately, no momentum now.
NTPP still trying to make things happen over here on the side of the rock. Remember, this guy is the one kind of keep an eye on if you're loving the gunplay, the boots on the ground gunplay. Usually has the most kills on the side of TXT, but he's going to be getting shot down. That's going to be Randy taking him out, but Poco constantly in the same squad as NTPP, always picking him back up to get him back into the fight. Overextends like that in the hands of Boom, but again, the squad is always right behind and willing to help, and that's what makes TXT so good.
Yeah, nice play there from Poco to drone smoke a stinger in order to get the revive and out for the opponents. Good play so far. And FX looking like they're trying to figure out now what. Play 1 didn't work, play 2 didn't work.
Oh, there it is, look at that.
What is play 3? Zombra, the substitute, main player, whatever you want to think of them. TXT find the assault vehicle immediately before it lands. So far, this is all TXT all day.
10秒ゾーンなんですけどね。
And you were talking about Plan A, Plan B, Plan C.
さあ NTPP
For
14キロ。
TXT, there's really only been one plan, and that's just to dominate. They've got like, what was that, like 6, 7, 8 members into double digits, and there wasn't a single member on the side of FX actually into those double-digit kills.
They've got him pinched. Syndrak 17. NTPP over 15 or so. I think I like the low side play. It's going to feel a little bit more comfortable, especially with the presence that NTPP, KKN do have on the far side. With Romania, by the way. Romania is actually taking the high ground position on the far side. The cliffs overlooking this A sector.
確かに。
If we said this is a best of one, things are looking extremely dire now for FX. They've lost 80, nearly 85, 75 lives.
捕まった。あー、動けない。
The numbers are here for the side of FX. They could potentially go ahead and find that swarm that they were looking for the sector, but again, keep a close eye on the kill feed. I'm still seeing more green than I am red, picking up those kills. And TXT have just done such a great job of cutting down the approach, the attack. As soon as those smokes come out, man, the util has been great, but the straight up gunpowder from the side of TXT is really what's just winning them so confidently, and finally FX catch a little bit of a break, because like I mentioned, the landscape is not going to stay the same. Eventually the vehicles do come into play for the side of the attack, and now FX have 2 vehicles available for them. One of them is going to be that assault vehicle, the other one's going to be the AAV.
Gotta utilize these effectively. You have a small advantage. You've gotta win right here, right now with them before this defense is able to call in vehicles of their own. Let's capture A and make a big move here. We're getting sniped, it looks like, by LTG, by the way, from a distance. But Natoxi in one, Boom in the other. Everybody else down in the trenches. Subs on the far side actually trading out a kill. Trying to stay alive as well, clearing out in flank what the defense is trying to do to thin the herd as they push over on the low side of A. I think low side again is what they have to do. They're now playing these rocks just outside the point. They need smokes and they need to move. Right now is probably the best time that they're going to get. Of course, we have the best vision, much better than they do with this pre-camp perspective, but look at the numbers. Look at the advantage they have right now. We got to get bodies on the point right this second, and that's exactly what they're doing. A, starting to be contested. Assault vehicle going to jump on, drop some more smokes all around it. We've got our line set up. Let's make a move to get on the point. Wormy's there. Wormy's inside the building, or rather on top of the roof, where the rest of the players begin to swarm it. They had the advantage, and they're actually utilizing it. Now that they have a small advantage, this is what TXT needs to do. They need to grab their tank, and they're dropping their lob, and they're dropping artillery barrage directly on point. If they can stall out this capture and bring these 2 vehicles over, they could stop them right here, right now. Assault vehicle down. FX still have this AAV, but they've got to cap right now. They got to get every single body on the point before this lob and this tank get over here. It's close. It's gonna be close.
Window is closing indeed, with everything kind of caught in for the side of TXT. What's going to be the full send for FX? They're jumping off to the point. But take a look at the progression bar in the middle of your screen. It is now almost entirely green. The 2 vehicles have joined the fray. TXT want to stop things now. Skynet's going to be picking up the AAV. And with that being destroyed, you got to feel for the side of FX, because that might be their hopes and the dreams in the tournament. You want to go ahead and call this a best of 1. What if TXT are able to hold them on Sector A? Wormy's trying to make something happen. He's trying to go ahead and coordinate the troops. He marks one of the vehicles. He's like, hey, listen, guys, we've got to go ahead and take these things out. Also, a great adjustment from the side of FX. They know the vehicles are going to start to come into play, so I see a couple of operators off in the distance switch over those engineering roles. but they have found not a lot of damage onto the tank, but also at the same exact time have done some damage to the lob, but it's not going to be enough. It's still going to be alive. The engineers are going to go ahead and repair that thing. And now TXD.
There's nobody. There's not a single FX player alive right now. All of these revives are going to drop these tickets. They've got 1 to 2 more coordinated pushes before they're already, I mean, they already are in dire straits. Down in vehicles, huge vehicle advantage. This is probably Ultra Road. That was the play. It was nearly perfect, but TXD, perfection of timing to be able to get there in time, put a vehicle on the point, destroy the AAV, and outnumber their opponents. It was so close. I think if FX get this A sector, this game could have changed. They could have gotten more vehicles down. They could have actually played the game. But now they're down in numbers, they're down in tickets, they're down in vehicles, and these vehicles aren't going to land. We know how cracked works. There is no room for error. There is no room to go down in vehicle numbers early on cracked. Whoever gets momentum early will win the game, and we're going to end it right here on A. As much as I'm an FX fan, I see no way that they can capture this sector.
The one thing that FX has taunted throughout their success is how fast, how quickly they have been able to do things. An average attack time, regionally speaking, of less than 10 minutes. The one thing that I would have loved to have seen from them when they had both vehicles a big advantage was to descend it, but the AAV, it took so long before it jumped on the sector itself that they allowed TXD to kind of get back, right? Kind of close that window, and the window is pretty much shut, especially when you take a look at the landscape here for the side of TXD. 3 vehicles available. FX are still trying to make something happen. The engineers are now active, and so is the AAV from the side of FX. Can they make a push over here on the right side? Can they take out some of the vehicles? That's going to be the only way they can bounce back here on crack.
FX have a lot of passion, but I don't think passion is going to save them in a moment like this. TXD is too polished, too timely, too coordinated. And who knows, man? I mean, you consider what FX has been able to do in this competition. They were able to take down RBN, but against LT, a polished team, they were just a hair too slow on some of their plays, and yet again get punished for being just a hair too slow. I mean, it's not often in Warfare you can quantify something in a matter of seconds because it's such a macro game, it's such a macro game mode. But that really was a matter of, what, 2 seconds difference? If they make that move 2 seconds earlier, I think they capture Sector A, and it's a totally different game. Wormy, yes, has an AAV. It will not last for long. TXD are too good for that. Immediately are paying attention to where he's at and how can they take it down, or at the very least, force him from being able to play the game. He will go repair himself while the rest of FX try to figure out how are we going to get to the point without getting mowed down. Not only the infantry defensive line they've set up in the buildings and on the rooftops that have some heavies they can play on, but also just through the firepower of these tanks from distance. That's such a punishing landscape. The A sector is tough and easy at times, but in a coordinated effort, it is extremely difficult. I've said it now a couple times, it's worth remembering. The room for error, the margin for error for a 20-team roster is so incredibly thin on a map like Crack.
It's going to be the third assault vehicle kind of left out in the distance for the side of FX. They're not really interested in playing around that. Again, it doesn't necessarily find a lot of value, but in a situation like this, it might help kind of distract some of the vehicles, kind of get a beacon down on the point, but that's exactly what they might end up playing for right here, as we do see one of the members kind of jump into that assault vehicle. Look for them to kind of do a full send play onto the point. If this thing can even make it off spawn and find some cover to go ahead and get the repairs in. And it looks like the whole side of FX is actually swarming around the idea of pushing with this AAV. They're trying to call in the vehicles, trying to call in the Lav, but Winter is going to be getting the credit over there. Take a look at the left side of your screen, all the way off towards the rock. They're trying to go ahead and send some of the strike squads as well to potentially destroy some of these vehicles, but I'm not entirely sure if I see enough engineers. Oh my gosh.
He's dancing on him, man.
Yeah, look at this. He's just going to use the wheels instead. Fine, I'll just run him over.
That's hilarious.
The shots aren't landed, just use the wheels, man.
That is hilarious. FX trying to stabilize here, and I think the play call right now that Wormy's telling the team with a bit of a smirk on his face is back up, we have to group up, and then I think you put your head down, throw a ton of smokes, and just full send through the middle, and hope and pray that some of your players can make it indoors. But even still, listen, I told you before, it feels like a best of one. It feels like this is the map, this is the round that you had to win to have a chance in a matchup. Against a behemoth, one of the best teams in the game, TXT, is the winner of DFIW 2025 in Vietnam. Unbelievable road to get there. This time around, they lose to RRQ in the first round and are having to battle away from the lower bracket. It doesn't negate the fact that they are one of the best teams here, and they're showcasing exactly why. A near perfect defense on A, and clutch and icing up in a moment where A would have fallen. They were able to sneak their way in just a bit of time, and that's what makes a good team.
Not a lot of room for mistakes when you're up against a team like TXT. Did FX make any mistakes? We'll leave that up to you guys' discretion at home. Obviously, we can talk about the timings, the failure to go ahead and press the advantage when they had it. Now, their backs are going to be up against the wall. We've seen some crazy things during this competition. 30 tickets, and they potentially make one last final push towards the sector to keep their dreams and hopes alive. On the side of Cracked, again, this has kind of been the same thing. This assault vehicle is going to continuously get blown up as that static spawn kind of comes in for the side of the attack. They're not necessarily interested in using it. What could be the difference maker if it's not going to be the assault vehicle, if it's not going to be Wormy in the AAV? Individually speaking, can anybody find an incredible amount of value with boots on the ground? I mean, Muzz, yeah, you're doing great with 20 kills, but I'm pretty sure when you tune into NTPP just a second ago, I didn't get the exact number because we were only on his POV for about a half a second, but I think it said 30 something. So the individual skill, we're calling on it from the side of FX, but it's just being answered way too easily by the side of TXT. And take a look at this, they're finally finding their way towards the point. They're trying to make something happen, but the vehicles are just shutting them down instantly.
Yeah, I mean, the score is nearly double, if not exactly double, from the defense over the offense. You can even see it in regards to the amount of artillery barrages that each side can call in. Both will call one in now. Both will try to fully invest here and win here. Wormy calls in the artillery barrage and marks the vehicle for death. We'll see if that vehicle goes down. It is the Lob that has been marked for death, and they are full sending to the point. We got some bodies that are getting close. At the very least, we will put this thing into the neutral zone, or try to. But what does the defense do when the attackers finally find its momentum? They send the house. Oak on the point with the tank. Assault vehicle with Nail on the point. Lob close by, half health, basically shelling the point from right up on high. This is the only push that the attackers had left in their inventory. And with an urgent redeployment, the defense is full sending right here, right now. They want to win right this second. No last second captures, no momentum shifts, no score for you. This is a TXD shutout of FX, who unfortunately had one chance to make their way through the A sector. And the perfect timing of the TXD push, the perfect timing of TXD getting their first vehicles was the difference maker. They find a couple individuals that have 20+ kills on the FX side, but it didn't yield hardly anything as Romania finishes the job with the cherry on top. AT4 to take down Randy and boom. Bye-bye AAV and bye-bye FX in the first round for our second match of the day.
FX got pretty much everything they wanted. They got the map with Crack. They got the attack side in the first round. That's what me and Goj wanted as well. We're fans of them. We've watched them play regionally. We've casted over them regionally. We know how good they could do, but we also know how good TXD are. If anything was going to happen, it had to happen there.
Brutal. Brutal way to kick off this matchup, and you can see it in their faces. Just frustration, frankly. A little bit of, now what? What could we have done differently? And I haven't said this once in this entire show. We talked a little bit about one of the weaknesses of the team, or one of the things that they overcome often, one of the hurdles they've had to overcome, which is the language barrier. They have a team that's split in half, speaking different languages, and they've got a bilingual player that is the squad leader of each of these teams. It is a small hurdle, but it's one that could cost them a couple seconds in communication plays of when they make the move. It's a difficult thing to overcome, and it might have been the difference on them capping A or not, but a quick look at the stats, and I mean, no surprise to see NTPP and Syndrak 47 and 46 respectively. That is unreal. On a Sector A cracked game, that is an unbelievable stat line. They could have been, I guarantee NTPP was quadruple top.
Especially on the back foot of efforts of his squad mates. And I'm happy that we actually got to see it highlighted there, right? Poco finding an incredible amount of revives. We needed more of an individual effort from the side of FX. Leo has kind of been showing up, showing out over the past couple of days. Picks up 24, is going to be leading the pack there for the side of FX. Muzz was also trying on that recon class, Mini 14 at work. Probably the lowest we have ever seen Wormy, by the way, in terms of score. Just being shut down. He was trying to make things happen with the bow earlier on. He tried to hop into the AAV. He tried to make the calls. He tried to make the marks happen on some of the vehicles, but nothing ended up happening. And I mean, listen, they were very, very close. They knew what they needed to wait for. They tried to make something happen with all the vehicles kind of spawning, but TXT just had such a good response.
Yep. I totally agree, man. Listen, big shout out to Meg, Aladdin picking up 59 60 revives as well for this roster. And like you mentioned, Leo, top fragger for the team, again on a loss, picking up 24 kills on a game that ends on Sector A on crack. Still an impressive stat line. Leo is a very strong player in fragging, but unfortunately, even with a couple heroes on the FX side, it was not enough. Looking back on the highlights, I'm excited to see that moment where they did get the push onto A, where they were able to push up and actually start chunking away this zone and putting it into a position where they almost moved on to the B sector, because that was the one play that worked. Everything else, the first play, the second play, playing high side didn't work because NTPP went viral on map. Playing low side didn't work because TXT was ready for it and they had guns all looking that direction. It's a very tough play to go low side here just because you can get shot from so many different angles. But then finally, look at it. Perfect timing. They're all here. They got AAV, but the perfect timing from TXT. They get their lob, they get their tank, and they come flying in. Again, Crack is a totally different animal because you don't start with vehicles, but it's also Victory Unite. You do get vehicles eventually, and you can call in vehicles of your own based on the score that you're able to earn. So TXT did a great job to get these vehicles in time, sneak into the point, and be able to stop the one and only push that could have changed the momentum of the game. You get Sector A there, things start to open up for you on Sector B, but then when you lose the vehicle game, you're down in numbers. Not a single vehicle is going to land for FX. There's just about nothing you can do. I said it 5 times, I'll probably say it another 5 times. Some of these other maps, you can get away with a couple mistakes. There is zero room for error on Cracked. The team that gets the momentum first will win the game.
And that was actually closer than I thought it was. I mean, you called it. You said it was down to like 1-2 seconds. I was like, was it really?
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at the replay right there. Yeah, it was like 90% of the way captured. Literally 2 more seconds. And FX would have captured Sector A, and we could have been having a completely different conversation right now, but TXT played it perfectly. And I'm not going to lie, watching back some of those highlights, coming into this matchup, we talked about the success that FX was able to find on a map like Crack. And we actually specifically talked about their approach to Sector A. And it was on the back foot of that assault vehicle. TXT had a great adjustment. They actually had a full squad of engineers already at the initial start of the match. So they were actually fully prepared to take out the initial assault vehicle that spawns. That being said, the best squad for the side of TXT, once again, Whistly's being featured. Winter, again, I saw his name kind of pop up in some of those vehicle destructions. ATX and KPZ are part of the squad as well. There's pretty much kills across the board. And a couple of medics in Whistly and ATX, which again, huge to have members on your entire roster that can put up an incredible amount of rescues and kills simultaneously.
Well, and I think it's something that oftentimes goes under the radar, at least for the viewer or for us as commentators. We don't have time to shout it out in-game. But the medics on the defensive side are nearly as important as the attacking side, especially in a zone like A on Cracked, because you saw what NTPP was able to do on the flank with his squad. But when you make that one move, Poco's play was huge. Now, NTPP, of course, earning the MVP. So to continue the point, when you go on a flank like that and make a huge play, you can find impact of getting a 1v multiple kills, right? You can get a 1v3, a 1v4, but if you get cut down, all that momentum is gone. The attackers will respawn and do it again. If you have medics with you, continually picking you up over and over and over again, maintaining that flank hold meant that the attackers could not swing to the right of Sector A the entire game. Medics are incredibly important on both sides, and the medics on this side kept this man alive, and when he's alive, he's slaying the lobby out.
Yeah, absolutely. Scary stuff there. It's awesome to kind of see. I mean, we do put a lot of pressure on some of these players when we do take a look at the roster. We're like, yeah, that's their star player. NTP, that's their star player. And every single time they perform, man, they continuously find themselves up towards the top. And it's impressive.
It's a role player thing, man. They've got their Slayers, and their Slayers do their job.
Absolutely. And role player thing as well. You know, I'm happy that it got highlighted right there. NTPP, yeah, he's the star player. He's the one finding all the kills, but not without the support of some of his squad, not without the support of some of his team members. So great to see that it's all kind of falling into place for the side of TXD. I feel like it's important for us to turn our attention to what is obvious now. FX, their backs are up against the wall. This is a best of 3. They've already lost one of the rounds. They're going to a side that they have historically been a little bit weaker on. They're going on to the defense. What do they need to do to stop a team like TXD from taking them down on a map like Cracked?
Listen, I will say it 10 more times. It's momentum. They have to cut the momentum early. You know what TXD is going to do. They're going to fly at you off rip and punch you in the mouth, and you've got to be prepared to punch back. I think the biggest thing is reading. Hopefully you've read a little bit of their playbook. Hopefully you've watched their VODs and figured out what's their initial push, or you can at least read it out quick enough and relay it to your team quick enough to answer in kind. If they full send, you've got a full send too, and you better come out on top, because whoever gets that early capture likely will win the game. I think if I'm FX, I got to play, well, their back is against the wall, so that's the only thing you can play like is a caged animal back against the wall. You got to fight for your life in this tournament right here, right now. If I can give a pep talk to the boys, I think it's just play with confidence. A lot of times when you lose out in some of these gunfights against a guy like NTPP or wherever it is, it can cut all your momentum. You can be like, dang, how did I miss those shots? How did I do this? How did I do that? Shut up the back of your brain, shut up the devil on your shoulder, and you better ball out. Go be the hero. We need some hero-level players from a lot of these players. I don't care if we've said your name 50 times or we've said your name once from this FX roster. You better step up. Time to play.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're talking about those little nuances, right? Those little mistakes you can be making. One of those biggest ideas that's going to be in the back of brains. Can they shut it out? The fact that they just lost, man, you're kind of talking about momentum. They pretty much have none right now. They made nothing really happen on the attacking side right there. They know as well, if we know it up here, they know as well that the attacking side is their better side. So yeah, a lot to do obviously in the game itself, but a lot to do outside of it as well, right? Mentally speaking for the side of FX. Obviously, once we start to gear up and get ready to go into the game just a couple of minutes away, we'll kind of have those camera shots of the players, and it'll be interesting to see what their faces are looking like, what emotions they're showing.
I need somebody to stand up right now and start screaming, all right? Let's get loud, all right? Let's get active. But let's talk a little bit more about TXD. We need to hype up this roster even more. We did a ton of that earlier because they crushed their competition in their last matchup. Now against FX is looking like a lot of the same. This is the TXD that we saw in Vietnam about 6 months ago. This is the former champion. This is the team defending their crown, and they certainly look like it right now. They're all gas, no brakes, everything working efficiently, a very fluid machine. It doesn't care how many cylinders it is. If it's working fluidly and they don't need extra oil, they're going to be feeling very, very comfortable going into this next game. The only stumbling block that could be in their way is getting a little too confident, making too aggressive plays, but that's not the TXD I know. This is a very consistent team, and I'm expecting, as much as my predictions are saying FX, I'm expecting TXD to close things out here in pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, all of our top teams have done such a good job when they are kind of pressing the advantage. They never really overextend. I mean, we've seen, I think, even over the course of the competition entirely over the past couple of days, I've seen like maybe like 2 or 3 overextends. One of them was on actually Cyclone today when we did see the boat kind of overextend itself. But all of these teams actually do such a good job of not pressing the advantage, not getting too hypey, as you could say, right? Not feeling too confident, wanting to go for more kills.
Yeah.
Which is scary.
It is scary.
Because that means they don't make mistakes. And if they're not making mistakes and they just beat you that dominantly, then they're probably going to do it again.
I agree. I think it's going to be a tough one to crawl out of. We said it might have been, or feels like a best of 1, and that best of 1 is long gone now. It is now a best of 3, and FX have to win. A couple quick shouts, by the way. I've been paying attention to the chat. You guys know I always do, Twitch chat in particular. And I want to shout out a couple of our subs that haven't seen the Battlefield yet. Locale, RDG, not on the Battlefield, and Waterfloss as well. Big shout out to Waterfloss. Actually, chat was asking Waterfloss to join the battle, and Waterfloss said, sorry, I can't. All my peripherals I've loaned out to the team. The team's using all my stuff. So Waterfloss is cheering on from the chat and in the stands, I'm sure. Big shout out to the whole team. This is a team effort for FX. The fact that you're here is really, really dang cool, representing the Americas region, especially still in the competition here on day 3. But to stay in the competition, gotta win on defense against the former champions here on Cracked. Looking a little nervous, looking excited, somewhere in between. Let's see what TXD can do. Certainly not nervous over here, but FX, what about them?
Both of these teams are trying to keep something alive. FX trying to keep it alive for the Americas region. TXD trying to keep it alive for the back-to-back. How incredible would that be? We're still a long ways away from that conversation. But they have a very good start. Initially knocked down to the losers bracket after losing RRQ. They bounced back yesterday, showed us what they're capable of with a 2-0. And now jumping over to Cracked, man, they have shown us once again, they have reminded us why they are champions. They won the first round. One more round to put themselves in the losers finals up against a team like HAN. That's going to be a tough matchup if they can make it there for either one of these teams. Stay tuned for that one. But we do got to close things out here. Like you were mentioning, it feels like it's done and dusted. We called it a best of 1. That one has now been lost, and I wanted to see the emotions, right? How are the side of FX feeling?
Here we go.
Not too good, I'll be honest.
10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. TXD going to be red in the attacking side, and FX green on the defensive side. No vehicles for either team to start things off. All smirk, all smile for Mr. Wormy. See him lock in and surprise everyone. A chance to surprise the former champions right here, right now. If TXD capture A, it is not over. TXD have to win the map. They have to capture every single sector, finish things up on C for them to be called the champions of this matchup. And for FX, they just got to hold the line somewhere. It looks like FX have elected to swing over to the high ground on the left-hand side of this A sector. Take some shots up at the top. You can see their setup, I guess technically right of our map view. See their setup here and what they're prioritizing. Here's the problem. With everybody up on the far right-hand side, nobody's on the point, and already the attackers, what do they do? Like I said, what's their play? Full send, full tilt. Guess what? We got a lot more red on the point than we have green.
A play that we have seen before. They're trying to get as many bodies on the point as they possibly can. But this is going to put FX back up against the wall, obviously in the entire match, but on the sector itself, because now they are the ones that kind of have to flood into the sector they should have control over, immediately speaking. But TXD just take it to the house. They're running them down. They're pushing the line back. Take a look at Sector A. Take a look at their surrounding area of Sector A. I don't see anybody for the side of FX.
Great play from TXD, a great read on what FX wanted to do. Pretty classic strategies. Again, we've seen most of the meta in general of like what types of plays you can make on Crack. FX goes for a pretty classic strategy, play high ground. TXD reads it immediately. The counterplay, full send down lane with smoke, force them off height, not even by killing them, but by saying, get to the point and get to the point right this second. And unfortunately, they didn't get there fast enough. A goes down in the blink of an eye. Time to hold on B1 or B2. See what they can do.
Sector A not working in any regard for the side of FX. But in this specific matchup, FX versus TXD, this is going to be the first time we're going over Sector B. Introduce those vehicles into the competition. Maybe that's where FX will find themselves a little bit of a nudge up over the side of TXD. Let's see what they can do when the vehicles start to join the fray. And talking about joining the fray, look at this momentum for the side of TXD. That steam rolling train has not stopped. They ran directly onto Sector A. They captured it quickly. And now they're keeping it going towards B1 and looking to capture this very, very quickly as well. And a giant flank from the side of NTPP. The angles are what make the difference. Like this. He's trying to hit all the shots, but there's so many targets. Who does he choose?
And this is an interesting play, right? You can't really just sack B1 for free because it gives this TXD roster so much momentum. But also, if you invest everybody on B1 and you lose just about everybody with hardly anything to show for it, B2 is so much easier for this attack to capture. They're going to cap both at the same time because where are the defenders? They're on respawn timer, and they don't have an urgent redeployment to utilize. This is another great play from TXD, and again, I feel like a small misstep from FX to full invest, head against another head, bang out on B1 for you to not be able to even contest and take back this B2 sector. TXD trying to take both at the same time. They're not going to be able to completely. They're going to force FX way back on their heels, and here come the attacking TXD roster. They've set up their footholds, they've set up their base on B1, and here comes the push. And the only thing that could save them is Siren in a tank potentially on the off angle, catching some of these people in transition. They know he's here, so where do they go? To the opposite angle, the opposite road.
A lot of responsibility in the hands of a man like Siren. He sure can make it happen, but he's got to play carefully. He's got to play perfectly against a team like TXD, because if he makes any little of a misstep, FX will lose that tank, which they desperately need if they're going to have any chance to not only defend B2, but also pretty much defend for the rest of the map. As TXD look to approach from multiple different angles. We've seen multiple teams throughout this competition kind of try to play these flanks. And that's exactly what they're doing. And big res is here for the side of TXD as well. A big flood towards the point. They've just got more bodies on the point right now because FX cannot make their way in.
Listen, I'll challenge you all with our split kill feed here. Pay attention to the left side, then look at the right side. Left side's moving a lot faster than the right. At least it was in this most recent push. Urgent redeployment from the defensive side. They finally earned enough, and Wormy says, yeah, the pressure's on. Let's utilize it right this second. That means our respawn timers that the commander are able to reduce are nearly instantaneous. You're going to see a lot more green rushing the point here in just a moment as they die, respawn. There they are, all popping up behind the tank and sprinting towards the point. This may save them for a moment. It may stop this first push over to B2, but you won't have it for the next one, and I'm worried that they desperately need it right now, and Siren now is in trouble. NTPP and AXII are pushing the break, trying to take them down smartly, and able to cut them all down. Is able to stay alive for a moment, but a couple missiles over the top. Luru keeping them weak. These engineers are fighting for their lives right now. They're all down. There they go. A great play from TXD, and now you had hope in FX. That's likely that.
A very rare final blow coming out from the triple blast of the D-Wolf there. NTPP making things happen on both ends of the spectrum. Great work there. A two-pronged attack from the side of TXD. They were putting so much pressure on the point of B2 with some of their members there, while simultaneously attacking the tank. The side of FX, they didn't know what to defend. Do we defend B2? Do we defend the tank? They gave up the tank. It was like a sacrificial lamb. Yeah, sure, you defended B2, but now what are you going to do when we go over to Sector C because TXD have pressed the advantage. They destroy the tank. Now, nothing stopping them from just walking onto the point. Nobody from the side of FX has even pretty much crossed that white line down the center of the screen. They're all in their spawn. How are they going to get back to the point? I can tell you right now, Goose, they're not going to get back. They're going to have to defend. They're going to have to defend Sector C against a TXD that is going to have the advantage in terms of the vehicles and 180 tickets available.
We need a generational hold from FX to make this a competitive matchup. We knew it would likely be a 2-0. FX had an opportunity in the first round, but in the defensive side, nothing is going their way as well. Really well executed from TXD to get that vehicle down and immediately capitalize on the advantage. Without the tank on the FX side, there's little to no way they're going to be able to hold a full C sector. Here comes an armored, or sorry, just an assault vehicle landing on the ground. It's going to take a decent amount of damage. Should actually land. But again, you really wanted that to be a tank destroyer. You wanted that to be the attacking side. Oh gosh, they get even more. My bad. I was trying to hype something up for FX.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention, interesting to see TXT invest some score into the assault vehicle. Not something that we see often, so keep a close eye on that, how they're going to use that. And keep a close eye on FX, because I'm wondering right now what they're doing. TXT pretty much just walked on the C1, and it feels like they have felt no resistance so far. So FX have to be gearing for something if you're going to give TXD this much space. Every single time we switch POVs, it doesn't even matter who it is. Whistly, a guy that's playing Stinger, popping off as well. You're testing NTPP in terms of total kills. In fact, coming out on top of that one by a couple.
Whistly's quadruple positive, bro. He's 21-5. I mean, talk about dominant performance. My Hopium is getting my casting skills all over the place. I was seeing red and thinking FX. Yeah, a lot of vehicles, 2 vehicles for the side of FX. I think they call the assault vehicle in there just because you can utilize it for some of these rotations. C1, C2, put a respawn beacon, vehicle respawn beacon on the backside, maybe a C2, throw some smokes down with it to allow you to cross. But a nice retake here from FX, a glimmer of hope. Not a free C1. Nice retake here, and a nice commit, honestly, from FX. That's a scary commit, because if that doesn't work somehow, C2 probably falls as well. So invested 2 full squads to retake over on C1. Winner of the last remaining attack over there. So what do the attackers do? They try to swing over to C2 to see how well it's guarded. And so far, they're FX winning that gunfight as well. So nice play. Problem is, vehicles are going to start getting active. Assault vehicle coming into the backside of C1 right now, trying to make a difference. There's only one tank that can shoot. No, again, I'm trying, man. That's another tank for the attackers. Golly, I'm all over the place.
Dude wants everything so desperately to beat FX. Please tell me that's FX's tank. Please tell me that's FX's love.
Are you out of your mind?
Nope.
It's red.
It's all TXD, man. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. Nothing available to use from the side of FX. By the way, that absolutely clean flush that came out from the side of FX towards the C1 point. We take a look back at it, 30 seconds later, TXD have answered back, which is impressive because we just saw how many members of TXD were all the way in the back of the map waiting for vehicles to respawn, and you guys are still pressing back. You guys are just too good, man. Make it stop.
Yeah, I mean, 4 vehicles now means they can actually stack some of these vehicles by getting extremely aggressive with them on C2. They're okay losing 1, maybe even 2 for the sake of winning the round. Even if they don't work, even if those 2 vehicles go down, well, of course we know the defense won't get any of their vehicles. That tank destroyer will never see the light of day. Neither will the next one or the next one or the next one. It's 4 vehicles to 0, 3 of which can actually shoot up at these flying in vehicles, the called in vehicles of FX. This is called pressing your advantage correctly. You have to play this aggressive with your vehicle. You have to continue to shoot down anything falling out of the sky, which of course they will. TXD is too pristine. They're too calculated to make a mistake of allowing a tank destroyer to hit the ground. If there's one strength of FX that we haven't seen in this cracked matchup, it's their ability to make a huge difference with very little, with a tank destroyer in their hands, with Randy Savage and boom, running around with the tank destroyer. Things could get a little mixy, but that certainly will not happen when the defense is pinned to C2 and it's 4 vehicles to 0.
I think it's fun to hear the tank from the side of TXD. Dasyala was trying to get up on top of the vehicles. Just completely gave up, by the way. He's in a completely different position now, so not finding the finesse required to go ahead and jump up on top of the rooftop. So we're not going to be seeing a tank up there. Just going to go ahead and play from the ground. And remember, one of the biggest things about the advantage here for the side is making sure that you keep one of those tanks that you have gained in terms of an advantage all the way in the back of the map, so that way you constantly have an angle on some of those vehicles kind of floating down. So it is kind of nullified. It doesn't necessarily find a lot of value in terms of finding kills, but obviously it's still one of the most important things on the map. Now Wormy is actually going to start to feel the pressure and call in what kind of feels like a little bit of a random urgent redeployment. If you do take a look at the C2 sector, there's only like 2 members from the side of TXD actually pressing it.
Well, they are doing it because a lot of folks are dying outside of C2 and they're trying to retake C1. Look at this big push here from the green side of FX. They wanted bodies to die, respawn, and come over to C1 to trade points. You felt pressure on C2. Here's the problem. When you got vehicle advantage, again, you send the vehicles to one point, the infantry to the other. TXD, they wrote the playbook, man, and they are executing it flawlessly. Boom might trade out an assault vehicle, but that's the one vehicle they don't really care all that much about in comparison to a thing like a lot, thing like a tank, thing like blow you up and take you home packing. This is brutal to watch. I like the idea. They tried to make a nice trade. It did force FX, or it did force TXD rather, to actually address C1 with their vehicles, which maybe was enough breathing room to keep control over C2. So we'll call it a successful play, but more score invested.
Probably about the third time we've seen Suniva over the course of the past couple of days. And I feel like this is actually probably one of the best use case scenarios is actually going to be on C1, and Toxie's playing it very, very well. And keeping some of the members of TXD at bay. Let's go ahead and take a step back and address kind of what's going on. 126 tickets actually available for TXD, and FX have full control of C1 and C2, so this kind of feels like a full reset. Or if FX are able to pretty much do what they just did over the past like 10 minutes since we've been on Sector C 2 more times and dwindle down TXD by 60 tickets and not really lose anything, they might actually defend this one. A little bit of hopium, but did I help you out there?
Listen, man, I had too much hopium. I'm calling vehicles by the wrong team. I have so much hopium, okay? I'm only biased for a moment, and I agree. I mean, this is a solid defensive setup. I think a couple things are happening right now. I think TXD, as expected, are not making a ton of mistakes. They're not getting that aggressive. I said they could be willing to sacrifice two vehicles in order to secure this game, but they're not willing to do that. They want to slow roll through, slow push through, play as a unit, and make sure they take this in the most efficient way possible. They're not worried about 60 lives. They're worried about losing vehicles and then therefore losing their advantage. So they're taking it slow. They're relying on their infantry to start clearing the way, tanks coming in to shell the points, and if those vehicles take a bit of damage, they back way up, which is exactly what's happening. Look at that, AT4 to the face of the tank goes way back away from the point. They are not risking any of their vehicles yet because they don't have to. They have plenty of runway to work with. This is very textbook, very slow and patient, strategic gameplay from TXD, and this patient playstyle is working now. They take C1, should get this for free, and we'll see what FX is able to do in response.
They have actually successfully taken back C1 multiple times already in this specific round, so FX have done a great job at doing so. They're going to have to do it once more. We're actually able to prevent them from doing that, right? They know the goal for FX now that they've done it multiple times. It's going to be all about how they can respond.
ウルルが合わせてなんか投下してんのかああせっかく呼んだのに
And you gotta ask yourself the question, man, did we just stop
さあマーケットの攻防
vehicles at this point?
あ左に行こうとするとタンクに撃たれるんだおバトルタンク呼んだもうちょい
Yeah, I mean, there's like timers based on when you can utilize stuff. No, there's no chance.
Dude, really, they made me believe for a half a second. It looked like it was gonna land.
Dude, you know, like there's like 6 Allura rockets in the air that aren't even gonna land on the vehicle because it died before they get there. TXD are too clean for that. C1 was marked to capture here and hold by the attacking side TXD, so they will, if they are able to hold this for another 60 seconds, they will earn some extra score, which they could utilize for a lot of different things, but we've got a lot of artillery barrages that could land on C2 for what could be their final push. Look at where the defense is actually set up. They're not set up on C2. They're set up over there on the far right-hand side of the map. They're looking to retake C1 here. They've got NTPP playing aggro on C2, while the rest of the team is holding C1. This is a fantastic read from the attacking team.
なんかまた車両出したな。これウルルが左から右へ流れていったぞ。
While that big fight's going on, they're taking C2. I like this play a lot, and now we're relying on Rasta, Siren, Muzz to somehow, some way still take C1 even through the onslaught of the defense. Now with the redeployment, sorry, not urgently, but just everybody respawning, everybody swarms the point onto C2, and they've got to win this battle. It's going to be a tough one. There's the redeployment I was expecting to keep them alive in this game. They're holding. TXD's down 80 lives. the Hopium becomes true hope. It is still possible. Even with C2 in neutral zone and C1 in the hands of the attackers, they are holding the line just barely, but barely could be enough. They got to keep winning these gunfights, and they cannot let the revives go off. Revives to come through, and C2 still in the neutral zone.
Could be a big opportunity for TXT to send one of these vehicles over to C2 point. I feel like a lot of the team members should be kind of calling out, hey, listen, we're making a lot of stuff happen over here on the C2 point. We're getting so many kills, we're getting so many revives. And as the urgent redeployment kind of runs out right now would be the exact time that FX would probably be at its weakest. That being said, if you take a look at the C2 point, there are so many green members. They've done a great job of defending that. It was kind of on the back foot of them playing that type of gameplay, like we said, towards C1. Forces a couple of vehicles to make its way over here. Forces over here. But now the TXT onslaught looks like it's coming in. We're doing a multiple pronged attack. Down the members of FX.
These vehicles are finding so much value. Missiles through doorways. The revive battle continues, and finally TXT are winning it. Now if you're FX, what do? Artillery barrage C2 and pray that you can retake? Or do you try to go back to C1 and yet again stall this thing out? It looks like TXT is expecting it. They got a couple players over here and a tank holding the line. Guess who it is on the flank? It's going to be WAG, it's going to be Siren, it's going to be Meg. This is the strike team trying to make a big play on the C1. But problem, yes, assault vehicle down. Problem, tank is the issue. If this tank could fall, FX could retake here. FX could make a big play, but the tank will stay alive, and the tank will continue to find a ton of value. And guess what TXT wants to do? They want to close it out right here. No more games. C2 is ours. Guided missile on your forehead. TXT about to win this game in this match right here. We need a miracle from FX. And right now, the only miracle we have is Leo alive on the point. But guess who eats the missile? It is Leo. That is probably GG.
I don't know, there's a big flood coming in from the side of FX towards the C1 point because of what Leo was able to do, capturing a little bit of C1. He's given FX a little bit of a breath of fresh air, an opportunity to maybe find some more members onto this point. They got to take care of this tank right now. It's 50% HP, and they find a couple of more engineers to go ahead and invest some of the rockets towards the tank. This will be a big swing of things, but now Oak's kind of called back to help with the defense of C1. But take a look at how many members of TXT have actually been forced to be called back over towards C1. Now FX is going to play tug of war perfectly. They're going to start to capture C2 once more. But C1 is actually still in the hands of FX.
でもね、C2 のミサイルの応酬で耐えるみたいな。まだその方が望みはありますね。
Unbelievable effort, frankly. 90 lives for the attackers just on the C sector.
手法2回入れるのミスりましたぐらいじゃない。
There's Zin, there's WAG, there's Boom, there's Randy. Aladdin, a medic over here trying to pick his teammates up. He gets cut down with shots in the back from Whistly. That's going to be GG's, folks. C1 is falling. It's not on our screen for a reason. Team respawn. Everybody trying to get back into the map, but they're on timer. There's hardly a green body on this map. And unfortunately, FX will be sent home from TXT, not without a fight. Not without a fight on C sector, but it was TXT in complete control, start to finish on the attack, start to finish on the defense. Your former champions remain in the competition as a top dog and send FX packing.
よく耐えましたね、本当。
There wasn't even a smirk from the side of TXT, I'll be honest. Stone cold serious, straight faces. I think our cameras gave us a look at like 8 members as they were getting up from the desk right now.
いや、やばい戦いだったな。
And by how they were reacting, this is exactly what they were expecting. Maybe even a little bit disappointed that it took so long on the season. I mean, FX doing a great job of trying a different approach, C1, C2, back and forth. Odds were against them. They got them down all the way to 90 tickets. I said it looked potentially possible at 120 tickets because they had C1 and C2 fully in their control, but TXT, they took a little bit of time to reset. Different approach.
そうですね、さすがにお互いのチームのね、選手の疲れもあるから。
Who other than their commander, who's been leading them for so long now. TXD continue on. And now, I guess there's only one more thing to talk about, only one more match that stands in front of them. Waiting in the wings.
そうですね。FX のいたところに
HAN.
ハンが入ればいいか
Listen,
ですね。
FX put up a great fight, and big congrats to Wormy and the whole team for making it to this stage, crushing it in the regional qualifiers to get here and represent Americas for the first time at DFIW. A great team, still a lot more to learn and a lot more to prove, but still they find themselves tied, I believe, for 5th as they exit the competition. And folks, we are down to half of our starting team number. We are down to 4 teams left. And we will finish the day with only 3 alive with 2 more days of competition. Great job from FX, but TXD was the better team and remains the better team. Former champions alive in the competition, making it to at least top 4 in 2026. A fun one, frankly. Listen, there were moments of hope. There's no question about it. I just think TXD was way too smooth. Let's take a look at their stat lines. And, of course, Romania at the top as a commander, making great calls, great executed plays. And Whistly, another banger from the kid. 42 total kills and 32 revives with medics, actually. Right behind him, 55 revives.
NTPP does take it, 46 kills there. Great out, must have been kind of taken out in the last moments of the match. So great effort there. Winter also picked up 39 as well. Just so many people across the board for TXD, kind of approaching that 40 kill mark. Taking a look over towards FX, man. I don't know what Leo had for breakfast yesterday, what he had for breakfast today, but we were seeing a different Leo.
そうですね。
On the side of FX, he was trying to make something happen. 32.
A 30-kill game when your team's down that much is really impressive stuff. And again, I think Leo is a different leader for this roster. There's plenty of players we want to shout out before they exit. I've been highlighting this WAG roster Mega, and now Zinsir joining them. That squad team is a huge difference maker for the team as the strike force that goes out and makes big plays. And I think unfortunately that time around, they weren't able to make a ton of big plays, and maybe was the difference between them winning and losing. But here's a look back on that map, the highlights that we saw on it. It started with, well, TXD just kind of rolling over FX to A and immediately into B, nearly capturing both at the same time. And then we got to C, and we thought it was going to be just another steamroll, and the snowball was going to keep rolling down the hill until it was a giant snowman or beyond. But
手袋にも磁石ついてて、
they put up a good fight, and they did a very good job of playing tug of war on this 2-zone sector.
Yeah, played it very, very well. Managed the urgent deployment, they managed their artillery barrages, they kind of managed where their squads were going up until the very final moments, and we kind of called for it, man. Crack is a very tough map. Once you lose that initial vehicle economy, which by the way we saw NTP.
No way.
That was pretty much all she wrote. FX were trying to call in some vehicles to try to go ahead and help out the defensive side of things. But every single time it was like 4 or 5, maybe even like 6 vehicles that got destroyed throughout. They kind of just, gave up on it, kind of called for it. And like I mentioned, they were kind of playing it pretty perfectly. They did such a good job of flooding the appropriate zone when they needed to. I think TXD did a great job of making the adjustment that they needed to. You called it out. What they're basically going to do is send all of the vehicles to one of the zones. They sent 3 of their vehicles over to C1, and then all of the remaining boots on the ground onto C2.
すごいなんか爆音多すぎて、今のリプレイもなんか音バグみたいになってたな。バコバコバコバコ。
They weren't worried about their life totals because they go into sector 7 as lives, and so they don't have to full send off rip. They don't get too antsy. They don't scam. And I think honestly, as much as I was calling for them to full send, here's a look at the best squad, by the way. KPZ, Whistly, winners, ATX. This makes a ton of sense. I mean, look at winners at 39 as well. KPZ at 34. These guys are better in space for this roster. And well done. I think as much as I was calling for them to full
その後の
send,
ミ
I
サイ
think
ル
if
の
they full
音
sent,
アラートが
they
なくなるん
could
ですよ
have
ね、アラ
lost.
ーム
Because they
本も。
didn't, it was an
全部。
assured thing. It was just a
もう
matter
全部
of
だから、
time
もう
because they
敵
knew
の
they could
足
get the
音か
guided
ら
missiles. I mean, worst case scenario, if they stall out, if FX somehow had to stall out another
あれ
few items, so
なんか
put more guided
音が
missiles.
遠くなった
Not even
と。
exist anymore.
Yeah.
There is no
いや
more
ならないん
time
です
for
よ、
it.
ゾーンなんで。
You know, it was a matter of a time
Yeah,
thing. So it was a smart play from
Oh,
TFT, and that really shows the veterancy,
Yeah.
you know, players like this, but also just the team in
逆に
general.
なんか、
There we go.
Commander,
はい
well
いろんな
earned
裏取りが決まってまし
MVP
たね。
from Whistly though, 42 kills, 31 assists,
味
and
方が死んでることにすら
32
気づかない
rescues.
んで。
そうですね
Great
うわーとか
support
聞こえな
operator
いから
player and a great slayer too.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just a scary squad, especially when players on a 20-man roster
そういう場
start to
面
kind
は
of come out of the woodworks and
で
prove
も
to
思
us
い出
that
の
there
一つですね
is more
も
than
はや
just a couple of members on this team. Instead of being a couple,
今思えばとんでも
here's
なか
there's
った
a
なとは
handful that can kind of compete for those MVPs. Whistly
ねよくあれでや
was
っ
in
て
the
たな
limelight yesterday for
あ
us
の大
for
会1試合か
TXT.
2試合目は残語あったん
Continued
です
as
けど、
well
はいはいはい
throughout the day
残
here
語になった
on
時に
Cracked. Maybe it's
み
just
ん
the
な
map
あの
because
ヤ
it
バ
was
プレさん
cracked
が無理だ
yesterday
ろ
as well
っ
that
て
he
いうの
did
を
such
世
a
界
good job
他のチ
on
ーム
with
も
an
言い始めたん
MP7
で、
and
なるほど
running it
で
back
だから
today.
残
So
語やるやり
Whistly
たか
man
ったらや
might
っ
have
てもいい
found the
よみたい
loadout
な。
and the
なるほ
map
どな
that
る
he
ほど
loves
そ
to
こはちょっ
play
と
on.
融
Yeah,
通
he's
きか
cooking,
した
man.
んで
A
す
great team.
そう
But unfortunately,
Yeah,
they
but
are
then
gone.
you
It is
gotta
time to
keep
talk
it
about the
on.
next matchup here in just a little while, folks. We're going to head to a very short break. No
当然といえば
interview.
当
We
然
got
か
picks and bans all coming up. We'll tell you what's happening between HAN and TXT for a chance to be a top 3 team. Don't go anywhere.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal
34
responsibility.
分。
やっぱり。
じゃあしっかり休憩ですね
かなりいます。じゃあ一旦我々も
そうですね休憩もらいましょう
です。
ではまた後ほど
ではまた。
はーい、
一旦
また後で
失礼します
Thanks for staying patient, folks. We've got our last best of 3 of the day. My name's Coach Vivid. Been with you for the last 2.5 days at this point. Day 3 is almost done. Only 3 best of 3s today. 2 more teams have gone home, and we're about to send 1 more team packing. This is about to be a grudge match, man. We've seen a lot of sweeps, a lot of stomps. But this one, I think, is going to go the distance. Talk to me about how we got here. HAN versus TXT.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest storyline being that both these teams just played earlier today for TXT, but more recently for HAN. It's been a couple of hours for both these teams. They've been knocked down to the lower bracket. TXT, they lost to RRQ initially. For HAN, they lost to LT initially. Ever since, they have been undefeated. They have been stomping the competition, 2 zeros across the board. But I got to go ahead and mention, goes in the lower bracket, as far as that is concerned, I feel like both of these teams are about to face their biggest challenge. I myself am very torn on who I think is going to go ahead and win this best of 3.
I am too. I mean, we went back and forth during the break of which side we were going to choose. Again, whatever Vivid chose, I was going to go the opposite. So if my prediction doesn't come true, again, blame Vivid, not me. But let's take a look at our matches today. Again, like we said, they've been stomps, they've been sweeps. Unfortunately, HYD out of here. Unfortunately, FX also gone. 2 more teams fall, which means we're down to 4, about to be 3. HAN versus TXT for our last match of the day, folks. You win this, you're a top 3 team. We don't talk about it that often in this broadcast, is that there's pricing associated with this competition, and that pricing racks up the higher and higher we get into the placement. So keep that in mind. This matchup means a lot more than just getting to the next round. Quick look at the teams, though, because they're about to walk on stage, folks. Wansa, you know him, you love him, and certainly you know and love Hodu as well. Happy birthday to her, playing on that Commander roster. Miang, Jinmin. At this point, I think we can highlight almost every single individual on this HAN roster. They've been battling through the lower bracket, and they've come out better for it. Everything looking so dang clean. Already a difference maker. Chang G1, that whole roster under Johan, that squad has been one of the top squads, and has been an MVP squad almost every single time. And of course, can you even talk about HAN without mentioning Sarah Jin? Unbelievable solo, especially in the Heli Gunner. Talk to me about TXT, though.
I mean, Romina has been playing absolutely incredible. Nail 2G has been a pivotal point for this team. M and Y, I was seeing get active on the map of Cracked. But we know him, we love him. NTPP, pretty much the highlight for this team, constantly finding himself up towards the top of the leaderboard, especially when it comes down to the kill category. Somebody who's been joining him up there lately. It's been Whistly on the gunny as well, so take a look out for that guy. I mean, just keep going down the list for these guys. They're just so star-studded.
Can I add one more top Slayer?
Sure.
Syndrax with the bow.
Yeah, true.
Syndrax has been putting up pretty great numbers as well, whether you're a TXT fan or an HAN fan. The question is, are you a Cyclone fan, folks? I asked you what map you thought we'd be playing. For whatever reason, our randomizer is loving Cyclone to a unbelievable degree. We are back on Cyclone, back with the boats, and back with the jets. Quickly to the bans. Assault was banned by TXT, and Trainwreck was banned by HAN. Felt like a target ban. They hadn't banned Trainwreck before, so we find ourselves with a random map out of the remaining 6. It's Cyclone. Now, everybody catch the breath for a moment. The teams are about to walk on stage. I want to put up a couple quick things. With Cyclone being back to the mix, if you saw it, we do have Ghost rejoining their roster. HAN will have Ghost starting things off on roster because they are in the jet at RIP because they're starting attack. Ghost is going to be a difference maker. You think Ghost may be the difference maker to put HAN ahead. Looking at the caster predictions, HAN starting attack, Ghost starting in the jet. You got HAN. I've got TXT.
ストーバイがもつれ込んだらショートですね。
Juan stepping on the commander role goes. We've seen these guys dominant so far throughout. I mean, not to mention as well, we have seen the specific roster of HAN on Cyclone twice.
いや、臨界点とか見たかったけどな。
And 2 of the times have been Cyclone. They're going to be 3 for 4 on the same map, so they're just feeling comfortable. That being said, they have obviously lost LT on Cyclone as well, so maybe something to review there for TXT.
キャスターもノーウェイの次は何言ったんでしょうね。
That won't even be a big factor. I have not said matchups are going to go 2-1.
Is this real?
ですけどね。Predictions, but this is actually going to be one of those times I feel like pretty much play ends. I feel like we're going to see this one go to a second map.
I totally agree. I mean, we were going back and forth. I chose to go the other way. I said it in chat as well.
マイクに言いながら言ってますね。
TXT is not down FX. TXT is now my team, okay? I'm running TXT until they finish, okay? So as we take a look at TXT and what they're able to accomplish, I think when you look at them versus HAN, they're just as consistent, they have just as much star power, they have just enough of an ability to compete with a team like this on Cyclone. The one question mark about this team, and I'll spend a lot longer time on this probably after they walk in, the one question mark is where is Legacy?
そしてゴーストがまた A 地点を爆撃すると。
What's going on? They don't know. Legacy's not playing. Folks, we'll talk more about that when we come back because our players are ready to walk onto the stage.
角洲行动全面战场
まず入場からか。
Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. 有请 TXT 战队 Please welcome Team TXT. 我们就是 Tuxedo. We are Tuxedo.
あ、そうか、トキシドが向かって左でやってたからトキシドから入場なのか。
ルミナは怖いよ
ですかね。
また怖いよ。
ノーネーム多めか。お帰りなさい。新一郎さん、マップ見ました。
あ、見てない。そういえばどこになりました？
どこだと思いますか？
どこだと思いますか？
いやでもまあやっぱメインマップっていうのはストームアイ。
お見事。
有请 HAN 战队 Please welcome Team HAN.
やばすぎるでしょ。
一队一星，剑指巅峰。One team, one goal.
やってます。やってます。
攻撃じゃないだろこれ。
やってます。心配やってます。
やばすぎる。
気合入ってる。
絶対入ってる。絶対下入ってる。
こんなにスト
フォアサイドボールに絶対下入ってる。
そんなに押したいのスト
そう、我々は冗談。
期待谁能踢进败者组决赛。The tension is rising and the battle is about to begin. Let's see who will advance to the lower bracket final.
抱き合った。お互いここまで来たなと。
遅いや。
Tension is certainly rising. These two teams desperately
大国は中国です。
and desperately want to make it to the grand finals. This is going to be a grudge match, and I'm excited to go into the game here. HAN, you've got them winning this. We talked a little bit about it. I want to go back to a point I was making, though. Legacy is a difference. We use this difference maker point or this adjective of a player so often when we talk in Warfare because it's a 20-person roster. Oftentimes you can have players that kind of just cycle in, play their role, and do their thing, and you could maybe filter them out with a sub and not see much of a difference. A difference maker is an individual that can make a single player against a team of 20. Legacy is one of those, and Legacy has been on the bench, tried to talk to people behind the scenes, nobody knows why or what, or we couldn't get any info from it. But Legacy down, the question becomes, now what? Who's in the place of Zombie? Great player. However, we're going to Cyclone, man. When TXD swap over to the attacking side and they've got the jet, who's flying that thing? On the bench, back in Vietnam, we had Lil Egg, who was the pilot. Was more so known, though, for being a helicopter pilot, one. Two, I'm getting word from people behind the scenes, too, that Lil Egg really hasn't been the priority pilot recently. You know who has been? Legacy. So now we've got a conundrum. I'm still cheering on TXD here, but we have a conundrum. Likely going to see their second string pilot of Lil Egg come in and have to be a hero when maybe he wasn't expecting to be with Legacy on the bench.
So on one side of things, we got TXD, of course, you know, question marks being thrown around, adjustments being needed to be made. On the side of HAN, they don't need to make any adjustments. They just found success on Cyclone against HYD. They're feeling comfortable. They were just there up on the stage earlier today. No adjustments needed to be made. Like I said, they got the 2-0 victory over HYD.
ワンマン電車の乗車券を後ろから取って前で生産みたいな感じでしたよ。
TXD is going to be a tougher opponent than HYD, so maybe
改札じゃない。もう改札が無人なので。
adjustments being made right there, but HAN, man, they just got to play their game.
Yeah, got to play their game. Quick look at Hangshan Sports Center. Been a lot of fun to do all of our competitive matches inside the Sports Center, and you all can't see it. Maybe you'll get to see it here in a moment at some point. You'll definitely see it this weekend, tomorrow, and of course for the grand finals. But the stadium's actually starting to pack out. We've got a second row balcony that is all but full in the main section. Our main section right behind the production booths are all but full as well. So it's exciting to see some audience here. Of course, hometown team will not be playing today at all. They're waiting in the upper bracket for the competition tomorrow, but still, folks, it's time for a very competitive match, one that truly matters so much. HAN versus TXD, a spot into the lower bracket finals, a spot to be a top 3 team. Somebody in chat say, by the way, I feel bad for Vivid. He's going to have his correct prediction streak ended right here. I could not agree more. I think TXD's got this. They're the defending champs. Guys, they've got fire behind them. They've got momentum. They're going back to back right now.
I'm 10-0.
It's actually insane.
And we're thinking I'm going to be wrong.
Listen, my predictions are all 5s. Your predictions are on stats. Stats have been dictating this competition thus far. I think everything has gone to paper. I don't think there's been any
ちなみにこの間帰省したんですけど、その時もまだうちは乗車券やってました。
I'm feeling good about HAN, man.
追加の改札口がまずない。
I'm feeling good. I mean, 2-1 this time. I'm giving TXD a map. I'm giving them a round.
Listen, I'm team TXD until I die. It is what it is.
観光で成り立ってる自治体なので、JR も一応取ってるんですけど、僕が幼い頃に比べて運賃が10円ぐらいしか変わってないですね。
Again, I'll repeat what I said earlier. I've never seen a team dominate so aggressively on Ascension.
But I will say, we have seen both of these teams put up dominant performances after this competition has started, after both of them were knocked down to the lower bracket. This will not be one of those dominant performances from either side. And if it is, I will be absolutely surprised. I will be knocked down out of my seat if we do see a dominant performance. I think this one is going to be close. Remember on day number 1, we had a Cyclone go the absolute distance. HAN was absolutely a part of that Cyclone that went the distance against LT.
これもう始まる
Those matches, when those rounds, they took like 40, 50
なんならもう始まってるですね。
So when we have two Titans like this go head-to-head, again, I think this is going to be one that's going to be drawn out. It's going to take some time before we
もう
find out
壊れ
who's
て
going
る
to
かもう壊したか
I would be blown away if this is even a
なんか
2-0.
壊れてそうな。
These two teams fairly evenly matched, but
今回
folks,
珍しい。
we're jumping straight into the action. These players
戦闘機はあ
are
るけど
ready
対空戦
to
車は
rock and roll. HAN going to be in red on the attack.
壊れた後。
TXT
初動出してないのか
starting things off on the defense, and who? But anybody else? Ghost up in the jet, immediately looking for some value. Not going to find the immediate value that we're
あれで
used
すね
to
今
him
ゴースト
seeing
の
off
キル
rip the
出
last
てなか
couple
っ
of
たから
times.
あ
But
でもなん
Ghost,
かスティンガ
one
ー
of the
構えてる
prolific
人がいる
jet pilots in the game.
あれ初
We'll
動
see
から出
certainly
ます
some
よ。
value
初
from
動
him
から出
at
せま
some
す
point. As we turn our eyes to
出
the
せる
point
んだ
though,
け
the
ど
attackers
意図して出
as per
して
usual
な
looking
い
for a very early
勝手には出ない
bang
です
on A to see if they can get some
そう
early
ですそう
action,
です
see if they can maybe cut down the defenses. If they win their gunnies here, A could start
あ
to
今
fall
出しました
fairly
今
quickly.
出しまし
Nice
た
for them.
ちゃんと見て
Oak
る
has elected to leave cover, by the way, and Ghost is raining
なるほど
hellfire down on him. Oak has got to run and hide. Oak needs to
あ
run
た
and
だワイ
hide
ヤーガイド
much
も飛んできてる
faster
が
than he is right now. No way. A mistake. You don't see those that often from TXT.
テンプレート。テンプレートです。
Wow.
And we saw what happened
いや
last
これ
time
止める術
Ghost
あんの
was
か
left
ま
in
ず
the
脇を
skies
その
to
B
be
の
the
B
demise
じゃ
of
ない
the
か C の
opposing
穴蔵の
team.
中
It
にして
was
くれないと
absolute chaos
話にならないですね
with no love on the defensive
結果が
side.
多すぎてそ
Ghost
こは
might be on for another one heck of a
C セ
performance.
クタ
I
ー
will
の
say
ボーナスステー
TXT
ジといい
kind of jumped into that lava very, very
まあなん
late
とかね
as well.
年度
Usually
の
we
ス
see
カイ
them
ネット
instantly
も
spawn
さっき
into it, and they're given that a lot of
ワ
time
イヤー
to
ガイ
kind
ド
of
とか使
retreat.
って
But he wasn't
狙っ
in
て
it
たん
early
です
enough.
が
Now Ghost is trying to continue with the momentum, trying to take out another one of the vehicles. But
そうです
Skynet is
ね
going to be backed up by multiple engineers, going to be able to keep that one alive. Looking towards Sector A right now. HAN have made incredible progress towards capturing this thing, and they have only lost 2
さあただ
tickets.
NTPP
But
も
that
頑
being
張っ
said,
て
you want
る
to talk about progress being made. TXT, they find some of their own. Skynet takes out one of the vehicles inside of HAN.
Yeah, nice job from
So
Skynet
this-
here to get
Ah,
some
well,
value from the
no,
boat.
no, no, no.
Unfortunately, that boat is not surviving any
素晴らしい連
longer.
携
That is not a great
綺麗
trade.
に飛んできた。
Assault vehicle down for an entire boat. I mean, brutal, but there's nothing you can do when the jet's in the sky and you can't shoot it directly above you. Threw onto the air brakes and just sat above missiling above with
周
the
りを
help
半
of
は
the
一回掃除
blasters
したけど
and probably the Luru rocket finishes the job. And now you can take a look at the vehicle advantage of the attackers, and you can only expect it's just a matter of time
そう
before
で
the
すね
A
ジェ
sector.
ットが上から見てますねあ対空戦車湧き直しましたよ
I mean, I was just kind of mentioning what was like 40 seconds ago how great of a push it looked like HAN were actually finding onto
あ、
the
逃げ
point,
切られ
but
るんじゃないか、これ。
somehow
Ah,
they've
来てる
actually
来てる来てる
managed to. Oak is trying to get another one of these lavas
あ
alive and back out to
おー
safety.
耐えた
He is
な
going to go ahead and enter that tunnel.
あ
Goes not
他
going
の
to
対
be
空
able to
戦車は変え
the law of that time, so now TXT have something going
ただ
for them in
って状
that
態ですね
regard, so that's going to be good. I feel like HAN,
そうですね
they probably want to go ahead and get this
NTPP も前
capture
に
going
行かせて
very,
もらえ
very
なかったと
quickly, right? Maybe get Ghost into one of these runs to try to go ahead and get
勝負して
something
ます
going
ね
early
もう
on
キ
here.
ャスターゴースト
TXT
に
did a
大盛り
great
上が
job
りだな
holding considered, instantly losing the boat, instantly losing that first LAV, and somehow they're still
ね
defending.
ファン押してます。
Still defending. AAV here would be nice for Wansa. They will continue to put pressure on. Want to make sure to keep that alive so you can play for the water as well.
まあできればねゴーストもこの対地支援をしたいけどもう対空戦車が出ちゃった以上は下手なことできないっていう状態ですねあまあでもガトリングで支援はしてるか
But we know it. We know the strats. And I will say this is a pretty solid defense, all things considered, for TXT. Look at the bottom of your screen. It is one Lave AA versus 5.
そうですね取られてますね
But 4 vehicles for the side
黒い挙動だなこれ
It felt like a matter of time.
うわ
They can't get much ground on A, or at least are not willing
これジェットが
to overcommit on
VTOL
A
モード
and
にで
lose
き
the
るか
advantages
ら
that they have.
要は空中である程度保持できちゃうん
Gonna
です
be
よ
pretty
ね
much neutralized for as long as TXT are going to be able to keep that
そうですね
mob alive. That being said, some of the vehicles that are alive for the side of HAN over here, right? Assault vehicle AAV. Let's see if
ヨ
they
ハ
can
ン
kind
は
of
こ
make
こで
something
沿
happen
岸砲建築と
with that big advantage.
はい完成
Golden.
いきます
One of these
よ
turrets all the way off in the distance, which should help either maybe take out the lava if he can try to find some lines, but obviously it's also going to help
あれなんか2個
in trimming down some of the defenses that are going to be on the backside
あ、1個だけ。
of
あ
this little
こ
bit
れ
of
で
hill.
も
あ、リスピーコンか。
Yeah,
です
nice
ね
play. It's a
スカイ
heads
ネッ
up
ト
play.
が
They know this is going to take a little while to get here, so they want to make
出して
sure that they have all of their advantages. And one way to do that is build these AAs. One of the newer things added to the competitive circuit here is that ability to build these AA guns. Included with our updates.
ジェットにおそらく戦闘機のそうですね戦闘機の位置は共有されたただ対空戦車がちょっかいかけるそうですねきついですねで A セクターの恐ろしいところがこの後 FSV が出るんですよね攻撃にまあ本来ねスト前の絵ってそこからなんですけど
keeping bodies onto the point. Here we go. Big bang out of the point. See who comes out better for it.
Skynet in a very forward position here in the boat. Remember, they already initially lost their first one. He's actually going to be forced to retreat right now. Never mind on his way out.
まあ突撃者は野外のワンパンだからしょうがないさあ鳥が飛んでって当たってまあハックしてるぞそうですね今使ってるな
It is very, very close in terms of who has more bodies on the point. It looks like it's 50-50, but HAN, they're slightly capturing it. Probably about 50.
ただこれスカイネットのボート帰れない
right now, but TXT, they make a little bit of a bounce back. But on the other side of things, Skynet is going to lose control of the boat. That's going to be a big boon for HAN.
That's a huge play for Johan. What did I just say? The AA gun is going to punish vehicles that overcommit. The overcommitment from Skynet was well worth it. They hold A. They force HAN to try again, but Johan cleans up Skynet's boat. The next time they make a push, the better.
A little bit of a swap here in terms of the vehicles that they're going to be having access to. Tank Destroyer. When you take a look at a point like Sector A, a vehicle that is so agile like that one can be finding a lot of value. But I feel like TXT have already found the value that they want out of a Sector A. HAN are down to 130 tickets. Already up 20 kills already. How are you performing like that and TXT are still holding you and your team back?
20 bomb already is insane. Finding so much value on point around the map. Here's a look at the setup though. The defense is going to take back the high ground onto the point. They're going to take back control of this pillbox. Where Cosmo is, Vengeance, Blade, trying to gain some semblance of a foothold in and on the point, start contesting it, and here's that tank destroyer you called out. It's a great shot. Magnetic bombs, TXT are not going to let them get away with this for free, and so you see Miami, you see Watson way up, maybe a little too overcommitment there, but in the chaos, the infantry go pushing forward and are finding quite a bit of blood. Look at the left-hand side, that red kill feed is flying by.
なだれ式に、はい、雪なだれは雪崩れ。そうですね、基準の射程は900メートルぐらいあるのでできちゃうんです。
Great job there from the side of HAN. Yeah, I mean TXT made a great effort last time. When this type of flood came in from HAN, but a big resource that kind of helped that happen was the urgent redeployment. That goes on cooldown. You can't use that every single time you would like to, so TXT are not going to have that available to them, and sure enough, HAN full work of Sector A just barely make their way back up.
まあまあ
to 180 tickets. And again, look at how long that took, right? When we have two very good teams, Cyclone just plays out completely differently than how we have seen it in previous matchups.
Oh, nice. When I saw 4 shots miss, 4 different missiles, whether from vehicles, Allure rockets, or otherwise miss, I thought that tank destroyer is hitting the ground. But lest we forget, we've got a ghost in the sky. That jet is going to be a rude awakening anytime TXT feels like they have an advantage.
ただその間にもう1台ライトタンクを奥でトキシドは要請に成功してますね。あ、違うか、これライトタンクはスワキか。失礼しました。B セクターの防衛で使えるライトタンクですね。そうですね。
Surely you're going to be ready to go ahead and play against it and counter it somehow.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what happened. Take a look at the map. Our player that was over there on the island.
なんかボートすごいところいる。
But they are not alive, and Skynet in deep trouble right now.
スカイネットがアクティブ吐きました。コールがかかります。
But upon running away, Ghost can maybe get a little active here and help out his team. Looking like that, it's what he's going to do. Maybe need the help. Yeah. NMY just sacking this tank to stay alive. Going to jump back onto the land. A ton of value coming in for this HAN roster.
NTPP が悪いことしようとしてる。
TXD trying to be a hero. Swim away. And then maybe swim back and steal a couple vehicles.
これもう突射待ちか。
Time like this though, right? Making this long rotation for a player like NTPP, you want this guy being as active as possible, shooting as many shots as he possibly can.
これがセオリーなのはどうにかしないといけない。
But I would rather him just go head to head with a lot of members
さあこれ
of HAN, right? Because we know how good he is on the gun. Johan, a player that's going to be constantly flanking as well and putting down some of these respawn beacons. Zombra's got to be careful, right? If Johan kind of plays down a beacon,
バレてないですね。これハッキング狙いですね。ハッククロってことは。ウルル溜まったらですね。
I like the flank from Johan, but we got to pay attention to the point.
チャッピーが
司令官のコール待ちかな。
Jappy will get a
これは
tank
バトル
to
タンクだ
add
な。
to the insane repertoire of vehicles that HAN has.
もうフルですね。
7 vehicles.
はい。
Unbelievable. Here's that
わ、なんかすごいことにな
the
ってる。
respawn beacon went down actually on the small island between these two places.
あららららららら。
And RU1B and Artyom who just spawned with them. Sneak past OSS in and go sprinting towards Zombra who's in the
なん
tank.
かでも、あ、やばい。
OSS is trying to keep up
ゾン
with
ブラ
him,
ったわ。
but nobody can catch Johan. Nobody can catch
ゾ
Artyom.
ンブラが狙われてる。
And they're
まず
taking
い。
shots down. Zombra is on the run right now.
アクティ
I
ブ
am
使って。
scared of that man.
we have seen Artyom
ただこれ、もう
so
ね
many things in this
こうやって
competition.
ガトリング
There's
が。
damage coming in from I don't even know where. It looks like Ghost is flying in. Jappy, who just called in that tank, found himself useful in just a couple of seconds. They're going to be destroying the tank over there.
きついっす
But I
ね。
love
これで
the
頭の押さえがな
adjustments
くなっちゃ
being
ったんで
made.
班の車
By
両
the
管
side
理
of
すごい
HAN,
な、
I
本
called
当。
it out. Artyom, he actually switched to the engineer.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit of lack of experience. He did end up missing the rocket onto the tank, but again, because Johan is going to be his squad leader, he can constantly kind of
チャ
join
ン
in
キ
on
ー
the
が
flank.
これ
Johan
ショッ
is
トガンで
finding
削ってますね。
great swap from
突
Artyom.
撃者
I'm
に
sure
乗
he'll
ってこ
swap
の
back,
画面
but
左
he's
の
fully aware of the
突撃者から
situation and making
おただ場所
the
がバレた
best out of the plays
あー
that
ウ
are
ルルも
being
来
called.
て
You were talking
あ
about making
ー
the
さ
best
す
of the
が
plays that are called. Nail 2G
まあまあまあ
is going to
こ
be
れは
finding
ね
the assault
しょ
vehicle
うがない
again.
ですね
Not too much value, but you don't want to let those type of things kind of free roam around. So great job
Score
from
heavy
TXD to kind of make
使ってんのか
something happen around the map.
Again, TXD is such a composed team that even with all these disadvantages, they're going to put up a solid fight here on
さ
B.
あさあさ
Oak, again, 0-3. This is the nature of the game. This is a role you have to play.
あできればゴーストの戦闘機に関与したいが
You have to make them think
そうで
twice
す
about
ね
plays.
自分が下手に出ると今
We all
度
know what Ghost can do in the
打たれる
air. He's left completely unhindered, so
ティブがないですから
that 0-3 stat line really doesn't matter
対空車
to me.
両アクティブないで
He's
すか
got
ら
one job, which is just to make Ghost life hell.
そうなんですよだからもうウルル合わされたらもうウルルの射程に入っちゃったらまとめて突っ込まれる
that
と
are really
終
being
わっ
able
ちゃ
to
うん
do
ですよ
whatever they
ね
want because we just don't have enough firepower from the
裏
TXD
取り許さないよ
defense.
ああその高台にガトリング撃つのは黒い
基準とミサイルの雨
Lined up.
Here it is. The initial push from Wanda. This is the first time the vehicles have been kind
そう
of
ですね
a little bit extended onto this sector. It looks like the flood from the infantry is also going to come in on the back foot of that one. They feel like they've gained enough space with the usage of those vehicles. Finally, they are flooded in. I was
歩兵でな
questioning
んとか頑
myself
張って
when
る
are
まあた
HAN
だ B セクター
gonna
侵
put
入を許
themselves
し
on
た
top of the sector. You got to
There we go.
imagine though, for TXD, the urgent redeployment is going to be available. And
入られま
last
した
time
ね
they had access to it, they were able to defend.
対空戦車に今度はああこれボートがちょっかいかけるのか
Doesn't look like a lot because TXD actually, in terms of the progress bar, have more bodies on the point.
Yeah, this is a smart play from Jinmen to just keep carrying this AA as well. The AA is good against planes, not that good against boats in comparison to some of the other land vehicles that you can utilize. So Jinman's going to keep putting pressure, make that Lav AA think twice about the way it plays. Therefore, it can't actually harry our jet friend. It's just a domino effect. That's the way things go around here. NTPP, TXD, not quite as effective as we've seen in the past, but on the assault operator on the Viren lands both magnetic bombs with ease. Is able to
アル
take
チョム
down
と
the assault
NTPP
vehicle.
の戦い
TXD still trying to do what they can. Hopefully,
NTPP が勝っ
all
て
the
ます
way back
ね
into this one.
Oh, this is a great position from Genman. This is usually where the defensive boat is at. You can imagine how much value he's going to be able to find if he can stay in
人面が
that
あ
type of
ー
position. The
サック
urgent
しちゃったか
redeployment
だ
from
がまだい
side
ける
of TXD is called in. Look how many green members are even anywhere near. Absolutely nobody. And now the contested boat is trying to go ahead and flush out the attack on boat of HAN, but goes in there to try to go ahead and help. Skynet does go ahead and win that battle, but you know who wins the battle? The team of HAN. There was nobody on the point for the side of TXT. They win Sector A, they win Sector B, and they're winning currently in some of the vehicles, actually, as I say.
I know.
ただ A も
That's what
多分
I'm saying.
劣勢脇ボー
TXT
トなん
might have
で
actually taken the
ここからまた
moment
C でもボー
to
ト出
call
せ
in
ます
some
か
of
ら
the
ね。
vehicles to try to
Yeah.
get something
Here
going
they are.
towards that C sector. Nice.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. It was something I was going to call out when Skynet got that boat. It was really good timing. By the way, quick shout. RDM has 39 kills as we move to the C
激エ
sector.
ネ
Listen, we know
そ
who
こ
the
に
brackets are for
AAV は
both
湧
of
か
these
ない
teams,
ぞ。
but it was actually perfect timing from Skynet. The fact that Skynet was able to take down the boat of HAM, this will cut the momentum out from HAM. They may get C
さあさあ
fairly
ただ C
quickly,
セ
but
クタ
that
ー
D
こ
sector
の
without
車
a
両の
boat,
数
yes,
で
they
す
can get another one. I know that, but
どう抑え
currently
るか。
Skynet has a nice advantage, and as long as Ghost is in the air, he should be able to protect the attackers enough to get another boat for them. But Skynet right now is going to be a key player for this roster, and we'll see if Skynet can
なので
find
ま
more
ず上
value
のあれですね
before
タンク
Watson
を
and the crew
ジェットで破壊
can
狙
get
って
some
ます
water
ね。
superiority as well.
The last time HAN were on this map just earlier today, they
Wow,
played
got it, Tom!
and they went ahead, they jumped up top, they were trying to capture C from
やばい
above.
な。
Let's see if they switch up their approach this
There's
time.
Zombra. Zombra down below with the tank destroyer, going to play the low side to make sure that the attackers can't egress into the
Same
low.
thing.
So they're going to swap sides.
さあもう
Defense
C
goes low,
サイ
attackers
C セク
go
ター中
high.
入って
Again,
ま
this
す
is a
ね。
numbers
ゴリ
game.
押
It
し
is
してる。
body stacking. They don't even really fight until one team has to. So if you have the
や
advantage
ばい
in
ぞ
numbers,
こ
the
れ。
other team comes to you.
あ
You
上
all
に
know
入
how
っ
this
て
works.
なんか
Okay, so let's
初
see
日
who
に
makes
見
it
たや
first
つだ
move.
な。
Bodies below, bodies on high.
そうです
Looks
ね。
like just barely the
あ
defense
ーこれ
have
対空戦
a
車
number
見
or
て
two
る。
more. And so you should see the attackers have to make a play here.
Oh
Oh,
my
no!
gosh.
Wanta over the top with the Allure rocket to finish off
精度高いです
one of
ね
the。vehicles of the defense. We were so worried about the point that the attackers knew they were losing the numbers, so they scatter and go for vehicles. I love this play from Ghost and the team to make a play for the vehicles
そうです
of
ね。腕をいい
TXT,
ね。
not necessarily make a play to capture the point right this
して
second.
And with that big retreat from
ゴー
the
ストが
tank
修理
destroyer and
に
the other vehicle
ゴー
kind
スト
of
じゃない
getting crushed inside of TXT, they have absolutely
してます
conceded
ね。
control
これなん
over
か
the top.
またあれかハンは下をぶち壊しに行く予定ですね多分 FSV をあそこに入れてるので
of an edge over TXT. That being said, their artillery barrage is going to land directly on top of all of the members of HAN, but is actually going to land, is going to find any value. You would have to imagine that someone inside of TXT has to do a little bit more damage to go ahead and actually find any kills, because take a look at the progress bar. HAN are constantly capturing this thing right now.
Yeah, somebody's got to make a move here. The artillery barrage is being
ここにいればいい
above.
Equalize.
Barricades very close.
心爆撃で時間は稼がれてますね。や
や
ばい、直せ。あ、やばい。
This C zone being connected and captured. That's what we're talking about. That's how weird this C sector is on Cyclone. It is straight up a 1 or 2 player difference in the He knows it, tries to make a play, kill people above, fails, and therefore HAN captures C sector. Bottom of your screen, watching the vehicles in the next 35 seconds to transition to the D sector. Yes, we have an advantage on the side of Wansa and HAN. Problem is this right here. Zombra cannot die, and he certainly will. Way too many bodies. Great play from HAN to hunt down Zombra and Yang to help get the assist on the tank destroyer. What a mistake. With C starting to fall, you should have seen Zombra running for the hills, because this was a bad move, unfortunately. And they're going to lose another to the jet. Unreal. Perfect execution in the transition. The 40 seconds between C and D are some of the most crucial moments, and HAN had a perfect transition.
もう下ろせません。
That's the best driver myself. But that off, by the way, was trying to retreat back to those hangars and clipped the barricade and was a sitting duck for Ghost in the pilot seat and immediately took advantage. Those are those minuscule things that
もうデルタ
separate
2をハンは
these
抑えに行く。
two types of teams.
さあスカイネッ
Let's
ト
take a
の
look at the leaderboard. RDM
船が今ちらっとデルタ2の横で映りましたが、もうあそこより前にも後ろにも行けません。 下がればジェットに打たれるし、詰めれば AT 飛んでくるっていう。お、ハックしたKNN。KKN か。わあ、綺麗に FSV で処理。NTPP は水中朝新聞。
Listen, man, big shout out to Whistly. Again, top of the leaderboard for their team. Not necessarily fragging this time around, but just in revives. Had 53. Look at him getting more right now. Now 55 revives, Whistly at the top of the leaderboard for TXD. Unfortunately, yes, that's on the defense, which means they're just getting outgunned right now. Doing everything he can to keep his team alive. Good news for all you friends at home.
ただ FSV が FSV じゃない。ボート1台破壊しましたね。
To take it down, which means they get some extra score there, and they have the boat superiority in the canal between D1 and D2.
ボート破壊部隊だ。
Because they have the boat superiority, やばいこれ。Guess what's gonna happen? HAN, another perfect strike team, another perfect response. Again, perfect place at the right time. Man, these guys are good.
So easy for us to see the value of the squad.
これやるよっつったらもう次の画面ではもうやってるぐらいの勢いですね。
They just do so good, and it's great to see the switch up of operators too. It's not often that we see a lot of players feel comfortable switching up on the operators, but it's great to see them make the changes as they are required. So now the advantage is all in the hands of HAN. That being said, it is still very, very hard to kind of penetrate the defenses of T1 even when you do
裏取ろうとしてるの。これサックスが気づいてるな。
do go ahead and break down the numbers here, right? Saracens in attack. You can't get that one for T1. It's just impossible to try.
一発、二発。ああ。ダメだよ。そうですね。おっとこれは何をしてる
？Fly in the D1, but it can do what it's doing right now.
Yeah, what I love about production showing us that is that it's all in preparation for new. Ghost is just killing every piece of cover he can find on the map, preparing for this new sector, knowing his team will get there, and knowing he's about to be the hero of the team when they do. But I mean, the bottom of the screen is destroyed. HAN does such a good job. Anytime TXD take down a vehicle, they answer back, and they've had the advantage every single time.
これね、AAV とボートは4番席の近接スキャンがあるので近づいても勝手にマークされちゃうんですよね。あれってか待って、今 FSV がデルタ1なんて無理やりこれ歩道橋を使って突っ込んだ。後ろから耐えてる。階段の中。やばい、我々の知らない相前。Urgent redeployment, strategic beacon from the side of TXD. They're trying to go ahead and flood the point. They're trying to feel the pressure. HAN go ahead and capture this one right now. And we have to go over to the E sector where Ghost is waiting patiently. I don't know.
Yang picks up a triple in the AAV. This is the power position they needed. They get both vehicles inside on D1. They put the AAV in the water. They got the tank turret behind it. Perfect sight line. And the raining hellfire. Jinman picking up a triple from the gunner seat. I mean, this is just shooting fish in a barrel. And unfortunately, maybe it's the fish shooting back from the water. I don't know what's going on, but all I know is that it's HAN all day. One thing you do know as well, take a look at the other side. Exactly, D2, they have decided to try to play tug of war. They've got a boat back. They got a couple, a jet ski as well, and they're moving their way to D2 to at least stall out this D sector. They need more time. They need more score. They need to have something that they can utilize in the next sector. E is going to be impossible to hold if they don't find some advantage right now.
デルタ1は歩道橋は配管渡るので AAV に乗っかっていきます。はあ。なるほど。水上を歩く AAV の上に FSV が乗って移動するらしいです。要は今このプールの中にいる AAV の上にこの FSV を乗せてデルタ1に入れるんですって。やばっ。
そうですね。足場にしてんのか。
shotgun, by the way.
奥深すぎだろ、そうまい。
Oh man.
これ、
This
まあ
meta
確
is
かにでき
crazy.
なく
So
は
many
ないよ
bows, so
な。
many shotguns. Blink
い
of
や、
an
そ
eye,
れパッとして持ってん
TTKs.
だな。
すごいですね。
Name of the game right
それで
now.
パッと実行したっていうのも、
And quick look
ね、
at
やっぱ歩道橋はほら上にパイプがあって無理だから、この間を AV 入水した後、その上に FSV 乗せると。はあ。ですね、ほんと。お、デイロン部隊いけるか。うわー、2個3個、ただ修理で耐える。3個だったらな、ギリ修理で耐えるんだよな。
One landed in the water over the top.
いやそうですね、奥行きました
It
ね。
was the right play.
あれが当たってれ
It
ば
needed to be
打ってたな。
perfect. Brutal.
And that's why you got to respect these top
まあ
teams
まあ
so
もう
much.
これ
Because when you're HAN and you're feeling
フ
comfortable,
ァンからすれば
you really never can.
デル
Because
タ1
those
を
types
抑え
of
てるか
plays
らもうデルタ2こう
will
やって
start
ね
to
リ
come
ス
to
キルすれば
fruition.
いい
It's
だ
a
けで
great
すから
move
ね。
from TXT. They
た
almost
だ
made it work, just
正面
barely missed
対空
out.
のところに
Man, Sarajin on
弾切れか。あ NTPP もついにウルルを持つ。
Fan, and it lands a hair short. Look at Surge. I've never seen it take that low in my entire life. Finally, it goes down. Good grief. Shoot it with a pistol. I don't know. I
そう
know
で
it
す
doesn't do
ね。
damage.
あ、ただ壊しきったか。
Golly, Sarajin finally falls.
このバトルタンク呼んだやつなので
Small victory for TXT. I would count them holding D2 still a small victory. Still plenty of lives remaining.
Artyom once again switched over to the engineer role, so they're actually going to switch their focus potentially over taking out that
戦
tank.
闘機に対
But a
抗
huge
する
effort
術が
from
ない。
OSSN on the gunny actually taking out almost that full squad. So that's going to be
泳いで
delayed
る泳いでる。
for sure.
あ、またベイロン
Now,
部
Poco,
隊
we
じゃな
know
いですかこ
exactly
れ。
what the mission objective is right now for these
え
guys.
リトライ。
Byron dash onto the vehicles. Actually,
何
they
か
go
起こった
ahead.
今。
They say, nah, never mind. We're not interested in doing that. They hit the respawn button, potentially
何かミスったのか。
required elsewhere.
でもなんか再配置したみたいな動きでしたけどね。
いや、ですよね。
はい。
すげえ引っ張られてったなんかね。
ね。
でも今、ブリンクかけた直後に死にましたよ。
そうなんですよね。
ビルログもなんか自殺のマークだったよ。
そうですね。
So now that it's marked,
さあさあまたデルタ2後ろからあーなんかさっき見たこれ
We've got a strike team on the backside.
返してるスカイネ
Vehicles are
ッ
going
ト
to hold
偉い
down
な
D1 while the infantry
来る
swing
のは知って
over
たよっていう
and likely try to take D2.
Nice job from Skynet, but because Johan is still alive up here on the Hacklaw, that squadron is just going to be able to respawn
さ
once
あデルタ2
again.
上からヨハン
Skynet
が
has got to be ready for it once more. I mean, Artyom and Co and Johan, they're just doing so good. Interesting going ahead and pulling
そう
this
です
one
ねヨ
off.
ハンは
Definitely pay attention to this as you see Johan's trying to get a little bit closer, and there they are.
Yeah.
Engineers, they start to spawn in. They're going to go for it again.
Yeah, that was great intel actually gathering too. Johan was
はい
using Hacklaw's ult
再
to
び
gather info of how many players were
いいか
to them.
せーのうわーもう一人しかいない
Single one of those will land. Hodu with the two-piece, Jinman one, Miang the other, full team of four down.
同じと通じない
Trying to find
な。
rockets to land on the other side of things, right all the way down the water. One does land, but repairs are coming in. You
ち
can
ゃ
see
ん
that
と
4 out
対応
of
して
4
くる。
on that boat. Skynet is equipped with plenty of engineers. This is kind of like a push and a pull
さあおヨ
for
ハン
both sides.
攻めるも
We're
ダウン
looking to take out the vehicles.
ただ
They're
デルタ
waiting for
2
their
進
strike
撃
teams
始め
to
ました
find
ね
themselves
そう、後
successful
続が追いついてる
before
ん
they
で。
make anything happen. But as it currently stands,
さあこのボートをどうするかだ
and
け
as I
ど
actually say that HAN for the first time in what feels like forever,
さっきの
find a
後
little
ろ
bit
か
of a
らデルタ
foothold
2
towards D2.
デルタ2の後ろから AT 打つのはやめたか
Something on the team.
ハンも
In the meantime, we're seeing Veronica stacks.
あ
Kamosi
あー
all
残念
picking up kills. KKN on the bow, trying to answer back. Bow left, bow right.
個人視点見る
shotgun
と
left,
ショットガン
shotgun
か
right.
弓だな
Blink and you're dead.
Do I hear that right?
そう。
Yeah, that's a guided
さあ
missile.
このミサイ
Where
ル
is it
は
landing? Who's it
TXT
from? Of course, it's from the defense.
デルタ1の中に
TXT,
打ち込む
they need something to land. Look at what they're doing. The vehicles. Oh, it
あ
lands
ー AV 壊れ
perfectly.
るおそしてブリンク
Enough
あー
damage
ブリンク
through the walls.
いけいけいけいけ
See
いけ。
you
やばい
later.
FSV もう
Urgent
逃げる
redeployment.
道がない
What a
おー壊れた
turning surge
おお、トキシドここ
for
で
this
返すか。
TXT
岸戸やるな
Urgent redeployment, beacon
やっぱ
down,
もう
missile
車両呼び
down,
出すのや
all
めたん
green,
で
all
そうですね
day on
もうスコアを
D1.
呼び出せない。
What a swing.
車両ではなく
A
て
huge investment from TXD. I mean, I don't know if it's going to matter in the long run of things, right? Because they spent the guided missile, they spent the urgent redeployment, they spent the strategic beat, and now Wanza is interested in answering back a guided missile of their own. They currently have
さあ
control
み
of
んな
the
デルタ1の中
There's
潜
only
れる
one
か
place that this guided missile should be landed. It's
あ
gonna be
潜ってる
right
潜ってる
next to
潜ってる
the
潜って
They're
る
trying to swim down, they're trying to go ahead and dodge the guided missile,
Ui.
they do so successfully, and that guided
さあ皆さん
missile
ストーンラインにミサイルを撃たれた時は潜り
nothing,
ま
and
しょ
now
う
the boat v boat. That's starting to kick off. Skynet has to go down. He's been the spine of the defense for the side of TXD. If this
あこれ
boat goes
パクる
down,
パクる
I will
や
start
ばいやばいやばいやばいやばい
worrying.
予覚した
No, don't destroy it. Keep it alive. Steal it.
Are you kidding me?
壊しきらないと
Nail 2G valued his life a bit too much.
やってしまいまし
They
た
bail out of the boat. They get killed in
さあ
transition.
デルタ1ももう
And
リテ
they
イクが
lose
始ま
the
っているが
boat.
デルタ2を今度
All momentum that TXG just earned with their guided missile and all of the score that they've been battling so hard to
ただ
utilize
2台の船が
is
襲いかかってき
all
ますよ
but
これ
gone.
やばいな さあ反のミサイルこれはデルタ
Another
2
guided missile to secure this D sector. What a swing back the other way. Anytime TXG
人面
make
の
a
ミ
big
サイル
move,
あー人面のボートが
HAN
壊れる
answers back. Oak is
ただ
able to
今壊れたのは
destroy
反
one
の
of the two boats that
ボート
they
ですね
have. This guided missile lands over the
2キル
top,
入った
takes up 2 through the ground, and here come the troops. D1 down, D2 will follow. A boat does get taken down. A little bit of a silver lining, and somehow,
さあデルタはリテイクしている
Nail2G,
特殊
Skynet,
度
OSSN, 3 players on
気づけるか
D1 have kept this sector from being captured, but there it is. Enough bodies swarm the
いや
point.
ー
D
特殊
sector
度
goes
ここ
down.
に
Only one vehicle apiece.
いや、ここまで持ってきたんだけどな、
A
特
jet
徴。
versus a, I
頑張っ
think
た
a
んで
jet
すけど
ski.
ね
So yeah, tough.
この後
Already
は
I'm on 51. Hasn't necessarily found many kills since we last checked in on the leaderboard.
なんだこいつだ。
But my man stacks.
KPM どうなってんだ
Of his
あれちゃ
own.
う
He's
ね
absolutely surged up the leaderboard and Wanted with 42,000 score, and a bunch of the other members of HAN with a bunch
あ
of
そ
score
の
as
距離ウル
well.
ル射程外なん
Once
で
we
ごめん
return
な
to
さいね
the UI that shows us the inventory that's available in terms of what's able to
ロ
be
ード
called
の
in.
時間が来ました
7 guided missiles for HAN, the 0 of TXD. They've been saving up. They spent a couple to go ahead and capture D.
Insane.
But now that all those missiles are available,
さあさあさあ
now that
まあ
we've
ま
got
あ
a
まあ
reset,
こうなり
call
ま
in
すよ
all of those vehicles, set them up on top
歩
of
兵
the
戦
hill
闘
where
車
we
と
have
は
seen
い
it
バト
time
ル
and
タ
time
ンク
again
呼
on
ん
the
で
map Cyclone.
もう
And
詰
then
め
the
将棋の
biggest
時
point
間
of
で
it
す
all,
ね
every time we return to Sector E is a giant wake-up call from the
できないで
vents.
しょ、さすがにでも。
Oh
そうで
yeah,
すね
there's a
た
jet in the
だ
sky.
結局ガトリングで壊れる
I'm
ん
going
で
ghost, man. Difference maker for this team in a big way. Air superiority and barely gonna let that off stay alive. Oak, great job to skate his way in. And a huge shout out to Skynet. They're repairing on the way through. We take that.
あ
We
た
get
だ上向
one
いてる
up.
からこれ対空
It's a
戦
nice
車
little win there for the side of TXD. But honestly, I loved the full send from TXD to try to hold at D. Again, I said this before. They needed to hold even longer. Look at the total lives. We're not going in max lives.
バトルタンクを壁にしましたねただですよ僕もノラマッチで何とか経験してますがあそこの底に巡航ミサイルが来るので
Unless Oak is able to do something crazy.
やばいっす巡航ミサイルがあそこの車庫めがけて飛んでくるんですよ
I don't know what TXD can do right now. The resources aren't even close. It is a matter of time.
もう8本撃てますからね
Missile on missile
各
on
国
missile up to 8 that they can use.
今8本あります。
今8本ありますはい
And one play that I liked that we saw out of another team
まあまあとはいえ
throughout this
チケットも
event
ね
was
フ
when
ルではない
they
ので
called in one of their guided missiles. They actually sent it right on top of the
さあどう
hangar
す
that
る
that
これ
Lov likes to hide out in.
ウォンサが早めに
I
仕
want
掛
to
け
see
る
the
指示を出
investment
す
from
の
HAN
か
soon to use a guided missile on that exact same hangar.
これは一旦
Flush out that
準備
Lov
してから
and unleash your
ね
pilot.
お
He
もう
is
一台
currently
バトル
being
タン
held
ク
at bay by Oak
ただ
and
もう
that
壊れ
Lov.
たけ4分の1以下
This is low
う
actually,
わ
but
ー歩
they
兵
don't need
戦
it.
闘車で壊
Shot
す
at the top of the light tank. The only spot that's somewhat reasonable to try to call it in is around that pillar and
苦しい
past
時
the
の
seawall. Sarah Jan and Miang are just shelling the back
この回
line
復してるを大事に
of
使
this
いたい。
defensive roster, so they can't really get reinforcements.
Wanza right there. If you might have missed it over the
DG
last
Alpha.
5 seconds, very passionate in the comms. Something
あ、もう
was
じっと待って
important
ま
for
す
him to
ね
go ahead and scream
ゴー
and
スト
yell
は
and
あ、
shout.
またなんか呼んだ
Maybe calling for these
ね
vehicles, they have to go
ダメ
down,
だ
and that's exactly what's happening.
もうちょっと右角度なのかな。いやでもな右角度もそうか、そう
そうです
か。
戦車と歩兵戦闘車が撃ってくるので
Sends it right back into the skies, way up on
そうな
high.
んですよ
So far, all advantages
逃
still
げ
on
場
the
が
side
な
of
い
the attackers.
ね
But
あとはもうゆっくり攻めるだけですね。
question is now
そうで
what?
すね
Gonna go for
じわじわと
most
追い込
likely.
んでチケ
Get
ッ
some
トがな
help
くなる
with
前
some of
に
these vehicles. Wants
両
us,
セクターを制圧すれば勝利と
Yang way up on height. This is the classic attacking setup.
無理す
You
る
slow
必要は
push
な
it with your
はい
firepower.
時シドにミサイルはありませんがハンは今9本あります
9
Skynet,
本
all the way back there in the back line for the side of TXT, does jump into the boat.
ってことは
And
この後
amongst
ま
all
だ
the
誰もね、た
chaos
くさん呼べ
towards
るとい
that
うこ
push
と
towards
ですよ。
E1, it was
So is
pretty
that-
much neutralized by the fact that the defense actually called in an artillery barrage to go ahead and halt the attack. As you can see, those are
ここで
actually still
時シド
landing
は
towards the point.
歩兵一斉射撃でゾーニング
And wait for that
コア
one
1を触らせ
to
ないた
stop
めに
raining down the explosions, and then
そして
we'll
裏
make
取
a
り
push. And also, this
裏取り
is
ハックと
kind of trying to climb up the mountain and make their way
バレる
towards the
あ
tank.
バレてる
But they're
おー
inside
ただ
down.
指
He
で
does find
返
the
し
trade
て
though. Miang,
報告は入
somebody's
った
got
は
to
ず
make the call. Make the
ガソルタン
call.
ク修理要員がいない
Alone. If there was maybe more players there, that could have been a hero moment. Don't count TXD out, man. 122 lives is a long time to hold the E
ただ
sector.
もう結局あそこまで引いてたら
They're
ね
passionate.
大丈夫ですからね
Calm, cool, and
うわー
collected,
そんな
and
こと言
they've
ってる
got
間
some
に
heroes
歩
making
兵
big
戦闘車が
plays.
すごいとこまで上がってきてる
2, 3, 4. MP7 back in hand going
やばいですね
massive
こ
on
れ
the back line of the
ただ
attackers.
ちゃんと
All
AT の
the
クロス
momentum is gone.
そうですね
Sarah Jin maybe in a bit of jeopardy, but Johan's going to try to protect it. Changji won as well.
さあさあ
Which is going to pick up this revive.
時シド
And
の
Winter's
歩兵
maybe
も
helping them
強
out
い
now.
なやっ
Changji
ぱ
will
り
pick them both up at the bottom of your screen.
ですね。まあ
In
相
the
手の歩兵
meantime,
力
these
今多い
attackers
です
are
か
just
ら。
そう
going
で
to
す
set up
ね
and try a new
車両が
push.
こんだけ出てるんで。
Defense,
はい白
they
兵
know
戦に
they're
なれば人数
outclassed
の
right now in
やっ
terms
ぱ
of
有利は
score.
時シドにあ
So
ると
instead of risking
ただ
this
この後
attacking
一気に
team
車両が
getting
突っ
E1
込まれ
and
る
being able to
と
call in
話が変わってきます
they're
ね
not going to let the attackers get anything on E right now.
さあ
They're gonna
橋
spend
下
all
の
their
アサル
score
トボー
whenever
ト
they
必死
get
に
it,
耐えま
because
すが
if the attackers get E1, missiles start falling, and when the missiles start falling, they will not stop. There are up to
右のサイ
10
ド
guided
ここま
missiles
で取ら
that
れちゃ
can
っ
be
た。
called in.
Uh-oh.
I'm
た
loving
だ
what
バ
the
トル
defense
タ
is
ンク
doing
の
right
破
now.
壊を
This is
狙っ
such
て
a
ね
smart play.
Strike
Yeah,
squad
this is-
is activated. I will say, though, it looked like there was only 2 engineers
What?
available
This
from
is
the
just-
squad of NTPP. He's trying to make something happen. Jumping into the mix.
あー
Those could be
ただ
Stacks. Jumping in
う
on the
わ
beacon.
ー
1,
スタッ
2,
クス
three piece from the bow of Stacks. Correction. Make that 4.
裏も通
Wipes
し裏
out
も
the
見る
entire strike team from the side of TXD and potentially saves one of the vehicles. You'll never find the value of that one on a stat sheet.
Again, Stacks going huge, has been a hero for this team, as are many of these other individuals. But the key right now for the defense is just make the attackers think twice about pushing E1. What do? They send strike team after
ゆっ
strike
くり
team
やってる
at
の
these vehicles
か
at the top. What
攻
do
め
they
あ
do?
ぐねてる
Call
の
artillery
かまあ
barrage
ただ
after
白兵
artillery
戦はやっぱり
barrage.
時シドがちゃんと押し返してる印象なので
They still have 15 artillery barrages. Everybody's earned one on their team, and have plenty of score to utilize them.
します
Keep
ね
calling them in. Make E1 difficult to
配
jump
置はで
on.
きてるんだけど
E1 has to be jumped on
こうう
by
まく
the
つながらないというか
inside buildings if they want to stay
ただ
alive. This is exactly what you have to do if you're
サラジンが
TXT.
行って
Make E1 impossible to grab, because if it falls to the attackers, that is going to be GG's because of the guided missiles.
I still want to see the side of HAN use a guided missile right on top of this hangar. Could you imagine right now if
Yeah.
Ghost
Echo
was uncontested and could just help out with some of these attacks? I mean, yeah, they're trying to send the Allure rockets over here as opposed to a guided missile, but you got 10 of them. Why not just go ahead and invest
後
one?
ろから時シドはやってるけど大丈夫かエコー1取られた後はもうかなり苦しいぞそこにいてもあ守ってる守ってる
They want to go ahead and flood
お
and it looks like it's working.
もう一
It's
本
working. Engineers were doing big work, but TXD with a nice play over the top. A lot of
Ghost
Allure
が
that
すごい悪いことしてる
take down Zombra. That's another vehicle down. Comes out the attack. Ghost trying to get
そうそう
Nixie
そう
here.
そう
And
ゴース
actually,
ト
look at
それよそれ
quite low. Ghost is just full committing to this, sees the rockets coming, and is easily able
Ah,
to avoid
限界
that.
すぎ
He's
るよ
gonna keep Oak pinned in the
もう
corner.
ないよ
A couple more
あ
missiles.
ーやばいやばいやばいやばいやばい
CDs are up right now, but if these land, Oak does not have engineers helping him out. Oak is going to go down here. And once this goes down, everything is blown wide open. What a play. And right when the lob goes down, there's the call. We have E1. It is time for the missiles, folks. These missiles will not stop until the game is over. They don't need value. They need to zone players off. They need to make the defense think twice about
これをトリガーに一気に行きますよ。
They get blown to smithereens, one after another after another. Here they come.
Using the Harrier function on the jet is so cool to see.
いやまだ反のミサイルですね。
Collapse of E2. Obviously, you have all the vehicles that are surrounding. You have the jet above. Hold on, guided missiles that are going to be landing constantly for the next couple of minutes. Johan does only find one direct kill with that one, but again, these guided missiles, they act as one thing and one thing only. A giant eviction
うわもうやばいやばい。ここからあと7発連続で飛んできますよ。
the point. Every single time you're firing it out, TXT are going to feel the pressure and they have to get off the point.
TXT's only answer right now is to send guys to take over their routing. There they send the house, they send all the score that they can. First, we've got a guy that misses out to protect us. The E2 cannot fall right now. We already made a mistake. We tried our best, but they have 99 lives. You've got to withstand the onslaught of the guided missiles. The only way to do that is just stall the game out by launching. We've seen what 5, 6 different missiles come down from HAN. They stick out 6 more. But Romania and TXT are resilient. Early deployment is allowing them to stay alive. Guided missile after guided missile is nice. A couple of your own means E2 will not fall, folks. And the guided missile disparity is now much closer. TXT is not getting shaken by the missiles. Slow down, they catch E2. We're gonna have to I guess think of a different strategy here.
お戦車破壊するためのミサイル。
Because they set the house.
見てますね。まあ甘えを一切しないのがハンですからね。
Amongst all that chaos. Guess how many
でヨハンは
HAN lost as a result? 8, 9 now. They lost basically nothing. They could just reset and attack again. TXT are not going to have
さあただ時とも偉いですね。エコーワンの奪還を目指そうと横から回ってる。交通も触られてる。うわー惜しい惜しいっていうのと危ねえっていうのと ですね。もう一発来てますね。
And things could change dramatically. Both teams launching missiles. This one will land directly on point and find a couple. No, just one. That's
またこの間に打ったが1キルだけ。次のハンのミサイルは2つ。
Now 4 from HAN.
なかなか車両も前に出せないからな、これ。
そうですね。
こんな急ミサイルお互いフラッシュ合ってたら。
Missiles now.
前に出せない。
This is getting closer and closer. The one
撃ってる数はハンの方がミサイル多いので
you've got a massive vehicle advantage that you can start to utilize. You can't put them on the point because they'll get blown to smithereens. But you still have an advantage.
車両はないですね。もう
like an HAN victory.
ゴーストがここからどれだけ暴れられるか。ああその兵器ね意味ないんです。届かないんです。多分ワイヤーガイドですね。
ワイヤーガイドかワイヤーガイド届かない。
If you want to know whether or not HAN is truly invested in capturing E2, just pay attention to how many direct bodies are actually on the point.
まあ出しときゃ動かない時間はね用意できないです。
Value from some of the vehicles before they do go ahead and overextend and throw some bodies on the point.
ありますからねやっぱりもらったら終わるっていうプレッシャーはありますからね。
And it's going to hurt your tickets. So you got to be careful from the side of HAN.
NTPP
You still have a lot to work with.
ウルルが手放せない状況。
Full-fledged flood without a guided missile to go ahead and initiate.
We need a guided missile on the defensive side if you want to stay alive. Jinman takes a couple tank shots, a couple AT4s, a couple missiles here from NTPP. The boys are still fighting. Some of these vehicles need to fall in the chaos.
あと一発だが
Wide open.
応急修理は使ってる。 ウルルのバーナーで焼いてうわーあと一歩だったのにな。おー AT4 当たりましたね。さあエコー2始まってる。モンスターの FSV はハックされる。
TXD
そう
somehow
そう
are
そう TXD
holding
偉いな
still in
この裏取りがちゃんと決まってんだよな時人はあただビーコンバレた
They're looking for a trade
あ
here and go
なんなら
down.
戦闘機が来てる
This play would have been a great one.
刈り
Turns
取った
into a brutal one.
いいカバーですね
And
さあプレ
all
ッシャーが効いて
dying.
るあウォンさんの FSV が落ちる
Still holding
Ah,
E2.
tada.
Another vehicle goes down. A couple well
ボ
placed
ートが2両出て
84s.
きたぞ、時
The
と。
tides are beginning to shift.
Still a bunch of guided missiles able to be called in from
さあ
both
どうす
sides.
る
And
これ
during that
半
whole little
苦し
either
い
side actually opted to go ahead and call them in at
ハンがミ
all.
サイル5発。
So a little bit of a
ですね。
pause in
一度
terms
三
of the
発。
score streaks that are kind of coming in right now. Ghost still trying to
あ
make
あ
himself
エコー2
active.
の中を爆
On
撃
this
し
E
ます
sector is flying up in terms of the kill category.
さあ
But we
サ
gotta-
ックスミ
we gotta
サ
make
イル
something happen.
ああもう
And now
落ちてます
Sax is
ね
looking to do just that. The
ああれ
guided
かなジェ
missile
ットスキーだったの
landed,
か
but
な
where is it going to land?
ボート
Ghost
に見え
mentioned
た
it.
けど
It's all about the prediction. Send it off
かわいそうかわいそうこんな豆粒みたいな人ああ
こんな奇襲でいっちゃうの
The land on the backside. There were a couple players there, but Ghost killed them all already. Do you have the follow-up though? I feel like these guided missiles are coming in. And we're mistiming our pushes with our infantry.
これ
We
は
don't have
特殊な
time
ミ
to
サイ
follow
ル
up on this. Let's kill the whole
Ah,
team. These missiles aren't doing anything on either
いや
side.
入れないっ
They're
す
just
ね
zoning players
まあ
off,
でも
which
一
is
発で
part
減
of
っ
the
ているな
purpose. You're
どっかで
trying
ポイ
to
ント
zone
使
these
った
players off so you can set up an
あと一
appropriate
発しか打ってない
push
ぞ
or an
時と
appropriate
テイビーコンでも
defense.
使ったか
But
た
my
だこの
goodness,
隙にもう57チケ
I've
ッ
seen
ト
more
そうですね
guys.
ゴーストのミサイル
時と
なぜかジェットに乗っているゴーストのミサイルを要請します
All right, HAN with another guided missile. Same thing once again. This time, Ghost is going to be calling it in. We're taking a look at the jet ski, which is focused on making some of the flank plays happen. Now, Ghost sends the guided missile. It pretty much lands in the exact spot that they have been
さあ
sending.
特殊のミサイル
They do not
ああ
have
そ
a
して
read
地面
on
落
where
と
the
され
defensive
る
side is going. Zombra finds the
ワンチャンある
AAV.
ぞ
The vehicle disparity is currently dwindling, but so is E2, so is E1. HAN amongst all the chaos are actually finding a lot of value on the points. That being said, with Medics
Nice.
landed a guided missile onto E2, he's going to be taking out 2 of the members that were captured in, and the defense is trying to get more active.
Great job from Wanted, almost solo carried the team over to E1. That was
E2 すごいな人の海だな
Tank Shore and wipe all of the players from the defensive side that were
特殊
trying
の
to
偉すぎる粘り方が
In the meantime, though, because Wanted didn't have the firepower to help out on E2,
この人工
and
ミ
the
サイ
guys
ルどこ行く
E2, E2's back
う
there.
わー
Finally
こい
picking
つ
up
飛
a
ばし
triple
た
there. E1, a triple on the guided missile is the
やばい
signal
やばい
play.
や
We
ばい
have to move, we have to move now. They throw it into the neutral zone. E2 back in their control. This guided missile
まだ
is going to
人
take
工ミサイル
seconds
持って
to
る
land in
特殊のミサイ
5.
ルど
Look
こ
at
や
the
った
attackers. It's got to land right this second. They have to cut down now.
They
This
get off.
may
ちゃん
be
と
too little too
半本
late
逃げる
as the zone off happens and it doesn't connect with Mini.
いやで
わあでも一人か
Still have defense on
この順番だけ
respawn.
で前まで出れる
We still have what, one player
ただ
here.
あーやばいやばい決定打のミサイルが
We'll cut down the reinforcements. Urgent redeployment is their last hope. We gotta get to the point. We gotta get to the point now and hope this missile misses.
Finally, a 0 in the category of guided missiles for the side of
Yabai,
enemy.
yabai, yabai,
They
yabai.
don't have that available to them. 2 seconds until this one lands. He just has to
Yabai,
land off
こん
point.
な
Doesn't have to
人い
do
るの
much.
やばい
Just zone off to the madness for a little bit longer. An absolutely clinical approach to the map of Cyclone. We have seen this before. Last time they were on the map, it was up against HYD. They 2-0'd them. Their attack was successful. But two matches before that, they went up against LT. They were on Cyclone. They were on the attack. You remember they went double overtime, and they ended up failing. This time, they were just a little bit more patient. They waited for those advantages to come in, to find their full value, to wait for their vehicles to do what they do, to wait for their pilot, the Ghost, who, by the way, just joins these guys to do just that, to be that pilot. Wait for Ghost to go ahead and win out in a little bit of a nuanced fight between
今ハン
him
が頑張れ
and
たらもう
Love.
結局ビークルでアドのあるマップだったっていうのもでかいの
It felt fairly
で
clinical up until the E sector, and I think overall the
わかんなくな
overall
ってき
game
まし
plan
た
of the E
よ
sector
まだわからな
was
い
textbook.
全然
Here's the
時と
thing.
ここで気持ち
We
切り
just
替え
shout
て
out
ですね
TXD for holding for over 100 lives. I mean,
初動
clinical
の
is one
戦
thing,
闘機が
textbook
対
is
空しっ
another,
かりと取ってる
sweeps
か
are
どうかが
another.
まあ
That was
そう
a
です
real
ね
game
鍵
with a
が
real fight from TXD. They did a fantastic job. Namely, take a look at the revive.
スタックス77キル
That is what I'm talking
アルチョム
about.
73キル
When they're
おー
back
スタックス
against
アルチョムを超え
mountain
た
guided missiles,
い
how
や
do
ー
they
や
keep
ばい
their bodies
な
on the
スタッ
point?
クスもずっと弓で裏取ったり裏守ったりしてましたもんね
114 revives from medics, 93
時人がちゃんと裏を取ろうとしていたからこそ刺さってた。いやー、これだよこれ。こういうのが見たかった。
77 actually ends up triumphing Artyom, who did of course pick up 73 of his own. 60,000 big ones.
スタックスになるのか、ウォンサになるのか。今回ね、あんまりゴーストのジェットでキルを取りまくるっていうことはなかったからな。しかし、時々も蘇生やばいな。114が2人か。ATX も93。400ぐらいの命救ってますね。
On E1, swing around the backside via the water, come up. There were like 8v3, except the tank that swung in to kill all of them. That stop there won them the game. It allowed them to make a fight over on E2. But let's look back at the beginning of this one and the early mistake from Oak, which was either to get to the lob late or not get to retreat fast enough. That happened. It was all gas, no break from HAN through the first couple sectors.
Yep, absolutely.
エリアの中の乱戦になったら時々勝つこと多かったんで、
そうですね。
あれすごかったですよね。
ただなんかああいうなんか細かい少人数戦になると時城の良さが光ってる感じでしたね。なので、時城としてはそれを狙っていきたい。エコーセクターまで行くとやっぱ攻撃がビークルの車線通しやすい、防衛は逆にかなり苦しいっていうのは現実としてあるので、ブラボーですね、多分一番の鬼門が。ブラボーが逆にこう防衛から車線の開けている土地なので、日本も結局ね、ブラボーは落とせずでしたが、時城はどうブラボーを攻略するのか。そこに注目して見ていきたいですね。うわそうですね。お帰りなさい。暑かったですね。ハンのミサイル管理もめちゃくちゃ良かったですね。耐えすことはなく、絶やすこともなく、でも的確にいてほしくないところに打ち込む。これなそうです。
確かにこんだけミサイルがこんだけ飛んできたらクレーターだらけよ。話もないよもん。
シャコナカネル戦闘機ね、やっぱね、エコーあれ必要なんですよ。そうですね、もうエコー2なくなってもおかしくなかった。沈んでてね、ボートしか入れないエリアになっててもおかしくなかった。
みんな浮いてる、泳いでるぐらいだと思う。
だったと思います。
If I'm HAN and I spend 100 lives on the E sector with a billion more advantages, and we're kind of getting stuffed at the line, I'd be celebrating too when we finally win. I mean, that was a hard fought battle on the E sector, and again, big kudos to TXT for what they were able to accomplish, even despite being down so early.
そうですね。対空戦車って水平より下が逆に撃てないので、ジェットでああやって斜めから撃つのもあるんですけど、そもそもね、ジェットで対空戦車のタイヤぐらいの高さにつけて撃つっていうテクもあったりしますね。
A real quick note, remember Ghost is up in that jet, so nobody on this squad is able to
そう
fall
なん
in
で
on
す
him,
よ。
obviously. So they're kind of down a member in that little bit of a resource. Sarajin
でもゴーストさすがのジェットパイロットだな。
But when you take a look at the performances from Stacks and E1, that they're able to go ahead and pick up. I mean, Stacks was just running the guns, looking for the kills. How do you do that when you can't constantly find yourself in a forward position, man? That is very, very
お前
good
何やって
performance
る
from
んだと。
Stacks. That should be
いつの間に
Emma's
か
house.
ずっと戦闘機乗ってたはずなのに、なんかジェスティーちゃんみたいな。
実は蘇生してます。
どこでどこでそれ一応
But a lot of these players can do it all, man. Sarah Jan, I mean, this squad in particular, obviously Ghost has one specific role. I mean,
スタ
you
ック
won't
ス
see
も
Ghost
偉かっ
play
た
again.
本当に。
Unless, well,
裏
yeah,
を
you
全
won't.
部破壊したのは
He's
スタ
their
ック
fighter
ス。
pilot, and we are going to give him the MVP, and I think that is
や
totally
っぱ
fair.
ゴーストが
ゴースト
I mean,
MVP なのか。
he won. He won the game. Like,
皆
again,
さん
I
大
think
会
if
で
Ghost wasn't
MVP に
there,
なりたかったらジェ
I
ット
think
を
TXT
極めて乗りましょう。
Sector E. He
乗りましょう
alone,
そういうことですね。
77 because he was able to blow up
活
some
躍
of
の
the
オーバーナイト。
So
そう
when
ですね。
HAN win, by the way, he's at 100%
戦
MVP.
闘機のアップなんか少ないですか？
Hey,
そう
that's
マ
right.
ッププルがおかしいんで
They
す
have
よ
100%
ね。
win rates on the
戦
map.
闘機あるマップなんか少ないですか？
No?
No, because they lost LT.
Oh shoot, you're right.
半数以上出てますけどね
It was-
そうです
戦
ね。
闘機ある
Listen,
の
if
っ
you
て
haven't
ス
seen
ト
that
ー
matchup,
ム
go back
ア
to
イ
day one. It was our
フォル
first
ト
match of the tournament. That was the
まあ
first time
今
we
回の
saw
大会ではない
LT
で
and
すけ
it was
ど
an
新マップ
absolute
のムス
nail-biter.
がぐ
And
らい
so
です
was
ね。
that one. We actually almost saw what felt like
だけです
deja
か？
vu.
はいだけです。
If TXT was able to hold on a little bit longer, they would have had a similar performance to LT and
僕も好き
potentially
なんですよ
held
戦
them
闘機が出てく
to
る。
double overtime. That would have really made it hurt
な
from
の
the
に
side
こ
of
の
HAN.
大会
Imagine, folks, you got about
ストー
3 and
ム
a
アイ
half
を見ない
minutes
日は
before
な
we
い。
swap sides and head back to Cyclone.
ストー
Yes,
ム
we
ア
have
イ
played a lot
が
of Cyclone, okay? I'm
何回目
right
だ
there
本当
with
に。
you.
です
However,
ね。
we've had some banger
数えて
matches
みます
on
か？
it as well.
そう
So
です
it's fun to
そうで
take
す
a look at. Of course, we are going to be swapping
まず
sides.
初日
TXT
で
they
4
moved
回
to
や
the
ったでしょ。
attack design. I want to remind people of the storyline. We talked so much about Jet
2
gameplay
日目も
on this
4
map. It's
4
worth
回
bringing
やっ
it
た。
back up. When we swap sides, we don't have a ghost on TXT's roster. We don't have a fighter pilot that we know for
2日
certain
目
is
の
going
写真を
to
見
be
てみれ
in
ば
that
わかる
pilot
か。
seat. Taking a look at their sub list and who's in and who's out. Zombra has subbed in for Legacy, who is a star player for this roster. I talked to the talent behind the scenes. I talked to production. I'm saying what's going on. They won't tell me or they don't know. Okay, so Legacy's not playing most likely. We don't know for certain, but most likely not playing. You don't see that
2日目は
sub,
1回だけか。
And
ショード
Zombra's
の
in.
方が出て
Cool.
ますね
Zombra did a great
Oh.
job, by the way, for this roster.
Shoulder.
And has been playing fantastic. When you think about the pilots,
ショ
the
ードも
only
ね
sub that
多
we
かっ
know
た
to
で
be a
す
pilot
ね
is。Lil Egg. Played in Vietnam, was her pilot in Vietnam. But since then, kind of taken a backseat. A
ショードと
true
スト
sub
マイも
as
見たくないです
Legacy has been
ね
their。primary pilot. So with Legacy on the bench,
Yeah.
you don't see Legacy sub in. Likely going to see their second string pilot, Lil Egg, hop into the fighter pilot seat and
Oh.
see how much value they can make on the map.
I feel like it's
もう
important for us to
レッドブレーダー。
talk about the
はい。
history
だから
so
本当
far
臨
this
界点を
event
見せてく
specifically in
れ。
terms of what maps TXT have played. They have
Yeah.
played trench
そう
lines.
ですね。
They have played
Oh,
Ascension just one time where they were not on the attack, so they didn't have
何でもいい。
pilot, so we didn't get any information from that. We obviously didn't get any information from trench lines, like I
サイ
mentioned,
コ
because
ロ
there are no
サイコロ
aerial
という
vehicles.
か
And then they went
あの
back
ボ
to
ール
back
ボ
on
ー
track
ル
again.
ボールあれです
No
よ
aerial
実
vehicles.
は
So
全部
yes,
相場
it
い
is
いん
a
だ。
giant question mark
そう
right
だ
now
と
for
ないんじゃ
TXT,
ない
and it could be the difference maker. The fact that that
4個
whole
4個最後入れ
situation
られるんですけ
isn't
ど
necessarily concrete.
なんか
No, I
そう
totally
です
agree.
か
You know what's funny to think about too? I mean, again, I
選手は
bring up
確
the
認してるはず
the
ですけど
Vietnam
ね
Fight
そうですね。
2025
いやあの
for
後
many
あの
reasons.
あ
One
の
of
ボー
which
ル
is
が
that TXT was the
いや
champion,
変わるんですよ
obviously.
違うんです違うんですあれボール実は前と後ろに書いてあって
It's crazy.
Who they
マップ
took
名が
down,
ねだか
how
ら
they
審
fell to
判
the
は
lower
ストーンマイ以外
bracket.
のマップ見て
It's
る
a
んですけ
lot
ど
of the
ああや
same
って表示
players,
されてる
technically
の
a
は
different
全部
team.
ストーンマイって
But
い
they
うこ
had
と
to
ですね
take down the former DNI.
も
Now
う表裏に
moved
ね
back
ス
to
トーンマイ
HAN.
と
This is a rematch
ストーンマイ以外のマ
that
ップ
HAN desperately want to win.
ひどい
それ
な
か中国の技術
And then
で
meet
あ
a
の
team
が
they really
関わ
want
り
to
ます
beat
な
in
る
the
ほどなるほ
finals.
どホログラムになってるんですね
ホログラムボール
Yeah.
なるほど
Absolutely.
さすがデルタフォー
Absolutely.
ス
世界だ
Emphasis on that, yes, TXT.
でだからどれ拾ってもストーンマイかショートにしかならないんだ
But as it currently stands, they're down. They're
Yeah.
down a map, man. They're down a round. Not only does their
That's
whole
it.
tournament,
Ah,
the rest of the FIW 2026 here in Wuhan, China, rely on this next game,
Ah,
but so
so
does
ka.
their title. The ability to go ahead and defend it, man.
Yeah.
そうで
A
す
lot on the
ね
line.
A lot on the line, and again, it's a best of three.
Oh,
If they lose this next map, they're out of here.
So-
2-0. Like, it's a really good team of HAN, but still 2-0 and still fourth place overall. Not where they
ま
want to be.
あ
They
範
have one goal in mind,
と
which
しては
is
あれじゃない
defend
です
their title.
そ
So
の
we'll see what
ここで
TXT
ジェ
do.
ットの腕を確かめてあでもフォルトバン バンしてるのか。バンしてますもんね。
今回はホルトと脱線がバンでした。
なるほど。ってなるとやっぱ臨回転かアセンションか脱線か。
But HAN has been more consistent. I'm looking for the pop-off right now from TXT. Heroes to emerge and somebody to go nuclear on the map. Who knows, it could be a sub,
サックスヘリーがちゃんと動けてたところを昨日見るに強気に選択できるんじゃないですかね。
If you value anything at all that me and Goj says, we actually both predicted that this matchup, this head-to-head,
航空機ってやっぱ操作感が独特なので、本当に百戦錬磨のプレイヤーがパイロット席に座っているかどうかっていうのがね、命運分けるまでありますからね、ヘリマップ、ジェットマップは。
They do have the ability to go ahead and shut things out early. It'll be interesting to see if they can do it from the defensive side of Cyclone. That being said, I feel like at this event in particular, the attack side has just seemed to be a little bit better.
ハンとしてはやっぱり時とのフィジカルをもうしっかり感じてるだろうから、航空機関与するマップを選ぶんじゃないかなと思いますが。これ特殊度がリードするようなスピーディーにエコーまで進むようだったら、まあショートでしょうね。はい、クランベリーいいんですね。ゴーストアウト。もう休めと。
Belmont, not even on my radar, and Medic, a top support player, 113 revives.
で、ベルモンドインってなってましたね。あ、これクランベリーですね。
Cranberry coming in for Ghost on HAN makes a ton of sense. Cranberry, a part of their original roster, Ghost just their pilot. Belmonts, huh? What do you think? Do you think Belmonts is their pilot now?
どこももうパイロット枠で取ってるんですね、チームの中に。
Because you are essentially sacrificing one of the best medics we've seen.
I mean, his name is literally medics.
Exactly. I mean, you're taking him out, and here's the important thing: is that TXT are going to the attacking side, and we always put an emphasis of value on the side of the attack to those very, very good medics.
Wow.
Well, we don't know what Belmont's going to be doing yet, but you would imagine it would be for a pilot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dude, man, I got so many question marks in my brain, and that's what I love about this game. When you got a roster of 20 players, man, there's so many little moves that you can make from a strategic standpoint. Folks, you know it, but we're going to remind you. HAN versus TXT. HAN now moving to the defensive side, going back to Cyclone. It is a best of 3.
気になるところです
This is it for TXT, your former champions. This is it for TXT.
帰りなさい。
If they lose right here, right now, we are loading into Cyclone. Get loud, get excited. It is time to see if TXT can hold on for dear life and force us to game 3. And it's time to see what's going to happen between our classic Jet versus Law action. And it is Belmont in the sky. All that conjecture for what? A substitute to step into the ring and prove himself.
Going to be awesome to see if he can be the difference maker for the side of TXT here, but all the usual on the side of HAN. Miang going to be in the lava, dipping out into the tunnel, and that is exactly what we want to see, right? That initial lava that kind of spawns. Get that thing to safety very, very quickly. Do not even allow it to take any damage from the side of the Jet. Now TXT are taking what feels like a little bit of a normal approach. Obviously, they're going to want to look to go ahead and flood this point early on. And I can't lie, I see a lot of kills for the side of TXT. I mean, Whistly himself picking up a 3-piece early on. They're actually feeling an advantage early on. They want to go ahead and make things happen early.
Holy sin. I mean, they have just jumped onto the point and immediately are making HAN go, whoa, what now? Surgeon comes running up the side of the hilltop, trying to get into the mix again, immediately getting obliterated. Uh-oh, HAN in for a bit of a rude awakening, but they are finally pushing back.
Absolutely trying to make something happen here. We want to see some individual.
どうだこれ正面組が
trying to make something happen here. It looks like they have all but equalized sector A.
これもう半はでもまだ時間あるか。一回リグルだな。
Onto this point now, Wanza starting to feel the pressure. Wants to make something happen for the side of HAN. Try to help out his boots on the ground towards that point, but he's getting held back a little bit by the side of TXT.
さあこの30ミリ時間砲がどれだけ仕事できるかだけど、いやーやばい。まさにジェットが
cutting it to the action, maybe thought better of it because Niang was taking some shots up on high, then maybe started to connect. I don't know.
危ねー、小島に救われた。
Just kidding, no it's not. One shot in the dream and boom. Alua Rocket Zombra able to take it down.
Potentially a little bit of a mistake right there. Overextension very far out the sea right there. Whilst all the casts happen, while they are losing the boat, HAN do make a point to go ahead and reclaim Sector A. It's honestly not a lot of boots on the ground from the side of TXT. Pretty much the only thing on the point for them right now is this AAV. It's trying to go ahead and clip down some of the members of HAN.
ウルル合わせに行った。
Uru's going to try to make
一
something
発。
happen. It does land one of the Allure rockets. Where is the
二発。
cohesion? I want to see more Allure rockets land. One more
3
does
は
land.
届かない
One more
か。
follow up. We might be able to take out this AAV, but that's going to be a failed attempt from the side of
わあ、さっき見た
HAN. Now,
光景。
Belmods, like we mentioned, first time up on the stage here, does get substituted in. Currently does not have any kills, but looking to go ahead and continue to find some of the value. The vehicles from the side of TXT have all but retreated.
ハン偉い
And
な。
HAN have pretty much reclaimed
なんか再配置し
Sector
たな。
A almost
違う、
in
スナイ
its
パーか。
entirety. Taking a look at the tickets right now, 163. So TXT have not necessarily gone ahead and spent too many, which is good to see because remember we brought in the question, hey, if you're losing a guy like Medics, who's going to go ahead and kind of pick up the weight there? Who's going to go ahead and
ミャンのこれ対空戦車もこれ射程外ですね、ギリ。
that many tickets so far on a couple of these approaches means that your medics are doing exactly what they need.
目の前で消失してます
Take
ね。
a look at the eyes in the sky. Belmods has yet to
消え
find
るよ、その
kills.
弾。
Oftentimes when you see the jet not able to get any piece of the action, it feels a little bit uncomfortable in the sky. Taking too much damage, trying to play really safe. It's the right play.
おー、偉い偉い偉い。偉い偉い。ハン偉い。うわ、クラッシュも刺さって、おい、うわ、右手合わせ。
Hit more free. I think this A sector is already captured.
Let's see how long this AAV can kind of stay alive. I saw a couple of missiles coming over the top, and yes, they are trying to go ahead and make things happen right now. 50% HP for the AAV right there. While all of the troops on the ground are getting cut down on both sides.
Welcome to the party. AAV still doing a good job of staying alive. And here comes the defense, just winning their gunfights on the point. By the way, Commander,
セクターでね、戦闘がすぐ終わんないですね。
will get that to be a success. Should see it tick over. There it is. That's some extra score.
さあさあさあ、AAV ハーフまで持ってったけど、あ、回復が
And the
進んで
team
る
that'll
な。
be nice for later rounds.
間に合わないですね。
Going to be seeing these shotguns find value
もしかして今大会初めてか、フリンダラちゃんとピックしてますね。さあ、2つ。
Pretty much all but equalized the vehicles right now. Again, more of these explosives are going to be landing on the AAV from the side of TXD. Down to 30% HP.
だと思います。
Cannot find that last
急降下しな
rocket.
きゃいけなか
That's
った
kind
り
of
するし
been
な。
the difference maker for HAN. Just that
ええ。
one last rocket.
あー、激ロ
One more land.
激ロあと一発、あとワンウルル。
It was down to about 50% HP.
ただ、ないで
The
す
difference was
ね
just。one rocket between it being destroyed.
お
But now HAN
AT
are starting to feel the pressure. They're trying to
おー、壊した壊した壊した。
going to get credit for that. AAV does go down. And that's going to be the back foot of the urgent redeployment. Take a look at the tickets start to dwindle very, very quickly. I went ahead and tipped my hat and said, hey, TXT, you guys are doing very, very well. In the category revives, you're not
まだわかんないですよ。ここからです
over the
よ。
last 60 seconds. That has not been the case.
そしてウォンサーのボートも出ましたね。
Disappeared.
ウォンサーかどうかはわかんないけど。
What a wild move. What a nice play. And yet again, by the way, building that artillery, that AA gun off in the distance has been extremely influential. I love that play. From this team, HAN, by the way, has done that on both attack and defense now. Same spot, same place.
まあまあまあ、まだまだこれからですよ。一番トキシドが怖いのは、A の時点で車両を呼ばれちゃうことですね。対空戦車がいるので、ジェットも投下車両にアプローチはできない。そうですね。そうですね。壊れましたね。
The tickets have now entered a very dangerous territory for the side of the attack.
気づいてはいるはずですけどね。えぐいな、もうこのスモークの中めがけて打てばいいだけだもんな。うわー、変わってくれ、そこの沿岸砲。おお、入った入った入った。うわ、ハックからの誰がハックしたんだ。でもだと思いますね。さあさあさあ、また AAV ですね。ああ、もう機関砲打ち切っちゃったけど、カチカチカチカチってこれ気持ちめっちゃわかる。打ちたいよね。でしたね。さあ A セクターすごいな、中でこんなに耐えるんだな。座礁戦まで別にエリア取れてるわけだ。あ、気づいた。ベルモンド、これは残ってますね。やりきれてない。なんだ沿岸砲なんならパクって使おうってやつですね。
Back on the point itself, HAN again have pretty much been successful in defending this to the point where TXT have now
ボートの援護までありますね。あれ
basically invest tickets that they would love to go ahead and use in some of their following attacks. Wanda still out here in the boat trying to make things happen. Starting to feel the pressure right there. Jumps out of the boat. Jumps in the allure rocket. Is going to be going for the boat. Can the boat hide? Can the allure rocket get destroyed before it makes contact? Before we go ahead and see that one come up, wish to jump away, but yeah, I mean the boat battle always kind of cool to check out here. And Wanza very low, pretty much lost out on that trade. One more rocket landed. Go ahead and do it. Oak's gonna try to find it on the retreat of Wanza, but he's just a little bit.
ジェットはそれどころじゃない。ただウレルが飛んでくる。でも回復が間に合う。お、そんなこと言ってる間になんか車両出てるぞ。そうですね。なんかもう AAV もいるし。
That's just not good enough, not at this scale. Not an elimination match, you desperately need to win, but it is enough for them to capture Sector A.
B セクターまでの間に、はい、チケットも。ウォンさん生き残った。あ、しかも AAV も壊してる。偉いな。
Take a look at the leaderboard here for the side of HAN, who again I pretty much credit that as a win is what it feels like. I mean, no standout performances. We do see Artyom stacked towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They do have
さあ今キルリーダーはハンは小文字って読むのか小文字か
So TXT individually doing very well. But again, they're down to 160 tickets. They effectively lost 20. They could potentially reclaim said tickets if they have a very successful attack here, that one that goes quick enough. But
一人前行き過ぎちゃいました。
found itself to be a problem for a lot of players on the map. Especially because of positions like this. From the tank, Sarah Jin in the tank is also very scary. Take a look at the absolute
対空戦車で守る準備もできてる。
vehicles for the side of the defense.
さあ黒いぞこれ。ブラボーセクターの中入れない。やばいですよ。しかも1両はバトルタンクですからね。サラジ。そうですね。
See one land, but 3 up on height. Jinman, Wansa, they're able to just trade out positions if one starts to take damage. I really like that play from them. It's just going to be shelling this B point, and it's one of the reasons why.
さあクランベリー後ろを疲れて、おっと B を横サイドから取る動きしてますね。ですね。
And I think Belmont's going to have to be a hero right now from the jet. He's going to have to make a play somehow on either Mayang, take down this AA.
トキシドの偉いところ。
Yeah, I mean it's going to be super tough for TXT to go ahead and bounce back. I mean, even us kind of
投下車両だから行ったれの精神なのか。そうですね、もう、まあ、タンク2台いたら無理ですね。ただこれでも間に合うんじゃないか。一回ウォンサ変えれますね、これ。
But as soon as he was able to go ahead and pick up on the idea that TXT were trying to go ahead and pull that one off, he retreats to safety. So
わ、迫撃砲だな、これ。ジンメの迫撃砲ですね。
嫌なの入ったな、
今の。
Again, Belmont's still not finding much value yet. Here he comes, getting in close. Here's Wansa as well.
なんか今悪いことしようとしてたな。
The attackers have done a pretty good job of rotating up to this ruins area.
時指なかなか。うわー、ここがな。戦車から撃たれるんだよな、あのアングル。
We're in a bit of a stalemate right now.
でもな、
stalemate is a win.
トリプルキル。
And we've seen these attack approaches towards these ruins before, but it's usually on the back foot of multiple vehicles. And take a look at the economy in that regard. They actually only have one singular land vehicle. Now that the side of HAN have access to, what is it now, like
そうですね、なんかスモークがね、爆風で晴れるようになっちゃいましたね。
Any vehicles that start to fall high for the side of TXT will surely just be kind of shot out. So this is going to be an extremely difficult one to kind of bounce back from.
届かないですね、さすがに。まあただ遊ばしとくよりはね、チャレンジするのは大事ですね。FSV がちょっと顔出すだけで AP をもらうと。ただブラボーセクター制圧が進んでる。
That we're going to see people like King One there is in the middle, playing hero, playing solo.
使ってるからもう帰るしかないですね。
Looking to take down the Tank Destroyer in transition. The rest of the team should be flooding in from the bottom. I feel like this point is actually in jeopardy.
なんでそこにいるの。やばいな。
Wiping more and more firepower out from the TXT.
Yeah, I mean losing that Tank Destroyer. That one definitely does not feel good for TXT. Finally got some reinforcements in the vehicle category with that AAV kind of spawning all the way in the back, but the fact that that's been equalized now by the Tank Destroyer being destroyed right before that, and as I say, that Oak's actually on a heavy fire off in the distance with that AAV.
表示できないからいいやってなっちゃいますか。
Wansa might actually go ahead and peek over and crest this hill.
うわー、なんで防衛のバックライトタンクこんなとこいるの。うわー、
Wansa has been activated. The tank has been activated. This is usually very, very risky because you are so far forward. He doesn't care right now. TXT, he wants them to feel the pressure. He wants them to feel the pain point.
ただ取り返してる取り返してる。
Low ground egress. It looks like Blake's trying to play hero down here by himself. There's a 3-piece and probably 4, a full squad trying to play low. They're able to trade out Blake. So all the attackers now moving to the low side. What is the answer to the low side? We all know that answer. Where's Mr. Boat? Boat could get active. Oh no, Boat can't get active because Belmont is actually putting some damage down on Stacks. Stacks is deep into the tunnel, so he's going to be reliant on these infantry members to go low, win the gunfight. While over top, we've got our tanks shelling down below where they can. Not quite as effective, but still pretty powerful. Just a bit of damage, a couple of fours or otherwise from the backside of this point. DXD will not go down without a fight.
AV はウルルで一回移動と。で、なんでそこにライトタンクがいるの。あ、なんか上乗った。上乗ってるけど、1だからバーナーできない。
The AAV now has the opportunity to go ahead and jump onto the point if it also wants to get aggressive. But you just saw firsthand what happens when you do go ahead and put these vehicles out with the open.
Chili Barrage called in to help relieve some of the pressure that the attackers are putting on.
バラージュも呼んでますね。清掃車をブラボーに入れてます。
For what reason I don't know. Here's the
見ると見事としか言えないな。
of the B sector to make sure these players can't get in onto the point.
ただいいところに突撃者突っ込んで、そうですね。
To be able to pick up a lot of revives here as well. It's a lot of bodies potentially inside this sector and start the
それ
capture.
かボートとかですかね。
Well done getting to cover and well done surviving the onslaught of the
すごい
artillery
ぞ。もう
barrage.
ブラボー
A
そ
lot
こ
of
で
empty.
取
They
る
got
作
more
戦に出
numbers
た
right
か。
now and they're
なる
trying
ほ
to
ど。
capture it very quickly. So what do? The boat's going to get active. This is stacks on the backside.
わー
It's
い、
just
AAV が落ち
that is
た。
an AAV down, and now the backside of this fight is now wide open. These attackers had a safe haven for just a moment, and they're all falling at the hands of this boat, and now the infantry cleaning up the mess.
Yeah, I mean, losing out on this push right here.
あー、突撃者が壊れた。そしてブラボーリテイクだ。
Right there, right? They do end up push. And I can't lie, I mean, HAN, they did call in an
さあ、
artillery
歩兵
barrage,
戦
but
闘車要
it's
請
not
で
like
す
they
ね
had to invest anything.
あ、バトルタンク
Too
か。
surmountable,
あ、
like,
ラ
it's
イ
not
ト
like
タン
they
クですね。
overextended one of their vehicles or kind of called in the urgent
そうですね。
redeployment. Now that was
補填が入りました。
natural skill and using a little bit of a rotation from the side of Stacks and Blue,
そうですね。
who is also currently under fire from the jet, trying to go ahead and retreat and keep this thing alive. Again, a lot of these times, these boat operators,
スタッ
they're
クスは
actually
ボ
doing
ー
it
トも運
solo.
転し
So
ま
when
す
he。retreats, because he is the
何でも
sole
やるな。
engineer, he has to go ahead and wait for that one to get repaired, which is why he has to retreat so far. A lot of the times, you may also see that a couple of engineers are actually on the boat itself. That's when they get a little bit more aggressive, but Stacks playing it perfectly. And now TXD is looking to make something happen.
ライトタンク前出たけど、
Boat running away. Zambra in the tank now wants to get active.
もう一歩前に行くと撃たれるしな。
Solid push and a solid play here.
そうですね。
Try to get something going in the attack.
はい。貴重な貴
Biggest
重
problem
なライ
right
ト
now
タン
is
ク。
that Belmont's still only
でも
on
ハッ
4
クされた。
kills in the jet. He's been on 4 kills for the last nearly
ウルルが行く。
probably
ゴールからの一撃。一発。うわ
decent for a moment.
なんで
We know HAN's going to answer back immediately. They take some damage. Lure Rockets on the top. Look at Wanza on the backside. Playing so aggressive as the commander. Getting eyes on the battlefield. Doing exactly what he needs to do to secure the victory, which is continually punish every aggressive
そうです
move
ね
from the attacker.
多分あれもハックするよでも
They
ウル
don't
ル打って
have
ますね
options, and I'm sure that's
ハッ
what's
ク
going
コール
through
の
TXD's
時
mind
間
right
が
now.
ね
早いですもんね、だって。
そうですハックから8秒でもう復活するからスキルが
しかもさらにそれに合わせて戦車が左サイドからまたね追い込みもかけてたんで
そうですね
二段構えでしたね
完全に
Coming in from the other side as well. I'm looking to
うわ
top up there, and that's exactly who's going to find the
さ
final
っき合わせたウルル
blow
使
towards
っちゃおう
that
ですね
AAV.
うわやばい
HAN
ところ
are
に
just
やばい
in
や
full
ウルル
control.
タンクが
And yeah, like I mentioned, we mentioned it as a complete and utter win for the side of TXD when Wanza seemingly
方法がある
overextended.
のか
But he was feeling so
わあ
confident
なんか自由な
that he could just go ahead and make it happen again.
Oh,
Take a look
no.
at this. An overextension once again,
お
multiple
前
times.
嘘だろうの
In the driver's seat of this
ポチャ
thing,
っ
make
た
mistakes and get it stuck multiple times.
まあいい
They're going to be losing
か
out on the
乗れ
tank.
ない
TXD make
し
something happen.
Oh, that's a brutal loss. Just sunk the tank. Barely.
ああ映してやるな
Barely too
よ
far into the water. It was honestly such a great play for once. I actually love that
Literally
route there.
camera
They've
hack.
got so much value, but loses the tank in transition. Now, obviously, take a look at the bottom of your screen, folks. You guys can read. They have every advantage they can still want in the vehicles that they have available. But
ファ
still,
ンにとっては
そうですね
small silver lining, a glimmer of hope.
さあ50チケット割りまし
Not
た
infallible. They can make mistakes.
Uh-oh.
お C42 個
Take down
は
the
い
soldier.
破壊
Name
確
them trying
定
to get this vehicle down so they can't put more respawns down, and that's exactly what happens. Byron goes in. Byron doesn't care if it dies. Byron gets the vehicle down. Down goes another vehicle. Not a single vehicle. The jet dies from the
やっぱり
sky.
歩兵戦きつ
Nothing
い
is
からなの
left
かな
for TXD to rely on to capture the B sector. Nothing is left for
まあ取らな
TXD.
くてももう十分
Stacks
取ってる
found
か
it,
ら
found
確か
the
に
final
それ
blow
はあります
required
ね
onto the jet.
だってもう下見ると左からなのに右6個あるもんな
And on the back foot of losing what feels like
ここでどう耐え
everything,
る
the boots on the ground are trying to make something happen.
いやーすごいもう
Make up for
赤
the
い人が
failed
バッタバ
efforts
ッ
of
タ
the
倒れて
vehicle
ますね
operators.
どうやっ
But
て
HAN,
耐え
they
る
know exactly how to handle this one. They've been doing it all day.
黒い
Multiple times. They're
わーパパ
experienced
2
on
フェス目が突っ込ん
Cyclone.
でいった
Defensively
あーやばい
speaking,
やばいやば
Stacks
い
is having an absolute field day. And why don't you guys go ahead and join the fray?
下がみんなもう倒れてる
And make sure that we can continuously flood in on this point.
新砲撃
And
で
hold
上をやるし
TXD
下を
right here,
FSV で破壊する
right
し
now.
Look at Wanza just running over bodies.
あーやばいやばいやばい
Survive when a tank
もう何もさせてもらえない
destroyer
Stacks perfectly positioned now with the boat, not with the threat of the jet up the top to just hold this B point. It looks like the attackers have a position. The attackers do have an AAV, and they may actually trade out Wanta here with the tank destroyer, but unfortunately that's still a favorable trade for the side of the defense because they lose, attackers lose yet again one of their only vehicles. They pull their second tank forward. They have to play aggro with 30 lives remaining. They could still capture this.
お、でもブラボー無理やりこれ車両突っ込んでいったぞ。この人数差はひっくり返んないな。おお、取った取った取った。いやー、魂の B セクター。人の力で持っていきましたね。
That respawn, look at that team respawn beacon just came in too late. 11 people spawned on the B point after it was capped.
正直ね、もうスノーボールの最後のあとはもう雪だるま上に乗せるだけぐらいのとこまで行ってましたからね。人の数で
kind of jumping up as well, 43 kills.
地面43キル。
Constantly gets through
アルチョンは47キル。
above and ahead of all the others. Already on 47 on the gun.
なんか悪いことしてる。この自然脇の。うわー。楽しいことしてる。戦闘機もう画面の外で破壊されちゃいましたね。さあこれ C セクター一旦はまず燃料タンクを破壊する動きなのかなこれは。いやもう下で耐える動きか。あ、これやばいぞ。はもう勝負する気ですねこれ。ハンはその同居するんじゃなくて、はい。でなんならここでファイトすることによってスコア稼ぐまでありますね。
Right? This map gives you so much room to come back.
わーですね。わーただバンカー壊れたぞ。あー流れてきた流れてきた。これファイトに負ける。おーやばいことしてる。あーやばいやばいやばいやばい。XS プレイが。
All that effort from the medics to keep people up. Maybe all for not. No Syndrax is able to trade a vehicle out, but look at all the green on the map. Everybody from red dying, and we go from 89 tickets down to 70 folks. You can do a little bit of math. That is one player. Nope, there it is. All 20 players just respawn for the attackers. Not one red player is on the correct side of the map.
そしてボートも出した。
pincer maneuver there.
まあな、ここミサイルもはいじゃあ避けるねするだけだからな。
Equally spread out, and they literally took out like 20 members. Take a look at Stacks getting active on the boat. I mean, this guy is putting up
多分ライトタンクのドローンでロックオンできるやつですね。なんか新しい車両を呼んでる。歩兵戦闘車ですね。人命。
recuperate in terms of that vehicle that they did lose because of that play that they made, but they will easily trade
歩兵戦闘車と対空戦車も今の環境だとね、水の上も移動できるので、やることは一つかもしれませんね。裏まで水路で回ってドン。
Jeez, bro.
Barnes just keeps re-knocking the same people.
There
it goes.
手前で削られる。
That's hilarious. Yeah, good luck getting to the point at this point. Look at that. Oak's got a boat.
対空戦車は暇を持て余しているので、もう船を撃ちます。
Another flank, another pinch.
やばい。わあ、なんか地面降ってきた。あ、やばいぞこれ。防御グレネード来るぞ。まずい。
What do you do when you're somebody like KKN up on top of the hill and you take a look back down and there's like 3 vehicles?
いや、もう今破壊してる途中ですね。そこにいるんでしょう。1個だけくっつきましたね。C4 壊すには3つ必要。
But you've always got the reinforcements of
Oh,
the
oh,
team. You've got
oh,
the vehicle
oh,
stacks. It's
oh,
going to be caught off guard, though. The boat is trying to make something happen. He's trying to go ahead and retreat. Like I mentioned, Stacks is all alone. He doesn't have an engineer to go ahead and help him.
さあただルイビーが降りてるからトレードはできる。
Behind. Kamosi card. I don't think they're running stingers.
あまだ耐えるか。
Gets out of this. This will be a huge win. Now we also have an urgent redeployment on the C sector right now. Beacon going down. That's a lot of green to get onto the point. Yep. Red winning down below with the boat gone as
さあ
well.
そんなこと言ってる間に C セク
Great
ターは
news
も
if you're
う
TXT
特殊しかいな
fans. The
い。
D sector is about to be a
下
problem.
突射しかいない。
TXT have done it.
あ
They're
ー取
moving
った。
into the D sector with 101 lives. Much
あ
better
ー
than we
100地形まで
expected.
回
A
復した
nice way
か
to。just full send all together before the defense can respond. That is a mistake and a missed the urgent redeployment.
これわか
Team
んない
strategic
な。
respawn beacon now. That's a lot of score that they just
100
wasted.
ですからね。あもう D1 の2回入ってますよ。トキシド。これちょっとトキシドに流れきたか。
That's a win.
C の防衛ちょっともたつきましたね。半。
I would have liked to
で
see
すね、ちょっ
more
と
than
ギリギリ
10.
で上取りに行ってやろうっていう動
But
き
yeah,
が
like
揺
you
らめていっ
mentioned,
てました。
technically a
です
win.
ね。
Approaching
スタンバイが黒い
sector
な
B, I。mean, you would want more than that.
そう
and
2回はね、これ C セクター終わる前に取れるのって。
kind of inventory of things to be able to call in. They have zero guided
もう
missiles.
電
and
光
TXT
石火で
actually
取れれ
have
ば
two.
でかいぞ。
Yeah,
そうですね。
and
デルタ1
also-
取っちゃえばでか
I
い。
mean, TXT, the fact that, and again, using all their scoreline for all the things we just saw them use.
実質もうフルチケで勝負できるようなもんですからね。
最初でも
I mean,
20チケッ
HAN
トは
have the
かかるだろう
AAV
な
to
と
be
思う
able
ん
to
です
play the
けど。
water at least some, which is nice. But TXT winning that boat battle earlier
おお。
gigantic for this D sector.
さあ弓とショットガン。おい。おい弓。はいショットガン。
This feels like it
俺
would
はショット
kind
ガ
of
ン。
result in what would feel like an upset. I mean, HAN had full control in every regard, and
痛い痛い痛い。ズキズキする。ああショットガン。アルチョムのショット
they're
ガン。
making something out of what feels like nothing. I mean, everything was in the way
はい弓。
for
は
them.
い
What HAN was able to bring to the table.
弓。
Pressing on, man.
弓
I'm telling you, this TXT is the same thing that happened last year in 2025.
アーチャーフォースですからね。はい。
This team is so
そうですよ。
resilient. TXT has done such
ベ
a
ロニ
great
カも
job.
ショットガンサイガーを持
There's
ってい
always a
る。
chance. D sector is going to be the hardest one thus
ショッ
far.
トガン。
though.
はい弓。
Please,
我々は何を見せられているのでしょうか。
kind of a gimme eventually. You get it.
Nice shot,
That's
guy.
a lot of lives. By the way, did you see all those people?
あ
That,
弓あショットガ
that
ン
little
ショットガン。
heartbeat on the left, by the
キ
way,
ルログ
they
が
are full respawn.
これが今の
PTK ゼロで
Tons
す
of people getting revived. I mean, we're all the way down to 83 lives out of nowhere. After one big push got thwarted, TXT are reassessing and
そうです
grouping
ね
back up.
日本は負けてしま
That
いま
being
した。
said, the reassessment in terms of the
Yeah.
locals have actually swung pretty heavily in favor
Yeah.
of TXT.
上がってきた。
Look at them. They're trying to drop missile silo here and get onto D2.
上
Gonna
負け
look
ちゃ
at
ったもん
D2
な
rather
途
than
中の今の
D1 to
で。
start. Fairly standard, I guess, but
結構
あで
きついな。
もデルタ2すごい。
This
とりあえ
is
ずデル
what
タ
makes it
2を取るという
weird,
動
right?
き
I mean, from both sides,
ただハイバリュー
tanks
で
available, mobs available, but
AAV 入れた
super
か
hard to
いや
find
違うな
value
デルタ1守れって
on
指示
points
が
like D1 and D2 just because the main access point is actually the water.
おお頭入れるから M6 の TTK がえぐい速
Try
い
to be the ones to go ahead and
なんか
こ
変わっ
の入りが強いんですよね。
difference.
そうですね 2.5 倍ぐらいになるんだっけか
But D2 right now being contested
で
by
も
the side
胸
of
と頭当たらなかった
TXT.
ら弱いんです。
そう
We're
です
about to feel the
手
pressure
足に入れるわけじゃないので
Sarah Jin in the boat though, who's actually taking a lot of damage as it
Yep.
currently
あーっ
stands.
とサラジン
And
ちょっ
that's
とま
because
ずい
he's
か
going to be up against
炙って直
prowess
す
of two boats on the other side. But RU1B
おお水中ウルルやば
currently under heavy fire as well. Sarah Jin gets traded out. The boat goes
そう
down.
ウルル
That's
は
going
ね
to be
水
one for
中
one
で
trade. Now on the
あ
backside of things,
なんかやってる
tank destroyer. Call this thing a boat destroyer. If it is able to find the damage
Lord.
needed.
got it.
Hail 2G
止まってなかっ
with a big assist.
打ってなかったですね
打っ。てなかったで
It
す
was on the
ね
other side.
あえてまだ打たなかったの
Yeah,
か
both did land,
なかったのかちょっと意図は分かりませんでしたが
Crazy moment between both these two teams. Both teams lost their boats now.
What a spot for
D2
Oda.
ファ
Three
イト。
vehicles apiece. Attack of a full control over D2 now. That's a lot. That's pretty much the entire team. And oh, nice play from Odu.
nice.
Out of
Ah,
next
しょうがないこれは
Almost was enough
あ
damage.
水中アサシン部
Take down the AAV that could be run.
AT4 や、ね、ウルルランチャーはそこから撃てます水中からもなぜか
Do you
撃
have
て
a
るので
magnetic bomb for me?
おお
Almost grabs the steal.
タンポチ入れだとか。
ボタンポチ入れ。
ボタンポチでマスターやれるんだ。よ。マスターやれちゃうんだ。
どういう原理かわからないけどやりましたね。
下まで行っちゃうんだ。
フレシェット。あ、ただ
これやばいぞ。
おお、乗った乗った。
every single time he hops out of this vehicle, he starts to
ただ次がある。対空戦車だからな。まあ壊れてもみたいなとこはあるが。おお。帰った。
残してる残してる。
Man, I'm blown away with what TXT has been able to do.
いや惜
This
しい
is
な。
such
今のでも
a
一人持ってっ
great
たらだけだ。
resilient team. Still in, still fighting, still finding moments to put themselves ahead.
This is weird. You really just
なんかまた水泳部。
水泳部います。水泳ハッキング部ですね。でもなんで水の中でこんな速いんだこの車両。ズイー言ってますけど。
I mean, that's just.
まだ曲がらない。
そうですね。曲がらない。
速度は出るけど曲がらない。
あとトルクはないから時間がかかるですね。この速度まで。
D2 here, folks. Still complete control of the attackers.
D2 は落としたんですけど D1 に入るだけの算段がないです。
そうですね。
特殊度。
まあ D2 の小競り合いも続いてましたね。
なんか D1 の前に守護神いますもんね。
あ、
やろうとしてる。やばい。
Oh, you gotta be careful.
Oh my god.
So this is the
No.
これ紙一重なんだな。
さっきもうまくアップンダウンですね、じゃあ。
ね、AAV でね。ああ。ここに鉄くずが一つ。いやー、見せてくれるな、トキシド VS ハン。
さすがにここでちょっとトキシドに女神が来たんじゃないかな。ミスったのはでかいです。相手のミスですか、これ。
そうですね。
さあこのミスのおかげでやるかショットガンバーサスショットガンショットガンバーサスショットガンあグレ
ーしてあ弓が飛んでくるぞかわしたおお
あ
ショットガンして弓が復活してショットガンも復活して
ただ60チケット E1 の前
おお
まで
弓ショットガン皆さんストーン前の D ではショットガンと弓以外使っちゃダメです。
メインに弓、サブにショットガンです。
そうです。車両の投下を許した。後ろからお AAV を準備してますね。お互い AAV だな。D1 落ちてますね。
この白兵戦
どうでしょうか。全尾を今ハンが置いたのでこれにどれだけ早くトキシドを気づけるか。おおですね。D2 で勝負してあ D1 取れるぞこれ。おー、トキシド取り切った。なんだかんだ50枚のチケットで。
Surely they were feeling confident. I mean, they had the strategic beacon, they had an urgent deployment, but it came in a little too late. Take a look for the side of TXT over here. Syndrax, no surprise, kind of see him up there. KPZ, NTPP, also 50+ kills. Artyom is trying to make things happen over there with 61. Also DG Alpha.
NTPP もちゃんと57キル。
G-Force at 120 for TXT, and we're just now getting.
なんだかんだ来れました。ああ AAV がいじめられてる。でかいですね。
見えてきた特殊の2マップ目が。
さあどうなる？あもうなんかどうせタンクここに来るだろうの部隊がいますね。宇宙バトルタンクはちょっとさすがにここは落とせないな。はい、トキシドです、トキシドです。
I cannot believe the TXT might pull this
ここ
game
で
out.
ハンの
Not
方
even
が
might, they
少なくなり
have
ま
the
した。
そうで
advantage
す
right
ね
now. They
こう
actually
な
have
る
the
と
major
苦しいのはハン。
I can't call out
これ
individual plays for the
選手
reason
が前に出る
why,
前に
but I
そ
do
れ呼び
think
た
back
い呼
to
び
a
たいで
loss
す。
of a
ああ、
tank
ああ、
player,
呼んでる呼んでる。
a
さ
loss
す
of a
が。
tempo for free for basically no reasons. Those mistakes do add up.
頭を抑えられ
And
る前
yes,
に。
there's more room for mistakes on a map like Cyclone, but maybe that was just
ただ
one
1
too
台じゃ
many.
足りんな。もっと呼ばないと
TXT
な。
have a chance here.
さあ、おそらくこのハッククローで、
We originally expected, but the way this map started,
FSV がこの D2 のところに来たときにハックしてウルルで破壊を想定してそうですね。こいつ、サラジンの FSV がバックしたところ、おっとおっとなんかもう一分隊いる。エコー2の裏にいる。これ報告入ったか FSV。やばいやばい、一発もらった。でもエンジンダウンはしてない。最後はライトタンク。偉すぎる偉すぎる偉すぎる。ウルルミサイルをきちんと処理してる。
これはファインプレー。
おー。やん。
The last missile comes through. He barely misses. Nice play from HAN to save that vehicle, and they actually trade one out in transition, by the way. Nice play off screen to start evening things back up again. The only advantage right now the attackers now have is that boat. The only team with boat.
先ほど運用うまいな。
TXT have
プレ
done
ーしか
all
出
of
てこ
this.
ないですね。
All
なん
this
か水
push,
没はあっ
all
たも
this
の
fight,
の。
getting to the
あ
east
れ
side.
は多分ね、
ちょっとちょっとあれ人間アップかもしれないですね。
Sarah Jin trying to be a win con by themselves.
ここは大丈夫。ここは
taking down the entire squad. No revives on that one. That's a nice little fight.
I
did see off the distance though, the trying to make something happen on the beach.
確かにあれ持ってきてたらまた変わってます
話変わってましたね。
Sarah Jin in Attack Destroyer, by the way, has been popping off throughout the day. Just
さあこのエコー1の左の分隊にハンはどれだけ早く気づけるか。あ、もう当たってますね。今前線出れてる時指導はそこぐらい。さあただ船、スカイネットの船が援護に来た。一発もらった。アクティブ使った。ただアクティブの報告は多分見られてないから出てないぞ。
wait for the repairs to come in before he's able to actually do anything. I feel like even still
Oh.
sitting here
Oh,
feels like a
Oh,
dangerous
FSV が来た。
dangerous it is indeed. Sarah Jin
壊
shouts
し
them
た。
out and goes ahead and destroys the vehicle.
おー、サラジンよくここで FSV で相手のタンクね2台いるのに。そうですね。ちゃんとバトルタンクのアングルケアしてる。さあさあさあ、エコー1ラッシュ来ましたね。それに対して FSV がいる。そうですね。
ある程度のタイミングで突っ込んでくる。センターはやっぱね、頭の抑えで抑えられて
そうですね。あそこはもうなんかお見合いパーティーするしかないですから。はい、やるなら支援兵からということでね。お、ただライトタンク一発被弾した。そうね、このプレハブで車線カットできますからね。おー、偉い。エコー1のラッシュにちゃんと対応した。67枚ですね、これ。
取れないな。
気づいてる DJ アルファ。ぴょこぴょこ頭出しに気づいて
でも胸入れば
当たれば切る。
It is off to the races, and it'll be missile on missile on missile over towards E2.
そうですね、5本以上。
作業的には今その方が有利ではあるんです。
そうですね。
Speaking of knowing how it goes, we know that May
おー、AV ダウン。
way far away with an
AV 破壊はでかいな。
結構ポイントも両者とも溜まってますね。
突射も壊して、ただ空中で1台呼んでますよ。歩兵戦闘車か？歩兵戦闘車だ。まあまあ無事投下完了。ここはね、あ、エコー1のそこにいったー、ウォンさん、サラジンか。いったいった。
kills. Nah, Goj, I want more than that. I want to start approaching 60 as
Oh,
Gen Man on the opposite side of things also finds one of the attacks that were up on the hill for the side of TXT.
ちょっとこれビークルの差が出てるな。
What a play from Sarajin.
ギリ届いてないか。壊れてないな。あ、ただ壊れたか、さらに。
Back the other way though.
Sarah down.
Finally, Sarajin falls.
潰しました、
Well
潰しま
played.
し
What
た。
is that? Couple of Luru rockets. plus
FSV 破壊
Oka.
するために20チケットが失われてしまいました。
That's a big one. That's a nice takedown. Finally, Sarajin
あ、ただ
down the side of HAN,
そうですね。
and they're gonna push up.
しかもあの FSV はエコーセクターの配備車両だから今から投下して呼ぶことはできないはず。
That lob alligator, by the way, I am a moron.
あのバトルタンク、そうですね。
Alligator to swim a little bit. Not near as valuable as the AA.
お、ライトタンクで応戦か。どうだ、ライトタンクと歩兵戦闘車は結構五分の戦いな気はするけど。そうですね。さあ、呼んだのは突撃者。あ、そして AAV が復活してますね。
Wanza feels the pressure right
や
now
ばい
from the
な。
side of the lobs. Zabras
アクテ
trying
ィ
to go
ブ
ahead and
ス
press the attack,
あ
trying to make something
来
happen
た
for
のはライ
TXT.
トタンク壊れる。
So SSN is actually going to be able to find the final blow onto the tank right there of Wanza.
さあ、ただ
Could have been blown up.
た
Now,
だ
right now, the
トレード
AAV
し
is
た。ちゃんと
also
トレードした。
under
偉い。
giant pressure, so the trade is effectively going to be 1 for 1.
残り40枚。
Play side of things,
さ
but
あ
take a look at
ガイド
the
ミサイル
E1
1
point.
本目を
Under heavy pressure. So you know what? Blake says here, catch this.
Burn in one early, but Frank didn't even pick up several during this push. Sarajin, I'm certain, has one in belt as needed.
どこだ
Missile lands on the backside. That's where they expect the attackers to be.
外側。
Where they last saw them, the attackers smartly rotate out and around up to the ridge, and then they come swarming back after that missile redeployment. Though the perfect zoning tactic to keep the attackers off E1, and then the urgent redeployment, it allows the defense to jump back on the point. I
こ
know
の
it
エ
looks
コ
like
ー
it didn't
1 あ
do
そ
a
こま
lot,
で
but
突っ
that
込んだの
missile
に動かないの
everything
か
for。the defense. That was a lost
打たないんですね。
T1, and then the missile onslaught from the attackers was about to start landing. Really well executed.
さあ、ただ残り30枚だぞ。あ、これバトルタンクにちょっかいかけてる？ どうだ？ライトタンク落とされた。ああ、空中で破壊したのか。さあ、ハックした。ハックした。飛んできた。1個 ?2 個 ?3 個あと1発。うわー、燃え盛ってる。
Anybody got something? A single frag nade and this thing goes down.
There it is. He
壊れた壊れた壊れた。
Nice.
壊れました。
Now,
なんだそれ。
22 lives remaining.
さあ、そして時城の巡航ミサイル開始もハンが撃つ。
So the attackers say, well, dang it, it's time to start spending guidance. You will not see a second in this game where a missile is not landing.
これエコー1だ。
Going off until the game
これ
is
刺さ
over.
るんじゃない
I
か。
promise you that. And these missiles,
うわー、
most
2
are
人
going to
飛
be
ん
zoning
だ。
off. We do see that the Alpha Group is with it. It's going to force the attackers to reassess the fight from a different angle. And with everybody on respawn right now,
さあさあさあ、うわー、FSV 来た。
they're all respawning right
や
now.
べえ。
No medics. They're down from 20 immediately to 11. You should see them take down a couple more here in just a moment. But again, both sides have so many missiles. It's just non-stop.
ただミサイルがある。
To any of
ミ
these
サイルがあ
players,
る。
any of these teams. They're going to try to get anywhere near the point. This is a
これの後は8本ある。うわー、やばい。
outlasted their opponent. And this is going to be an HAN victory. I can only assume. What a
おー、でも2人飛ばして車も1台破壊してる。
Veronica with the guided missile on the back
や
side
ば
of
い
the
な。
entry point to E1.
さあ、続いてのミサイルは
Be there, so it's going to be rewarded with that little bit of prediction. 2 kills.
TXT はミサイル撃たないのかこれ。
残り10だぞだって。
そうですよね。どうしても打たないとこれ村にポインターまでだけになっちゃう。
Beacon goes down. Beacon goes down.
結構焦りがあるのかな中で。
なのかな。
The beacon is down indeed. They're trying to make something happen. The flood comes in over towards the E1 point.
ただそこに、うわー、うわー。
The angle of the distance is able to find the battle tank.
やばい。
Guided missile in the air for both of these squads at the same exact
やばい、
time.
これ。
Guided missile for the defense.
あー、これが決定打になる。
Does it find one kill right there and forces some of the
まずい、これ蘇生してもらえなくなる。
as well.
あー、ただね、ミサイルで。あ、やばいやばいやばい。ここでダウンしてる人間が多すぎる。
The attackers maybe have just done enough. There's a fantastic beacon, and the sirens continue for both sides. A better guided missile for the attackers to the top, down inside the defense. Another missile needs to land right on top of the point. It's too late! Can't go to overtime when you don't have any man on the point. HAN! They've done it! It feels like grand finals for them now because their life is still theirs. They're still in this tournament. They just beat the former champions and knocked them out of this competition. Not a map lost. 2-0. Was it a stomp? No, but was it a sweep? Yes. HAN, incredible excitement across the board. Every player knows what has just happened.
もうお前このまま優勝しろ本当に
優勝してくれ
to still play for the grand finals. What a wild
いや
match.
やばかったな
That's two really good teams.
2-0 とは思わなかったですね 2-1 かなくらい
We talked about how when you have
そう思ってましたけ
two
ど、
very
2-1
good
かな
teams
と思っ
like
てましたけ
this,
ど、
Cyclone goes the distance,
Yeah.
and the distance it went indeed.
ルーザーズブラケッ
Both of
ト
those rounds featured Sector
駆け抜
E,
けたのは
but not
HAN
before some incredible
韓国代
efforts
表
from
で
the
した
side of the defense. A little bit
強か
of
っ
a
たな
victory lap for the birthday girl.
いやおめでとう
Hopefully her and her team have a little bit
Yeah,
left in the tank to go ahead and
強かったです。
celebrate not just the
韓国
victory, but of course her birthday as they
この
take
まま
their
優勝してくだ
bow,
さいお願い
as
しま
they
す
start to
もう
scream,
本当お願い
yell,
します
shout,
落と
and
され
share
て
their
からだもんな
excitement with all of us, and just expel,
ほらもう
タ
カン
ーゲットどう
tell
な
the
る
full
か
story
ここに経験
how
値
much
蓄えましたからね
that victory meant.
いや
Revenge
ビークルの使い方がうまいね
is
本
what
当
they
圧
got.
倒的ですね
This is a ton of returners from the
ビ
former
ークル
DNI
がうま
roster.
すぎる
A ton of returners that came back and took down the
一度は
champion,
圧
the
倒
team
的
that
な歩
kicked
兵
them out
戦
of
力
the
があった
tournament
けど
last time.
そうですね
そこで
ビークルに
finals.
及ばずとい
A
った
team
とこ
that
ろでし
dashed
た
their
ね
chances of playing for a championship here at DFIW.
方も
They
そうだ
have
し、相手
gotten
の
their
使い方も
revenge.
そうだし、
So we turn our eyes to the
クロ
loss.
スの組み方も素晴ら
We
しい
turn
し
our eyes
も
to TXD.
う何から何までハ
Former
イレベルでした
champions
ね
unfortunately falling
これ
in
だけ
fourth
本当
place
に
overall here at
大事だ
DFIW
という
2026.
車両が、
車両
Nearly
大事です
all of the returning
歩
roster
兵が大事じゃないわ
of
け
a
じゃないん
team
です
that won a championship only 6 months ago.
前回の DNI
And again, they've had a tough road. They've had a tough
違い
bracket.
ます。まあ、同
And
じ
they
メン
battled
バ
through
ーも
some
いるん
really
ですけ
good
ど、
teams to get to this stage. But HAN was just the better team on Cyclone. The one thing I'll say about
半
TXD
分ぐらい
again,
はでも DNI のメンバ
most
ーですか
resilient
ね
team
ただ
we've
もう
seen by
DNI の時にも
far
い
at
た
this tournament
こ
thus
の
far.
デルタ
I've
フォ
never seen
ー
a team go down
スマジ
that
でやり
hard,
まくってる
that
メン
early.
バーがさらに増えて固まったような感じです
No
ね
jet,
今回の班は
no advantages, back against the wall, and somehow capture sector
あの
after sector.
ジェットパイロット
after
のゴース
sector,
トとかは
and take us
実は
all the way
普段
to the
占
end.
領ばっかりやってる
And
ため
I'll
なん
even
ですけ
put
ど
this word out there. I think if TXD had
そ
another
こから
20
引き抜かれて
lives, I think they had a chance to take that sector E.
今回入ってるとか
Unreal
そういう背
job
景
from
もあ
the
ったり
gentlemen. Unfortunately, they do fall and they're out of this tournament. Let's take a look back though on the
専属がいるん
stats.
で
はい
Speaking of
ハル
stats,
ちゃんも73キルです
128
ばい
revives.
な
I know TXD just lost.
でも
But
NTPP
Whistler
も
has something special,
68
topping the leaderboards. Not only with 148 revives, but also
こいつ
44
誰も
kills.
固定してないからね
Crazy.
Yeah, well, definitely.
高い信号
もう我が道を
Remember
行く
time I watch a
ハルちゃんはいることが大事だから
and I'll go ahead and,
我が道を行ってる
surmount him as one of the star
その男
この
players
人多分また
for
勝手に一
sure.
人
But
で
one
も
of the
歩
stars
き
on
回
the
って
other
倒し
side
て
of
る
the
から
server
本当
HAN.
に
He delivered time
嫌なところに
and
行ったらな
time
しかも
again.
そうですねもう作
Even outside
戦
of
ア
the
ルチョ
role
ムというこ
of
と
the
で
assault operators as well, Artyom with the ability showcased in here today that he's able to go ahead and switch over to some of those Allura rockets,
い
be a
や
part of that
ー強か
strike
った
squad,
な
just finding value
強かった
after value after value. Sarah Jin as well.
というわけで
I
明
mean,
日で
hey, look, there's so many stats we could talk about. I mean,
続いては
G-Force, by the way, that's the most revives we've seen thus far. 135, I think,
2試合
is the top revives. So
で
big
す
shout
ね
out to
2試合で
G-Force.
明日
Big
から
shout out to
6時か
all
ら
of the
ね
medics, the support operators from the side of
ち
TXD.
ょ
I
っと
mean,
待ってく
this
だ
is
さ
a
い確認します
ridiculous. That's the most revives we've seen thus far. 135, I think, is the top revives. So big shout out to G-Force. Big shout out to all of the medics, the support
明
operators
日
from the
そ
side
う
of
です
TXD. I
ね
mean,
明
this
日
is a
19
ridiculous
日
amount
は
of lives
7時
they've
から
saved. I saw somebody in chat talking, and we see this every single time.
今日19か。
180 lives feels so few.
ごめんなさい、17時から5時からですね。LT vs RRQ。
I mean, one player saved them 135 lives on the map just by taking those lives. But a look back on the highlight package, it certainly was a map filled with them. Good grief, but it started here on A.
Indonesia.
Too much to talk about. Once we got to B, though, you and I looked at each other and was like, uh-oh. I think HA wins here. I mean, they held this team at the line at B. They had every advantage. Jet had nothing to show for it. Unfortunately, the sub, Belmods, only picked up, I think, 4 kills or maybe 6 kills overall. And then finally the wire guided from Stack to land. That's a great shot in the highlight package. Once the Jet falls and the rest of the vehicle for TFT. Rookie right here, I thought there was no way TFT could get through the B sector.
Yeah, look, right there. I mean, sector A and sector B, to me, actually, were the most important ones.
ワイヤーガイドって目標がちゃんとエイムされてると加速するような挙動をするんですよね。
About how many tickets they lost in sector A and sector B, right? After even sector C was captured and sector D, they only had like 90 to 100 tickets available. So many lost on those first couple of sectors. They tried to make stuff happen, and honestly, that's when it started to look good. Sector D, they played the boats so well. They played the canals so well. Now, granted, it was on the back foot of a couple of mistakes on the side of HAN, but after this, HAN, Sarah Jin specifically was no longer
僕らが野良でよくやるやつっていう。
And again, Sarah Jin, that is a hero play. That's my MVP, regardless of the way the stats look like, because you got to think, not only is that a ton of kills, but although that's a ton of kills, they can't get back up. That is so many tickets that go down. Folks, we blinked and we looked up, they're at 23 lives. I mean, we get this tank out to the cool strike force play. This is what you have to do to make sure.
これハックのうちにウルル打てなかった準備が間に合わなかった人はその後のアクティブ読みでちょっと遅らし打ってるんでしょうね。多分そういうことだと思います。アクティブの効果8秒間だからその後打ち込めるようにっていうことですね。いやー強かった。
That last guided missile, by the way, picked up like 6 kills. I didn't even see that. Kind of like post-mortem, if you will, of the map. But anyways, a lot of fun there. Some solid highlights. That's an HAN win. Fairly dominant fashion for the most part. I was not expecting to get 2. I look at stats. Go to the top line, and it's barbell Japanese takes on DG Alpha. For the reason, go to the top 4 line, literally all over the side, takes on all the 40K score. Just ridiculous.
ジャッピーバーレル
squads that usually find themselves up here at the best squad. So a standout performance that made all of the difference from these 4 individuals.
エイム強者なんですけどね。
OEC kind of getting active on the flank
今回は
lines, behind enemy lines,
なんかタンク乗ったりいろいろしてたもんな。FSV か。
DG Alpha as well. We saw that name in the field.
そうですね。
66 kills there. But your MVP.
サラジン。
Yeah, that's right.
FSV でぶち壊しまくってたからか。
Sarah Jin. I mean, still, obviously the hero play in itself was worthy of an MVP performance, but you take a look at the stat line and everything else that he was able to do.
Kind of crazy.
That's when it really comes down to limelight. This was definitely deserved an MVP. 61 kills, almost 45,000 score. Assists across the board, and then engineering, of course, we know how good he is with the vehicles.
Yeah, again, you're picking up an engineering score based on the damage you do to the vehicles, plus repairs, there's a formula there. But regardless, great stat line across the board. Of course, rescue, no, because, well, in the tank destroyer, blowing people up. I think, by the way, we saw there were KDA as well, nearly triple positive,
ビークルとかの話で言えば昔に比べたらね、ある程度スノーボール起きにくくはなったんですけど、両陣営2台っていう意味では昔はワンセクター両陣営1台だったから残壕とかエコーまでひたすら投下車両を温存してるとグロいことになってましたからね。やばかった。タンク4台並んでるとかあったもんな。
Team very well earned and expected from this roster. Yes, I did. My prediction was against them. Vivid is still perfect, technically, missing a couple maps here and there, but perfect on predictions. I will say everything has gone to script right now, which is kind of weird to say. The one exception, I think, is that TXT, they are the champions. Some people would put them probably in the top 3. I don't know. Based on what we've seen, the top 3 teams are the 3 teams that are still in this competition right now, and that's being proven over and over again with 2-0 and 2-0 and 2-0.
Can't believe we are left with just
中インナーももう
ねついてますよねあれ。
真ん中の人すごい。
あれワッペンデルタ1周年のやつ作ってるっぽいですね。デフォルメキャラの缶バッジとかか。
真ん中の人何個つけてんだ？
ねなんかケンシロウの傷跡みたいなことなってるけど。
But it's been a lot of 2-0s the last couple of days. I'm looking for another game 3 here shortly. Unfortunately, it will not be today. That is all of our matches today. So before we move on and tell you what's happening tomorrow and what's going on for the next couple rounds, because we're not done with the competition. We have 2 more days of competition, but we are done today. We'll break that all down after an interview here in just a moment with, of course, HAN.
ねえなんか中国ならではの物産かもしれない。
what they've been able to do. So let's head down the stage and hear from HAN for this last.
公式じゃなさそうではあった。
赛后采访环节，我是贝佳，恭喜 HAN 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，来到了败者组的决赛当中。我们邀请到了指挥官翁萨来到赛后采访席，也请他先跟大家打个招呼吧。다시 축하합니다. 먼저 자기소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
Hello guys, this is Wonsa from Team Han.
欢迎。那第一个问题想问一下，今天的话呢，也是和去年的对手进行交手，并且也复仇成功了，这是想问一下他的心情现在怎么样呢？包括他在拿下第一场比赛的胜利之后，和自己的队员进行了拥抱，那个时候他们又说了些什么呢？
So Wonsa, this time you were facing the old rival from last year, and you took successfully a revenge. How did you feel? And a second question. We noticed that in the first round, when you played as the attackers, your teammates hug each other. What was the reason?
So last year when we lost against TXT on DFIW 2025, we waited this moment for such a long time. So we feel so happy to win them. Yeah, and after the first victory, our squad, yeah, we're just happy. We're just waiting for the victory for the second round too. So we just cheer up.
翁萨选手刚刚表示，面对这次昔日的老对手，他是感到非常的期待与激动的，而且他们很想拿下这次的胜利，他们也是等待这一刻交手的时刻，蓄谋要等待已久。然后他也表示，他们当时的拥抱是因为想要在赢下第一场胜利之后，和队友互相打气鼓励，拿下第二场的胜利。
没错，最终也是成功的拿下了第二场的胜利。那今天解说老师们也有提到啊，说天空属于 Ghost， 想问一下，作为队内的指挥官，他是怎样评价这一位空在选手的呢
？Somebody says that the sky belongs to Ghost. How do you comment on this?
It's a fact. Ghost is a goat.
他刚才用了一句英文上的押韵，叫做 Ghost is gold， 意思就是 Ghost 的选手是最牛的。
确实如此啊。那同样呢，其实，在本次邀请赛当中，也有非常多厉害的空在的选手。想问一下，他觉得 RRQ 包括龙腾的空在选手，哪个选手会对他来说威胁比较大呢
？So we know that there are many players who are really good at air vehicles. Who or which players in RRQ and LT teams do you think is the biggest threat to you?
We haven't screened with RRQ for a while, and we don't exactly know their strengths. So I'll say RRQ is more threatful for us.
翁萨表示，由于他们的队伍已经许久未与 RRQ 进行正面的交锋，所以无知带来了恐惧。他们觉得 RRQ 可能对于他们来说未知的恐惧要更多。
明白，确实训练赛的交手会偏少一些嘛。那最后问题想问一下，对于 RRQ 和龙腾的这场比赛，他心中的一个预测比分会是怎么样的呢？
Wonsa, what's your prediction of the score between RRQ and LT?
I'll say 2-1. RRQ win.
他预测 RQ 将会胜出，而且比分是2-1。
OK， 非常期待我们后续的比赛了，也再次恭喜 HAN 拿到了败者组的这一场的精彩的门票。接下来让时间交还给评论席。
RRQ が2-1で勝つと思うと。
Another great interview with Wanza, HAN, well earned to be a top 3 team, and great words from Wanza yet again. Also predicting RRQ to beat LT. That's kind of crazy. I also love the shout and the credit that he's given to Ghost to say he's the GOAT of the sky. I kind of agree right now. There's a couple of conversation with a team like LT or RRQ, but more to be seen from them a little bit later. Vivid, any thoughts here before we wrap up today's broadcast about HAN and what they were able to do?
It was just super, super incredible. I mean, listen, I thought this was going to be a little bit closer.
ハンはもう戦いの中で確実に成長してますね。今日はゆっくり休んで。
How they actually went, but again, 2-0 is the stat line at the end of the day. I thought it was going to be, 2-1. Somebody kind of decided it in the tiebreaker, but HAN, man, they are on an absolute roll right now, and the fact that kind of Wanza as well predicts that RRQ is going to win it 2-1 means that he kind of expects
まずはね、明日のマップですよ。
LT tomorrow in the losers final.
もういい加減海見たくないんだけどな。陸見たいですね。
Listen, folks, here are today's results. Somehow, we've had 7 2-0s in a row. 4 yesterday, 3 today, all 2-0, no game 3s. Yes, we had a 14-hour day 1, but everything else has been speedy to get us to the top 3 teams left in this tournament. A wild DFIW, and folks, yes, we had a great day today, but we have 2 more days coming up. Not too long from now, frankly. Really excited to see who becomes our champion of DFIW 2026. And I'd love if we can to take a look at that bracket and we take a look at the schedule for what is tomorrow. We had 4 games on day 1. Again, a long day. 4 games yesterday. All
これでもう上位4
3
チームは
games
揃った
today,
ような
2-0.
形
Here's a
か。
look at that bracket, though. We only have 2 games tomorrow. 2 best of 3s to figure out who our 2 teams will be in the grand finals. Vivid, walk me through what you expect, or at least what we can expect to see going into tomorrow.
We're going to be taking a look tomorrow.
これ5位6位決定戦は別にないじゃないですか。そうですよ。そう、5位6位分かれてて。ルーザーズで上行ったと騎士道を取るのかな、5位として。それとも、
いや、トキシドは4位ですよね。
あ、トキシド4位か。
そうですね、トキシド4位。
あ、4位か。
なので、まあ、
で、
5位がハイドレンジャーか FX の。
そう。だとしたらあれなのかな。ファーストマッチ勝ってるハイドレンジャー、あ、でも両方勝ってんのか。ファーストマッチで 2-0 で勝ったハイドレンジャーが5位とかになってくれれば嬉しいな。5位6位分かれてるんですよ、賞金が。そうなんです。しかも倍ぐらい違うんですよ。ちょうど倍か。5位と6位で賞金額が。
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're about to go over in just a second. We're going to do some picks and bans live and roll our map. Now, if we get Cyclone, I may not show up tomorrow. Not because I don't love the map, because I need some variety in my life. Variety is the spice of life, and it's certainly DFIW as well. No more Cyclone, please. But who knows? Maybe we'll pull it again. It'll be over 50% of the maps we've seen thus far. It's crazy stuff out here. But yes, as you can see on your screen, we'll show it again at the end after our picks and bans as well, I believe. We are starting quite a bit later, about 3 hours later than what we've been starting with the last couple of days. So there it is right now.
やばいっすね。10万件じゃんけんで決めるか。
賞金倍違うのはちょっと重いな。
それがナイフ戦とかですか？8対8のナイフオンリーデスマッチとかあります。さあ、これは
And one more quick reminder that grand finals will be all by itself on the final day in 2 days time on Sunday.
まあ5分隊ありますからね。DO5 じゃんけん。
The first best of 5 we've seen on LAN, at least online. We have been running some best of 5s, but here in person, the first time we'll see it DFIW, best of 5s are very fun, and it forces the team to win on 2 different
ただ
maps.
LTRRQ とか今日来てないかもしれないですよね。代表だけ来させられてるのかな。
is the map that we do, or the match rather that we do know is happening.
こんな早いなんて聞いてないよって2チームともいないとかはありえるけど。
か
かってるんですね。
決めようがないですからね。
そうですね。
まずは対戦相手が決まらないと。
LT and RRQ。
だから上のそうですね。そこだけ。今出てる画面が決まってるのかな。
でも別に昨日から決まってたんで。
確かにそっか。
決まってるんじゃない。
もうすでにやってる。マップ。
Gonna swing down to the picks and bans and see which maps they decide to ban. Getting it ready down there. Just watching the commanders walk in for both the two teams who haven't been here, and they look a little sleepy. I think they were taking a rest day, man. They earned it.
They better wake up.
Not yet. They're not playing until tomorrow.
Well, now is when starts the preparation stage. You're about to find out what map you're playing.
You know what? Maybe they're sleeping most of the day today and resting because they earned it.
これ後ろに出てるのは4時と6時半だけど、これ中国時間で明日は5時からやりますからね。気をつけてくださいね、皆さん。
But hey, listen. You never know what it could be. We haven't seen 3 maps. You guys and Chad have been talking about it all day.
まあ4時にスタンバイするのもあり。
Threshold. What's our other map we haven't seen?
ただもうまだ配信もやってない。
False, the one that's been banned every single time. Every time.
I think there's only been one head-to-head where it like wasn't banned.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like somebody's been banning Fault every single matchup. Okay, here it is.
お、抽選だ。
これ昨日やってたんじゃない。
ってことですね。
ああ、なるほど。
これ録画っぽいですね。
映像が。
まあ、でも俺知ってるよ。何出るかも知ってるよ。俺。
No Cyclone.
Oh, Cyclone
is a man of the people.
やった
ー What a band.
よくやったランキュー。あんな会話組みたらな、誰もやりたくないよな。
Band from LT.
Is that like an eeny, meeny, miny, mo situation?
Aftershock is banned. We could see Fault. We could see Fault. This is the first time that I think we have even had the chance to see Fault on this map.
Now you might wish you would, but I don't know. I'm just saying. It's been banned out by everybody. I didn't see it once in our online competitions either. So Trainwreck, Fault, or Threshold is what we're looking for. Variety.
この後一瞬で多分わけのわからないカットが一瞬カット
ワイパー入って
ノーカットだって絶対
で全部ショート
勢い入って勢い入ってる今の衝撃でショートになっちゃったかもしれない
I need some threshold, man.
So our match map is Trainwreck.
Trainwreck. Okay.
It's new.
The crowd gets a little bit loud for some Trainwreck action. Some nice variety. A map that's picked up. Double shake hands.
まだ講師決めてねえだろって。
Will be attacker at the first round and you will be defense. Okay, alright.
Okay. Write it down. Everybody write it down. LT gonna be defending on Trainwreck. RRQ gonna be attacking on Trainwreck to kick things off the first time we're seeing Trainwreck.
うわーやったー脱線ねやっと解説できるじゃん新しいマップ
別の来たら
Been in the game for like 5 seasons.
でも LT の
really love Trainwreck. Feels like one of those classics of obviously nuance. We'll get into the thick of it tomorrow. But yeah,
かよ
箱に多分ねあの箱に多分秘密があるんだろうと思って
なるほどね
あれが悪いこれが研究って思った
This is going to be new and
うわーでも勇気あるな
ストバイバーはね
だってフォルトは開いたからな
フォルトもフォルトで怖いですからねあんな
絶対怖いです very vehicle heavy map. It's one of the fewer. You're getting vehicles all ripped from both sides. So crazy stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun to break down tomorrow. But folks, that is all she wrote here in the booth. We've had a great day with day 3 of PFIW. We've got 2 more days, 2 matches tomorrow. About 3 hours later, one last quick reminder is that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. Thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow.
もう皆さんDFIW 終わったら宝くじを買いに行きましょう。本当に。
いや、宝くじを引くべきなのはこの審判です。
あ、確かに。
6分の1こんな当て続けるマジで。
というわけで
そうですね。今日はこれで配信終わりたいと思います。
そしてすみません、私がですね、明日、明後日自分の島に帰らなきゃいけなくて、
なるほどなるほど。
なんですよ。僕はミラー配信。
任しておいてください。
お二方にはお世話になりました。
いや、お世話になりました。
いや、もう本当に新一郎さんありがとうございました。
いや、全然またどこか公式の場でね、ご一緒できることを楽しみにしております。
はい、ありがとうございます。
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様です。ありがとうございました。
こちらこそ失礼します。
失礼します。ということで本日のミラー配信もここで終了したいと思います。今日もねたくさんの方来ていただきありがとうございました。また明日夕方6時からお会いしましょう。それでは今日はここまで。ありがとうございました。失礼します。